How?
Tear it down, fuck your faith, let it drown.
Yeah.
We're here. We're doing the dumps. Oh shit! What's
That was my elbow hit the beat on my end. It was an accident.
okay?
The glitching.
It's just so fucking dope. This one. Fuck yeah. Fuck. This is fucking great. Humpty Dumpty.
And we dumping, and we humping, and we dumping. Let me tell you something. Don't be slumping. Just get to humping and to dumping. Yeah.
Fucking dump. Fucking. Okay, sorry, we have a guest.
Electric, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
Hi guys, how are you today?
Hey.
I am 22 years old and my religion is spirituality / esoteric wisdom involving Christianity and all the other religions. Like a combination.
Maybe you can help me out. I've been having a little bit of a like, I don't know, rethinking lately, I guess I could say.
Is it like an existential crisis of a type, maybe?
It's an
Or
interstitial.
Is that too much? Yeah.
Like
I like the word existential.
Yeah. Wait, so you have some different beliefs? Like, were you brought up in church or something?
Yeah, I was raised in Orthodox Christianity, but that doesn't really matter because when you see the truth, like you cannot unsee it. Like when you see the connections between our beliefs, religions, everything, synchronicities. So yeah.
Then help us see it.
What?
That sounds good.
What one should I believe in first? I guess so. Right now, like just regular Christianity is where I'm at, kind of. But like, are you saying it's not enough?
What do you mean? Aren't you agnostic or something? I thought you were.
I'm kind of like on. It's sort of hard to explain. I've been listening to a lot of like atheist lives on TikTok and stuff, and I'm just like rethinking my faith a little bit, and I'm talking to people about what they have going on. But yours sounds like it was different than mine.
Yeah, so the way I see God is like the existential unified force which combines all consciousness, and every living being experiences the present moment, and that experience can be defined as God living in the 3D world, which is the material world, which is the earth.
All right, start at the beginning again.
Yeah, so every consciousness, we have 8 billion people.
Hold on, I'm gonna.
Yep.
I want to understand every word you're saying, and I didn't understand like 16 of those words. So what was the first one? Consciousness?
Yeah, so most people define God as an external being in the sky, but that's not the truth. Everybody has their own consciousness, and that can be a perception.
What's the consciousness? Yeah. Define that for me. What do you mean by that?
I mean, you're going into specifics before you even explain, but...
Well, if I don't know what the word means, so if you keep talking about it, I'm not going to know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that makes sense. So like the constant awareness of the present moment that we have of reality and external and internal reality, I would define as consciousness.
Oh, just like our brain is awake?
No, don't define it as a brain, because that's just the organ. But consciousness is much more than just a brain. Just like how the radio is a receiver, it's not just the radio, it receives frequencies, and yeah, just like the brain.
Right. So what's the... Where is it? I mean, what's like, tell me.
I mean, it's much more, it's like higher planes of consciousness. It's like the higher realms, the 5D, the 4D. We have multiple layers of existence. It's not just the 3D physical earth, the material stuff. It's more than that, just the atoms.
Consciousness is in like a different dimension?
It has access to different dimensions. If you go into synchronizing the hemispheres of the brain, you enter a union, which is called like hemisync experiments, which prove that actually we can unify our consciousness with the universal planes, which are higher than the 3D.
I dropped him. Hey, Katie's. Welcome in.
Makes sense.
Katie's G. Hello, are you there? Sounds like Katie's doing something with the kids or something. Maybe I'll mute Katie and just see if maybe they're trying to find their phone or something. Maybe they want to come back.
Quite possibly.
Aiden's here. Hey, Aiden.
Hey, I have what's making you lose faith in God?
Yeah. Here, let me drop Katie's down because I don't think she's.
And I'll just say this about myself: is I also struggle with my faith, and I question it quite often. I'm just curious what you struggle with as well.
So, I mean, I've been raised my whole life as like Christian Baptist, and just kind of always took it, I guess, at face value. I don't know if like I took it for granted or like what, but I didn't like think too deeply about it. It was just like, yeah. And then there's all this stuff is true. Like, and then I've been looking at like these TikToks and some YouTube channels and stuff. And there are people who are saying all these things that I think are like really good points. And so I'm kind of just like not sure what to do with them. If that makes sense.
Definitely, it does make sense.
What about you? What do you struggle with?
Honestly, the same exact thing. Seeing a lot of things that deflect Christianity even being like a possibility or like being real, like a lot of the science behind it, I struggle with that. But then I ask myself, what's the whole point of Christianity? To believe like that God died on the cross for our sins and to follow what the Bible says. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I guess I'm not as like stuck on the science stuff personally because we sort of did it always like where both are true, you know? So like when people are like, oh, you're Christian, you can't believe in evolution. It's like, I do. We just think that like God did evolution, you know? So like I was always fine with the science stuff, and like the Bible, you know, was written by people a long time ago that didn't know that. And so like, it wasn't important for God to include every, like, here's what DNA is and stuff like that or whatever. So like, I never worried about that. But like the cross, you know, thing that's a thing where someone was talking about in a different live about like how if God is all powerful and able to like do anything, then couldn't he have like forgived our sins in a different way other than like such a bloody way? And I was like, well, yeah, but oh wait, you know, I mean, that's one of those ones where you're just like, oh, wait a second. Why did he do it? Like, that's kind of weird, gruesome. I don't know. What do you think?
I think that's just trying to get you to like understand like how like give you some sort of aspect of what he's willing to go through to die on the, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't really know how to explain that from how I view it.
Oh, like it was so bad, so we were like, we like it more.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. That's how
I've kind of heard about this, like that it illustrates how much he loves us, that he would be willing, like God would be willing to send his son, or that Jesus would be willing to die type of thing. But what kind of gets me is like, if it didn't have to happen, then is it really an indicator of that? Do you know what I'm saying, Mezzo?
Can I say, I'm so sorry, Aiden. This is Joel. He's my best friend. I should have mentioned that before we started. He's really nice. But yeah, like I've heard the thing of like, oh, it's so that we can see how bad it was or something. But like he was fine. Like I don't think it would hurt God unless he wanted it to. But if he wanted it to, then that's like it becomes sort of weird. Like that's one of those things, I guess, where like, you know, just growing up thinking about it, and like even in your adult life, you're just like, yeah, that's what he did on the cross. That was so great. And then someone like mentions it and you're like, oh, I don't know if he had to do it like that. Like it's so brutal. And I feel like, you know, it could have been done a better way. Someone pointed out, Aiden, I don't know if you've seen this, but like in the Old Testament, sometimes God would forgive people's sins without a sacrifice. And that blew me away.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not very familiar with the Old Testament. I've really only read the New Testament and only been around the New Testament maybe it's because I'm young and stuff. But I mean, I have seen stuff like that before. I'm not calling you old either. It wasn't too long ago the Old Testament was in churches.
I'm not as old
you
as
know
the
what?
Old Testament.
No, I know.
No, I'm just kidding. I get you.
I was reading, like, I've been reading the Sorry, Aiden. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're not interrupting.
I was just going to say, like, what Mezzo's saying is kind of true. Like, I was reading the Old Testament in Leviticus and stuff, and it talks about, like, the sacrifices for sin, and one of it was just, like, flour. So,
Right.
like, it's
That's what I'm
sometimes
talking
people
about,
go, like,
yeah.
"Oh, it has to be the shedding of blood or whatever. But I was like, this is a sin sacrifice, and all it is like flour. Like, they just had to bring flour. So I'm like, that doesn't seem to make sense with what I was taught about the New Testament. You know?
Yeah, that's the one that someone showed me, because maybe it was like, oh, Jesus had to die because the wages of sin is death. But it turns out the wages of sin is death, or like a bag of flour. What? Like, why didn't anyone ever tell us this in church? And why did Jesus have to go through all that if God could have, like, always forgiven us? You know, like, if he was all loving, he could just, and he is, like it says he is. I believe he is. And so it's like, oh, just, we don't have to do the sacrifice. I just forgive you now. You know what I mean? And like the people in the Old Testament too, like, just forgive them. It just didn't, like, it's something that is, I don't know, messing with me.
Yeah, no, I just was curious. I have to go, by the way, but I was just curious on what you struggle with, and it sounds like we struggle with a lot of the same things. But I just wish you the best of luck with your faith, and to do whatever you lead to. You know what I mean?
Hey, you too. I mean, if you think of something about, like, why you want to come back, you're obviously welcome back. And if you think of nothing and you want to come back, come on back. It's all good either way.
I think the asking questions is good, but it is a little scary.
Definitely. Definitely. Thank you for hosting something like this too, where people can talk in the comments. And it looks like a lot of it's kind of hateful, but even then, it's still good for people to hear the word. And
It's the internet, man. Like,
yeah,
what are you gonna do?
yeah. Well, thank you. Have a good night, guys.
All right, take care. That was cool.
I really liked Aiden.
Yeah, he seems cool. And I think, like, a lot of people, in church, and it's like, I think even more online than in church, Christians feel like they have to say, oh, I don't ever struggle. I don't ever, like, lose faith. There's like posturing. Is that the right word for it?
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that, for him to come up and say that is, like, brave, I guess.
For me, it's like, if I say that I'm questioning, then God will hear, and he won't like it. But, like, I'm still questioning, so
whether you say it or not, yeah, it doesn't really.
I'm still questioning it, so, like, why not just say it?
I don't know. Like, some of the stuff says to question it. Like, I mean, sometimes it says not to, and sometimes it's like, if there's a spirit, test it. Like, these types of things. So I feel like it's worth.
Isn't that what Jesus said to do? He says, "Seek and ye shall find, and knock and it will be, and ye shall find, and knock and it will be open." If you're going to sit dormant, then you're not going to discover anything. If you're not going to actively involve yourself in seeking truth, then you're not going to find truth. You're just going to get caught in Charlotte's web full of lies.
Oh man, I totally agree with you. Just real quick, because it's TikTok, I just gotta make sure, like, how old are
44.
you? Okay, cool. And I didn't want to, like, let you go on a 14-year-old rant for too long, just in case.
It's not like I'm 14. We have an
No, I know, but, like, they just you're supposed to say it, like, whatever. Anyways, this is my friend Joel. I didn't introduce him to the last guest, and I felt
Yeah,
bad. So
I had heard that. I heard that's your best friend, right?
BFFs. We call ourselves the star-crossed
What's
buddies.
up, Joel? How are you, buddy?
Good to meet you.
Good.
So what are you saying, that, like, you think? Are you agreeing, like, it's okay to question, to think about it, because that, like, is how you find your way through faith and stuff? Yeah.
Of course. Why would you not? You would have to. The reason why we are where we are now with religion, faith, spirituality, however you want to title it, is because people didn't ask questions. They just kind of went with whatever they were told, or with whatever direction they were told to go. I mean, it's not until later, people started, spotting this out, spotting that out, and then, using common sense and started asking questions. I remember when I was younger and I was going to church, I was told, you don't question God, you don't question God, you don't question God. And eventually you hit a wall where you have to start asking questions.
Like when I was young, we got that too, and I was like, okay. But then when you get older, you're like, why not though? Like if it's true, we should be able to question it and get the answer, and like that makes it feel like
our parents and our grandparents, they didn't have the answers. They didn't have the answers.
They mean that's what they mean. They mean don't ask me questions. That's why they're really doing it.
They didn't have the answers. They didn't know how to answer the questions that we had.
What's something that what do you question now? Like what's something that pulls you in and out of the?
I don't really question anything when it comes to God anymore.
But you just said...
Well, because, bro, listen, I just run with it. I've learned not to question and just to trust. Everyone has their own experience, their own personal relationship, whether you are a believer or not. I mean, if you're a believer, then you have your own personal relationship.
Wait, are you being serious?
I'm being dead serious. You know what I'm saying? Like you're going to have
just
your own.
A second ago, we're saying that it was such a bummer that our parents taught us this, and now you're saying that you're also like this. Like you should.
No. What I'm saying is you should question it. Everyone should question. Everyone should question it. That's how you find your answers.
So for example, I have questions about some of the questionable commands from the Old Testament that God did. And so I look at that and go, how can an all good God do this? That's a question I get stuck on. And people have asked me that sometimes and I go, I don't know. But how do you deal with that?
Give me an example.
He commands genocides, of people groups. And I want to be able to be like, oh, those were all bad guys, but I don't know that.
Did he actually? I mean, yeah. I know where you're going with it, but what was the reason?
Well, there's a whole bunch of them. It's a lot of different times.
What was the main reason? What was the main reason why he told the Israelites to destroy?
To give the Israelites the land.
Right. Who were those people? Who were those people?
Former.
To destroy them.
Well,
let's think.
Father Abraham had many sons, and some of them went on to be the Amalekites, and then God had the Israelites kill them.
There you go. Would you consider it safe to say that there was more people in the beginning than just Adam and Eve?
Oh, I don't know.
No, I'm a believer.
But we know.
I'm a hardcore believer. But
I am. Hold on. But we know.
Let's have fun with this. Let's have fun with this.
You're yelling at me, man. Hey, calm down, dude. You're raising your voice at me.
It's because I'm moving my phone. But wouldn't it be safe to say?
Stop for a second and hear what I'm saying, please. I know you want to bulldoze me right now, but this is a serious question. The children of Abraham descended into the Israelites and the Amalekites. We know the lineage of both of those. It's the children of Esau. Am I wrong about that? Is Esau one of Abraham's grandkids?
Was Esau the firstborn? Esau the firstborn?
Let me look it up.
Came out. I don't. Was it his arm?
Who sold the birthright? Who sold the birthright?
Esau's grandson was Amalek. That was his name. The Amalekites descended out of Abraham. And I know they went a different direction with it, but that's the thing I'm saying. That's okay, so God made all these people.
But what did God say? He said that he loved Jacob.
and
But he
hated
hated Esau.
That's what I'm saying.
yet-
Like that's what's weird. So why did he have the Israelites kill off the Amalekites? Because he hated their great grandparents. It's weird,
Yet
right?
did that nation still not prosper?
Which one?
Esau, the nation of Esau, the children, did they still not prosper?
The Amalekites? No, they never prospered. Not that I know of. Did they?
I don't think they're around anymore.
Right. Well, what I'm saying.
What are you talking about right now? Like why?
When God spoke about that. I mean, regardless, the answer to your question is yeah, God got rid of them. Now, whether we want to call it genocide or not, that's our answer. But there's reasons behind that. There's legitimate reasons why God did what He done.
Yeah,
I genuinely
so
do not want to call it genocide, but I'm worried that it is because it's killing all of them.
Let me
That's why I'm
let me
scared.
look it up. Define.
Then why are we still here?
Define.
Well, we're not Amalekite. I'm not. I don't know.
But but from King Solomon's
Hey,
understanding.
I am.
Yes.
I'm gonna read you what genocide is. Let's just use the definition. Okay, the deliberate and systematic killing or persecution of a large number of people from a particular national or ethnic group with the aim of destroying that nation or group. That's totally it. It's exactly what it was. So he said he had the Israelites go genocide the Amalekites, who were also descendants from Abraham. And you're saying there's a reason for it. That's where I'm stuck. I don't know what the reason is.
Let me look this up real quick.
I mean, it says it's to punish them for what they did 400 years ago. But
I'm not. You're looking at one screen, and I'm not. So just give me 1 second.
I mean, it's also the bring it up, and it's like, oh yeah, the all good, all loving God sent people in to do genocide. Yeah, that's like that's a problem. Like that's a hard thing. I don't know what the. I don't like. Why would that be okay? I don't know.
Hang on. So, if that's the case, then why did He tell? If God likes to pick and choose on who He's going to, what nation He's going to take out or cause genocide to, as you like to say, then why is it in the Exodus, He tells the Israelites to make sure that you cover your door so that the angel of death will skip over you? If you don't,
Yeah, for the Israelites, yeah.
if you don't, your firstborn will also be unalived.
Yeah.
He wasn't being prejudiced. He wasn't saying, there's no difference there. He gave them forewarning. If you don't do this,
so you're saying
you're going to
that.
suffer too.
I see what you're saying. You're saying.
All right, now let me ask you this.
Dude, you
During
gotta
the-
stop
during the
interrupting
prayer.
me. I'm gonna drop you. You're so rude. Like,
Oh,
what are you doing,
wasn't
man?
trying to- I was going to ask you another. I was going to back up that question with a
Can we
second
have a
question.
conversation, or do you want to just yell at me and eat food the whole time?
Don't eat food.
Like you're smacking your lips and yelling at me. It's not a fun conversation for me.
I'm sorry, it's a Starburst. I'm trying to get rid of this as quickly
Spit
as
it
possible.
out, dude. What flavor is it?
Strawberry.
Oh, like the pink ones. Those are pretty good.
Yeah.
I like the cherry one, like the darker red ones better. But so what you're saying is like, it's okay that God commands genocide of like 12 different people groups because He also was willing to kill the Israelite children. Is that what you
No,
mean?
it's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to point out, I'm trying to help you out. Like, I get it where people do this, where they pick out, they pick and choose these genocides, and he took out this nation, and he took out this, and he done this, but they forget the other small details where he would have done the exact same thing to his own people. In fact,
That
he
makes
did.
it worse. What are you talking? Like that makes him way worse. And not only that, I do it to my people too. You're nuts. Then. Like what do you? That's like not the God I learned about.
Bro, logically thinking, he's God. He can do whatever he wants.
Isn't everybody God?
You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's
That's
not.
a good point, actually.
I mean,
Good luck saying it
not,
to this guy who talks over everybody.
No, I'm not. I guess I don't know. I don't really know how to help you, bro. Like I get your argument, I get your concerns.
It's not an argument. All I'm saying is you said you don't question anymore because you figured everything out. I have a question.
I ain't figured nothing out. Hold on.
Then why aren't you questioning this too? Why are you like? Why I draw a line in the sand at genocide. I'm sorry.
We're still here, bro. You're still here. He had a divine plan for you. Instead of you being born then, where you could have experienced what they experienced then, you weren't. He saved you for this time. For whatever reason, I don't know.
Yeah, you're saying it's okay that God commanded all these genocides because I wasn't one of them.
I didn't. You can't put words in my mouth. You can't twist
That's what you
words.
just said, man.
What I'm saying is I think you should be more. I mean, you seem like unless you're just baiting, like, because what's your thing says? Help! I'm losing faith in God and the Bible, which you're asking questions to things that you should already know the answer to, unless you've only been a Christian for like maybe less than a year. I mean, you said earlier that you was Baptist.
Like 40 years of Christianity. What are you talking about? I don't know the answer to this. You said you did, and then you just came up here and smacked strawberry Starburst the whole time. Like, what are you doing?
What I was talking about was your question about the sacrifice. And then you started talking about some genocide this and genocide that.
You asked me what I was struggling with, and that was one of the things I'm struggling with.
I'm just trolling along with you, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's all that I'm doing.
So do you have an answer for us or not?
I don't know why God does what he does. I don't know why he takes out the people he does.
Then you might not be the right person to help me.
No one's going to help you but God. If you're looking for man to get answers,
God sends people to help people.
That's where you're going wrong.
I'm putting out a wide net and looking for some help here, but
okay, that's.
I cannot listen to this guy anymore. Am I being rude?
No, I think it's worth moving on.
It's just not like it's making. He left. Did you?
He said he didn't have answers, right?
I just don't know. Like, such a weird thing to be like. I need a little help with my stuff, and to come up and like yell at people. Calm down.
Hello.
Just trying to have a chill conversation. Sorry about that. Sorry, everyone. Probably let that go on for too long, but like, not everybody is. I don't know.
Kind of have that hope that like, oh, maybe there will be an answer here, right? So you just like hang on.
I was gonna drop him because he was like smacking his lips, but then he was like, "I've stopped questioning. I know the answer to these things." I was like, "Let's go." Like let's talk about the stuff, but then yeah, whatever. Anyway, sorry. Blue is your name Blue Fire?
Yeah, you can call me Blue Fire Burns. I don't either.
Blue. What's blue? What's blue? Evio.
Okay. Would there be any way to give you proof or something?
Yeah, just like send me like DM me a picture of your driver's license.
I don't have a driver's yet, but I do have my state license.
Okay. Yeah, just send me that and I'll let you back up, okay? I just like don't want to get in trouble with TikTok.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, how's it going? The war, I can't.
The war within, it's a reference to the spirit and the flesh being against each other, so we don't do what we want to do.
That's what we're talking about, kinda.
Yeah, it's a wrestle, and I was atheist before I came back to Christianity, so I've asked some questions you're asking. So
you were raised atheist?
No, I was raised Christian. I'm a medical doctor, and I became an atheist in med school. And then I saw the design of the human body and realized there is a God. And then I tried to figure out which God. So I read all the religious texts on Earth. It took like 7 years. The major ones.
What do you mean the design of the human body, like DNA or something?
Cyclic adenosine monophosphate. It's the process by which we make energy. Yeah, it's
yeah.
ADP is what most people would recognize kind of out of that.
Let me look. ADP.
ATP, adenosine triphosphate. But there's a process called cyclic adenosine monophosphate. It's the process by which the ATP is recharged, kind of like a battery. And I was like, no, this is straight up a design.
Why do you think it's a design?
It has to be. So for I could get into biochemistry if we want, but
just so you know, I believe you. I just like am curious about this particular. I've never heard of this thing. I just want to know. Is it just like really complicated or something?
It depends on if you have a decent understanding of basic biology. Do you remember like?
No, I mean, is that why the design is because it's such a complex like system?
Well, okay. So when you eat food, you break down the food through what's called the muscles of mastication. That's chewing, and then you swallow it through peristalsis, and it's broken down.
That's what that last guy was doing. Remember he?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's chemically broken down through amylase, which is, anyways, it goes into your stomach. It goes through more peristalsis. The carbs break down. So if it's like fat, it's beta oxidation. If it's carbs, it's glycolysis or glycolysis. That breaks them down into 2-pyruvate through a 10-step catabolic enzymatic pathway.
I'm trying to write some of this down, but I'm still at the swallowing point. Like, can you spell some of these words?
Well, I mean, it's just basic.
Just do your. I feel like it's the.
I'll Google it.
Yeah. This is like I'm more into theology these days. I can explain it, but it's kind of, unless you know basic biology.
I don't need to know the whole thing. I'm just curious about like when you go. At what point do you go? And that's why it's.
Okay. So the Bible talks about in Genesis, so does the Quran, that God breathed life into Adam. That would be like the spirit.
Yeah.
And it describes living water. And so at the end of the electron transport chain, the reason you breathe 21% oxygen, 78% nitrogen, 1% all other inert gases is because that 21% oxygen goes into your lungs and it absorbs 5% of it. It exchanges 5% for CO2. And so you breathe out 16% oxygen, 5% CO2, 78% nitrogen, whatever. Anyways, that CO2 that leaves your body and the oxygen that goes in, the reason you need oxygen in your body is to accept hydrogen, because that's the byproduct at the end of the electron transport chain. And when that hydrogen builds up as the byproduct of creating energy and the oxygen binds to it, it creates literal living water. And so for God to, because it's literally the water of life. So
no, I mean, but like the water isn't alive. It's just like water that we breathe in, right?
Well, okay, so it's the water that's, okay. I'll try to break it down a little bit. So the process I'm describing is what causes death if it doesn't happen. It's what's in medicine we call it a low energy state. Everything leads to a low energy state.
I get so what you're saying, just like because my audience has no idea what we're talking about. What I'm saying is like, if you're saying that like the Bible somehow like predicted this biological function or something.
No, not exactly. So in the Bible it says God made
born
Adam.
Again? I saw my friend Born Again in there.
It's okay. It says God made Adam out of the dust of the earth. That would be the body. And then breathed into him, which would be the spirit. And he became a living soul. What you would need if you fully formed a human body, but they didn't have oxygen yet, would be oxygen to accept hydrogen at the end of the electron transport chain. It would literally turn the human body on, like a car turning an ignition like a key turning an ignition in a car. And the byproduct of that would be water of life. And so it started to get me curious as like, that's kind
so
of
you were reading that and you remembered the Bible from when you were a kid?
No, it was more so, I kind of realized that a little bit later on as I was reading the books. I read the Bible later, actually. I read the Quran, the Bhagavad Gita, the Egyptian Book of the Dead, the Book of Mormon. I didn't want Jesus to be the one because I wanted to rebel against my parents, obviously, right? Didn't want them to be right. So I was
like my
actually
parents.
hoping to be, I do too, but you know, you just don't want to eat humble pie, right? So I actually was hoping to become a Muslim or a Hindu or whatever. I was reading all their books and trying to figure out what they all said, and I realized they all say basically the same thing: be a good person, live a good life, do the right thing, you'll be okay. And then the Bible is the only one that's different. It says you're not a good person, you can't save yourself, and you need a savior. The Bible is the only one that's different, and it tells you what you don't want to hear. And so for me, that's kind of
that's not true. The Quran says a bunch of crazy stuff in it. There's a lot of stuff I don't want to hear in the Quran.
Well, sure, there's a lot of rules. The Quran always says that you're saved by the grace of Allah and good deeds. It always references doing good deeds. So it's a saved by works.
Yeah, that seems harder. I don't want to do that one. I'd rather do, like, wouldn't it be better to have the God who just like forgives you without a deed?
Well, yeah. Okay, so it's impossible to be forgiven by deeds if God is holy. And so when Allah forgives it in the Quran, when he just waves a magic wand and says, I forgive you for the slip of sin, it calls it a slip. It's at the cost of his holiness because he didn't pay a price for it. The whole point of the blood
right.
sacrifice.
That's like what we were talking about before is like the wages of sin is death, right? And so the blood sacrifice.
Wages of goodness. Yeah, the wages of goodness is life too, though. It's an algebraic statement. But the only one that's good is Christ. So you're either in Christ, like wearing the garments of Christ.
The wages, so like when you act good, you get life?
Yeah, but you have to act perfectly good based on God's holiness, and it's impossible.
But that's what you just said there. Oh, so you're saying it is acts, but we can't do it.
We're saved by works, but the works of Christ, not the works. So if you could live a perfect life, you would be able to there's two ways into heaven. Live an absolute morally perfect life by God's standard of holiness, which is impossible for a human, or...
But why? Why did he set it up like that?
Because
that's what I was stuck on before. Like that's what I was talking about with the other guy. Like, oh, so like I get that. I know the rules. Like, you know,
sure.
I get you. Like I know what you're talking about. Like you don't have to say all of it, but like, what my question is, where I'm kind of stuck, is someone was saying, and like, Joel was the one who pointed out that like you can also just give him some flour. You pour some flour out, and that counts as a forgiveness. And then you get to go to heaven. So it's like, why are we killing people?
Let me, and great question. I've had these same questions. Let me hit a basic, just real quick framework for why he even did things the way it seems that he did. It seems that if he created us with no sentience, we would just be robots, right? If we didn't have sentience. If God created humans but did not give us sentience, we would just be robots, right?
I mean, without sentience, we'd be like, yeah, like tree or like trees or something, right?
Yeah. So he gives us sentience.
Like bugs. Yeah.
But if he gives us sentience but no free will, now we're just prisoners, right? We can exercise free will, but we can't, or we can think and feel, but we have to obey his will. So he gives us free will on top of it. And if he gives us sentience and free will but no alternative choice, now you can pick anything as long as it's him. That's not fair either. So he gives us sentience, free will, and an alternative choice, which is anything but him, to be out of his presence, which the Bible calls evil. Right? God formed peace and created evil. He formed light and created darkness. In Isaiah, it says.
I know all this stuff. I'm asking about something else, though. Like, sorry to be rude to interrupt, but like, why are you telling me? Like, I know about free will and stuff.
Right. So the next point sets up the answer to the question. So if he gives us sentience and free will and an alternative choice, but he completely screws us over for taking that choice, then there is it's unfair again, right? So you can try the alternative choice other than me, but you'll burn in hell for all eternity. So he gives us a get out of jail free card. It's like a sin subscription. Go sin. It's the prodigal city, right? Go sin as much as you want.
I know, but what I'm saying is, why does someone have to die on a cross for that? Why don't we just go, oh yeah, I believe in God, or I don't believe in God? Before Jesus, people believed in God and didn't believe in God. That was still a thing. Then Jesus came and some people believe in God and some people don't. What was the point of it? Yeah. That's where I'm trying to like nail down, and you're talking about other things.
The absolute point, if you want just a single word to nail it all down, is God's holiness. It's because of his perfect holiness.
That's why he killed his son?
Yeah, because of his holiness, any sin separates us from him to such an eternal extent that it requires death to pay the bill. I don't understand why
that's the why. Why death?
the Bible says the wages of sin is death, as the equal and opposite statement of the wages of
Joel,
goodness
am
is
I
life.
not like saying this right?
Yeah, like it seems to me, if, and I don't know, this is just a guess, but like if God is all powerful, is there not like unlimited options for him? Like you were listing all these things, like this dichotomy, all these dichotomies. It's like, it seems like all of that is arbitrary if God is all powerful. Wouldn't that be how that would work?
Yeah, so like the wages of sin is death, but who made that?
It seems to be that character has to be earned. It can't be given. So in
No,
other
I mean,
words,
who made the wages of sin? Who set it at death?
it seems that these are the rules of the system that God created. Now you're asking why
God,
did God
right?
create the system?
Yeah, why not
Right.
something else?
I have a hypothesis, but I'm trying to get to that. These things are systemic questions. If you understand the systems, you can derive answers from the systems. That's why I'm building a framework. Because it won't. I can try to answer, but it will just lead in circles until.
I think what we're running into is that, like, as you're describing the system, the question is always who's making this system, and then couldn't they have made it anyway, right? So you're saying these things like this is how it is, almost as if this is how it has to be, and that's the big question mark. That I think, is that what you're saying, Mezzo? It feels like there's a big question mark, like why, just like why.
The pin,
and I'm
the
not
pin that
trying to like
holds-
fight with you or anything, dude. I'm just like the only reason I'm like interrupting you, we're kind of stopping is like I'm trying to like narrow down where I'm stuck so that you can, speak directly to that, because it sounds like you're really smart. Like you're a lot smarter than me, and I like talking to smart people, but I also like don't understand a lot of what you're saying. So I'm trying to just like
Sure.
pinpoint it, and so maybe just say what it is, and then the easy quick one, and then like when I go why is
Sure.
it that, then build the framework. So why did God set the wages of sin at death and not something
It all goes,
else?
yeah, in a single word, his holiness. And again, it doesn't quite make sense. Like, yeah, but it's like, well, that's why I'm trying to build the frame to explain what his holiness is. But to just cut to the top of the pyramid and explain kind of the end point, skipping over quite a bit. To create a system, it has to incorporate things that are true. And so we're saying, well, God created truth. So whatever pin is forcing this system to be the way it is would have to be true outside of our universe and true at his level. And it can't change. And that would be his holiness. Because he's holy, things work the way they do. It always goes back to because he's holy.
So he can't change it. He couldn't have made it something else.
He can't not be holy. Like he has
No, I
to
mean
be
he can't make the wages something else.
Well, there's variables and constants in these systems, and the main constant that cannot change, you could think of it as the speed of light in our realm,
His holiness.
would be his holiness.
I get
He
that.
cannot
One
jeopardize
question I have, sorry, it just will maybe help. Can you tell us what holiness means? Like, I'm hearing the word, but I just like genuinely, and I've been reading the Bible and I see it used many different ways. What does it
I can
mean
do that.
to
It's
be
like
holy?
like he's good. Like it's morally he's good.
morally excellent.
That's-
There's several ways to describe it. Some would say it's being set apart, so the light
Yeah.
from the darkness. But you could call
pure
it
is
moral.
another way to probably say. So it feels to me like it's got a very vast semantic range, to the point of when you say God is holy and that's why, it's not saying very much to me, because it's like a word that doesn't have a definition that's specific enough to.
Also,
It's
like,
not
but if
referring-
it's like, if it is that he's like his pureness, his goodness, his like perfectionness, that's probably not a word, but like if that's what it is, then like by his holiness, he would then make the wages of sin. You still go to heaven. Everyone
according
goes to
to
heaven. I'm
this-
I'm talking about me. Yes, I'm going to say this is what I'm thinking, and then you can like instead of interrupting, you can like hear the end of my thought, and then say, here's why it has to be that, right? So I'm saying if it's holiness, then ultimate forgiveness, ultimate grace, ultimate holiness would mean everyone just gets to go to heaven.
Sure.
So why is it death instead of heaven?
Well, I'll answer that question in just a second. Jumping back to holiness, I think it's more described as what it's not. That's why it's hard to pin down what it is, because holiness is described as the lack of all sin. It's not the abundance of anything. It's like the lack. In other words, what business
It
does
says
light
the
have
state
with
of being holy. That doesn't help us very much. I hate it when they do that. What do they?
So
Why do
where
they?
is it described? Where is it described as the lack of all sin? You say it's the definition, but like, where do we find that?
So
Here it is.
if you go to
Dedicated
Isaiah,
or consecrated to God or a religious purpose, sacred.
still a crappy definition. If you just go to Isaiah where it says God created evil, it tells you right there.
It says, and holiness means not sin.
Wait, where it
Not
says
sin.
what?
God created evil.
So Isaiah 47.
Where does it says that?
Yeah,
45.
Isaiah 47. I think.
40, it's 45. I think it's 45:7 or 47:5. I don't.
So
know.
you'll see that God
47:5
creates.
is sit in silence and go into darkness. Daughter Chaldea. Is that
So
not it?
I can't look up the verse because I'm on my phone. If I
The
leave
war.
this,
You know that it doesn't mean evil. It means calamity, right? That's what.
Rising of the sun.
I mean, it's-
I, the Lord, I form the light and create darkness. I make weal and create woe. I, the Lord, do those things. Weal.
what translation are you reading?
It's just like the one my parents gave. It's NRSV. I have a King James,
Okay, well-
but I don't like the King James. It's too hard to read. What is weal?
But where's the part that says that thing about the holy? Is
Okay.
that the next verse? Or?
We
Well, it
just
says
read
he makes
So
the
King-
light and the darkness.
But light is the absence of darkness. Is the absence of light. It's not a separate entity. God, he
made
forms
both, though.
one thing. Well, he forms one and he creates two states: the absence of it and the presence of it. And so, when you form light, bring it into creation, you can either give light or take light, and that creates two states: light or darkness. And so, in the
That's
same
how we get the definition of holy. This is very convoluted. I
No, it's
almost
just-
feel like it's. I don't even know if I can follow it.
well, that's kind of problematic because that's actually super simple. Light.
Well, you're
is-
saying that like God, the definition of holy being without sin is because God is dualistic.
No, that now it's getting complicated. It's
geez.
It's like an equal and
it's-
opposite reaction. When he makes light, darkness forms naturally along with as like a byproduct.
well, no. If I birth you,
Therefore,
let's say I birth a child into this world,
holy
and I
means-
put the child in a room and take the child out of a room. I've created one being, but I've also created two states: the presence of it and the absence of it. Let me.
What?
So if you just read that word,
Oh. Wait, but is that so? Like everything has an existence and a non-existence.
well, it has a presence and a non-presence. And so, in other words, if I create heat, I've also now if I formed heat, I've created cold. Because if heat now exists, you can have the presence of heat or the absence of heat.
That's just not
call the-
true.
So then God is God's existence is one thing, but like then there's things that where He's not present, and
Correct.
everywhere where God is not present is unholy.
But he's
wherever
Correct.
God-
but
unholy,
he's
but
he's
wherever
Correct.
God-
no, he's omnipresent.
Is He omnipresent more?
Yes, but he turns his face from. Okay, I'm
Okay.
trying to build up to these points. This is a very basic part of the conversation. Let me
Is it?
just try to
Shit.
read this. I have very solid answers on these things. If you guys do want to know these things,
I don't know if I like trust you on that, because your like answers so far have been like really convoluted and confusing.
they're not. It's actually super simple. So I do, and I'm not trying to be
Well,
full
say
rank or
one.
anything. Okay, let me just speak real slow. I'm not trying to be. I'm not trying to be funny or anything. I'm just trying to.
You could
I'm
be funny.
surprised we're
That'd be
getting
great.
stuck.
Actually, you could be funny. That'd be fine.
I'm surprised we're getting stuck this early on, and so I'm just trying to like make sure I'm being super clear.
Is
So,
early?
these are.
You're not talking about the thing we're asking about. That's why we're stuck. We're saying
you're
we're
asking
saying
foundational
why can't the
questions.
wages of sin be you go to jail for a minute? Why can't the wages
Okay,
of sin be
I can-
no screens for a week? Why can't it be something else? Why must it be death?
I've had 20 million video views this year on TikTok alone. People consider me one of the best at explaining these things simply. I'm known for explaining these complex things very simply. I know that I'm good at this.
Then what's the simple answer for it?
If you, let me get to it. I promise you, this is not that complicated.
Then just say it. Like, why do you have to do all the bragging and the other stuff and go through Isaiah? Just like say the reason. Try to restate the question and the answer. The reason the wages of sin is death and not something else is because
of God's holiness. I told you already. And
that isn't an answer. That doesn't make sense.
I told you
holiness would be less death. Isn't holiness like good?
I told you that it wouldn't make sense unless I first explained the framework, and you said jump to the end, and I said it won't make sense, and now we're arguing over why it doesn't make sense.
So he's stuck. His holiness limits him in that way.
His holiness is a constant in the mathematical equation of salvation. Everything else is variable
can't change
around it.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, yeah, because then he'd be a sinner. It's the rock.
The way you view God is very different than the way I do. My God has free will. I'm not sure who you're talking about.
God, okay, let's just go back to Isaiah 45:7 real quick. It says, word for word, King James, I form light and create darkness. That lets you know that darkness is the absence of light. So he forms something.
That doesn't say that. He could have made both things.
Is darkness, is cold an entity of itself, or is it the absence of heat?
I think it's its own thing.
It's not. So heat is vibrations. And when you get to absolute zero, a lack of vibration, then you end up with cold. It's the lack of heat.
But okay, so is that true of all things, or is that just hot, cold, light, dark? Is that also true of evil? Like, is that true? Is it like? Go ahead.
Yes. So can I please finish a single sentence?
I thought that about dark too, but then in the plagues of Egypt, God sends darkness like it's an actual thing, a darkness.
He takes away light.
They phrase it.
It says he sends darkness, so I guess they phrased it wrong.
Guys, if you please just let me finish this one verse. It will straight up. It uses the same framework.
I'm going to let you finish the whole verse. Go ahead. Go.
Okay. It says, I form light and create darkness. We know the relationship between light and darkness. One is the absence of the other. And then the next part of the sentence says, I make peace and create evil. And if it's true, and I agree that it's an assumption, but if the relationship between evil and peace is the same as darkness and light, then evil is the absence of peace. And it says, I, the Lord, do these things. It's very simple. It says basically word for word.
That assumption is not true. There's times in the Bible where God says that the act that someone is doing is evil. The devil is an evil entity.
Yes,
the devil isn't a lack of God. The devil is a being.
Oh man, guys, I don't know that I can help you. It's not that I don't have answers for these things, but if we're getting caught up on this stuff, you got to
prove that evil doesn't really exist. Then
I don't think I'm starting to think
just like coldness.
You don't want
war. I'm worried that like maybe the 20 million people that said you were good at explaining things like presupposed what you were saying was true and just accepted it like pablum, like a baby accepts pablum. But like when you're speaking here, like genuinely, it's really hard to like.
I'm not wrong because you can't understand me. That's a fact.
Well, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying that like I don't get where you're going with this. Like when I think
that's your fault and your problem.
When I think
don't be rude, dude. Like
you guys are saying I don't make sense.
You're smarter than us, and so we're trying to help you understand where we're stuck, and you're like being. All right, let me try this. Just think about this. You can't like if there's coldness, right? You can make it heat. You can make it hot, right? But you can't make hot cold, right? You can only take away heat. Right? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. What we call cold is the absence.
Yeah, same with light. Yes. You can't put darkness on something. You can only take light away from something, right? But
correct.
Can you put evil in something?
My point is, if they work the same way, and I think they do, no.
Then what are like demonic possessions? So it like a demon goes into somebody and it takes holiness away?
No, not at all. So, a matter of fact, I do exorcisms. I could explain the legal system, but that's very complex.
Or maybe it's just like can an angel possess you?
Yeah, spirit. So what a soul is when a spirit occupies flesh.
So maybe like a demon is like the absence of angel, but in a being that is, and then it's evil that has gone in you. So you have an absence of good angel character. Is that maybe what it is, Ward?
Well, the Bible just clearly explains this stuff. It's, if you want to know about this hierarchy, it's basically there are angels that are created beings from God. Angel means
sorry, before you go off on a diatribe, I think what we're looking for is like, how does it make sense that evil is just the absence of good when a demon can possess you? Would the demon be an absence of good being? Like, do the math on that, like with the privation of good theory.
Oh man, you guys are again asking me to give you the fruit of a system without explaining the system, and it's not going to make sense.
Well, you want to like go off on like the angel,
I want to
the demon
explain
going in you and deliverance and stuff, but like I just want to know. I think what Mezzo was asking was like, it seems like evil is possessing somebody, but you're saying it's the absence of good that's possessing them, and that just doesn't math for me. Or it seems Mezzo doesn't math for him either.
I think evil exists. I don't know. Like this
is
this is a new idea for me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, there's a lot of questions you're asking me. They're all very explainable, but also it seems like you guys don't want me to be able to explain more than 20 seconds at a time. So what would you like me to try to answer exactly?
Okay, sure. So like, do you think that sweetness and bitterness both exist?
Those are the shape of the molecule when they hit the receptors on your tongue. That's a totally different type of system.
Okay. Do you think light and darkness both exist?
No, darkness is the absence of light.
Okay. Do you think good and evil?
You can trap light. You can't trap darkness.
Do you think good and evil both exist?
I think evil is what we describe as the absence of good.
So you don't think evil exists?
It exists as a phenomenon that is what we describe, that is defined as the absence of good, just like darkness, just like cold.
Right. So it doesn't have like ontology. It's just like a lack of something.
It has characteristics, but it's defined as the absence of something else.
So is evil
like is loneliness
it's
real,
it's just less goodness?
Well, if a person leaves your life and you become lonely, is that the absence of that person, or is it its own thing called loneliness? It's a phenomenon.
I feel like loneliness is an emotion. It's like a real emotion that you feel.
Yes, but it's a phenomenon that is caused by the absence of something.
Well, you can be with people and still feel lonely. Like I think
but it's still it's a feeling of missing something, right? Something is gone. So it's a broken
being
life.
alone, I would say.
I feel like it sounds a little bit maybe like you're saying that evil, since it doesn't have its own ontology, it really is described by the amount of goodness that's in it, right? So like, helping an old lady cross the street is really good, but kicking her is still has some goodness, but it's less goodness. It doesn't like switch over into evil. It's just less goodness, like almost to zero.
Again,
right?
So it goes back to God's holiness. So we're not talking about degrees of goodness. There's only one standard.
Response to that. Just not going to address me.
No, that I'm literally addressing you. I'm confused if you guys actually want to know any of this stuff, or if this is like a troll channel or something. Is this a sincere thing you're trying to do?
I'm trying to be, but like it's the way that you speak is really confusing.
Like we've been really working hard to understand you and like taking the time to like listen to this. But the thing is that like, and I know that you're just really, really, really smart. It seems like a lot of what you're saying just doesn't comport with reality the way that like I understand it. Like,
sure, that's true.
If I were going to be like, somebody gave me a bouquet of flowers and I go, that's good. That's a good action. That's kind. That's positive. And I can like feel the kindness and the goodness there. But then if somebody goes and like hurts a child sexually, let's say, like that's a bad, like that's even worse bad than the flowers were good. And it's like, that's evil. Like that has to be a thing that exists the way that the the kindness of the good thing existed.
It just it doesn't seem like, oh, that's really not good. It seems like it's crossed
that's
over
the absence of so much good. It's like that's ridiculous to call it that. It's like it's evil.
I have to go do a
has its
thing
own
real
thing.
quick, but I wanted to read this verse that says, "Woe unto them that call evil good and good evil, that put darkness for light and light for that put bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter." It seems like you might be conflating the two, but I have to go say goodnight to my kids.
Are we able to
Joel,
continue to talk
are you
here, or-
okay, Joel? Like for just a minute?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Cool. So I might have a second here to explain. So what you said is absolutely correct. To you, it doesn't make sense because of the definitions you're using. The Bible describes this as having eaten from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which gave you the autonomy necessary to put God on trial. And so now you've made up your own definitions. You've done exactly what that verse says. Now you call evil good and good evil.
Well, I'm not defining it. I'm saying that like
you literally are.
If something good is
what does good mean?
If an action is something good, it's what we apply to an action. So like giving is good, right?
Well, you said that because of your definition.
I'm asking, is giving good or no?
No.
Oh, what's good then?
God's holiness is good. That's the holiness is good. That's the only thing that's good. Everything else is pure evil.
Okay, so any of our actions is not good.
Humans are only evil continuously. This is what I'm saying you don't understand is the depravity of man. The Bible says you think you're a good person because you've made up your own definitions of goodness and you think you've satisfied that definition. What I'm saying is when you go to Judgment Day, God's going to use his standard of goodness, which is himself. And so
like, let me ask you this real quick. So like for me, if I were to feed the hungry, that would be evil.
If you are not in Christ, it's the Bible says in Isaiah.
Yeah, so the action of feeding the hungry is evil.
It says all your works are filthy rags to God.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so it's evil though. You're saying it's the absence of good, so it's not good.
It's just not good, which is defined as the phenomenon of evil.
Which is evil. Yeah. So Jesus said, told us to feed the poor, but feed the hungry, but when we do that, he told us to do something that's not good, essentially. Right?
Sure. Like for instance, let me ask you a question from Stoicism, right? Let's say you feed the hungry and the food you gave them had a bacteria in it that kills one of them. Was it a good thing or a bad thing that you did?
I don't know, but you're saying it's always bad to feed the hungry. God told us to do something bad, right?
Okay, but you're saying that your intention was good to feed the hungry, but you accidentally
in your view, real quick, just to hold you to it. In your view, it's always like God told us to do something that is always bad, which is and never good, which is to feed the hungry. Right?
Wait, what? What are you guys talking about?
Well, what War Within said was that every single thing we ever do on this planet, any act we take is always bad. It's always a separation from God. It's always none of it is good because only God is good. And so even feeding the hungry would not be good. So Jesus commanded us to do something that's not good. This is, I honestly, and we are searching.
Let me just ask the host real quick.
With our faith.
Maybe it's like because you're not feeding all of the hungry, like you're not doing it enough.
No, he said
host,
if you feed the hungry, they'll have some bacteria maybe.
Do you literally think that's what I said? Do you think he gave you an honest summary of what I said?
He's my best friend. I trust him with my life.
Well, we could play the tape, so I could just say it again. Like,
why don't we just rehash the question?
Did you say that everything that we do is not
say
good?
What I said again.
Okay.
Let me just say what I said again, and then you can quote me on it, right? I said, you have eaten from the tree of knowledge of good and evil like everyone else, and now you have your own definitions of good and evil. That's what the verse he just read said. Now you call what is evil good and what is good evil. Meaning you love what God hates and you hate what God loves. And salvation is to love what God loves and hate what God hates. The Bible is the story of taking a piece of fruit off the tree in the Old Testament and the piece of fruit being put back on the tree in the New Testament. That's Christ on the cross. That's why it says, eat me and drink me, because I'm the fruit.
Can't listen to this guy anymore. Like he can't like answer one direct question without like going all the way back to the apple. Like everything he does is like a 12-minute diatribe.
I know that he's smart and he's got a lot of views and a lot of follows, but honestly, he just blatantly lied because I gave him a response that debunked the nonsense. I want to believe this stuff. I need help with this faith stuff. But when you get somebody on here that's like gonna tell you something,
maybe he's out of our league.
That's so absurd, but it sounds absurd. And then to lie and say like, no, I never said that. Like,
I don't know. I feel like that's a con.
I'll play it back on YouTube. I just think like, you know, he was bragging about how like, oh, I get so many views because I can explain things so simply. But I don't think that he is used to people like digging in a bit more and be like, well, what do you mean by that? What does that actually mean? Then it's like, he's like, just let me finish this thing. And then there's like these buzzwords. You know what I mean? Like there's these buzzwords that I've used myself too. When I don't know the answer for something, I'll just be like, because holiness.
Yeah.
And I don't like, when I actually like later go and question, I'm like, I don't know if, like what that means exactly. So like, I don't know. I think sometimes he was just like doing some buzzwords.
Yeah.
And like not able to really like.
Bugs buzz, by the way. Bugs do buzz.
That's why I said it probably, right? That's funny. Welcome in. Glad to have you here.
How's it going, brother?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing great, man.
How old are you?
I am 25.
You're just about the same age as my best buddy Joel here.
That's cool.
Yep. By the way, I'm gonna have to dip out. Mezzo, it's been a pleasure. Listen, if you find some answers tonight, can you make sure to like let me know, send me a message, and like give me.
Yeah, I mean,
if you hear anything that's like,
I'll save the whole live and I'll just send it to you in the morning.
Oh, that seems like it'll be long, but all right, perfect.
Well, I'm only going to be on for like 5 more hours.
Fair enough. All right, love you.
I love you too. Have a good day. Oh, I thought he meant like later. Dang. Anyways, what's up? Have you ever like had some struggles with your faith and stuff?
I mean, I think I've been through what everybody's been through. I mean, I believe in Jesus wholeheartedly. I was baptized when I was like 9 or 10, and, you know, through high school and college, I, you know, kind of went down the route of hedonism, I would say. And then, you know, after college, and the real world, and
I know what that's code for.
Yeah, you know, I mean, that's just me being real. You know, we're all sinners in this world. But what I will say is the dude that was on before, he was really close to getting you guys the answer. I know you guys were upset that he kept going back to the tree of life, or the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, but that is like the answer for the questions that you guys were asking.
For which question?
So, like, he was bringing it to the end. So the tree of the knowledge of good and evil is the tree that God told.
I know that's the answer, but for which question? We had a bunch of questions. Which question are you talking about?
So the one at the end where he was basically trying to, he was basically trying to point you guys to the reason why Jesus had to come in the first place, right? So why is good good and why is evil evil, right? It's because we ate from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. So what we think is good in God's eyes is evil, right? Nobody on this planet is a good person in God's eyes because we have all sinned.
I think it's good to like respect my parents.
I understand what you're saying, but I think where he missed it is he didn't tell you this, right? So in the Bible, it says, if any person on the earth, right, if any of us do any of the 10 commandments, like if we lie, if we cheat, if we steal, right, we are guilty of all of those sins, right? Even if we do it just one time, we're guilty of it all.
Oh, that's Old Testament stuff, though. Like, I'm talking.
Yes, but that doesn't.
That's all old. We don't. That's not. That isn't like the law anymore.
The 10 commandments are their commandments. They didn't go away just because Jesus went to heaven, right? So the 10 commandments are what stayed. The 613 Levitical laws that were during the theocracy of Israel is what went away.
The
10 commandments.
603. The other ones. Yeah. Wait, is that true?
Yes, that is true.
Where does it say that? I would love to see that.
So what it says is Jesus said when he was on the earth that he did not come to abolish the law, but he came to fulfill it. And he said that the two most important commandments were to love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength, and to love your neighbors as yourself, right? Which fulfill all of those 10 commandments.
Hold on a second. Something like weird is happening. Someone like being annoying in the chat? Sorry, 1 second. I don't have. Normally Joel does like this mod stuff.
No, you're good.
War Within, are you trying to like buy the recording of this? What are you talking about? I mean, it's free. You can send me a Cash App if you want, but like it's free. Just look it up on YouTube. It's not like that big a deal. Anyways, sorry.
No, you're good.
Like, I don't know. That guy was like a lot. Anyway, you seem better. So you're saying you're answering why. So like the main question I think that we were talking about is like why it had to be that the wages of sin are death. But I mean, I have other stuff too. If you want to talk about something else, we don't have to like do the same conversation again.
I understand that. I feel like I could answer that question for you simply by, so the sins that we commit on this earth, they come with a price, right? So the price of that sin is death. And the reason for that is God's holiness. Because he is holy, he cannot allow us to enter the kingdom of heaven without also being made holy. And that's why in the Old Testament, they had to sacrifice animals, because blood is what pays the price for our sins.
But why is it blood? What about blood is so holy?
Describes this, I think it's in Isaiah somewhere. It describes like why it is that it has to be blood, but it is an atonement.
Well, it doesn't always have, not every time. God can just forgive. God can also just forgive you without blood.
Can you give me an example?
Yeah, let me find this verse we were talking about earlier. Verse. I want to make sure I say it right.
No, you're good. Because I mean, just to be clear, I mean, that's the main reason why Jesus had to come in the first place, right? So Jesus is God in the flesh, and he came because he had to fulfill the law 100%.
I know that. That stuff. Yeah. Okay, so here's the thing where it's like in Leviticus, where he's like first saying, I don't know if it's the first time, but he's saying like, here's how to become clean, right? You've done something, you've become unclean. However, then what you can do is, you realize your guilt in any of these, you shall confess the sin you have committed, and you shall bring to the Lord as your penalty for the sin that you've committed a female from the flock, sheep or goat, as a purification offering, and the priest shall make atonement on your behalf for the sin. So that's like the sheep blood, right? Mm-hmm. But it says, but if you cannot afford a sheep as your penalty, 2 turtle doves or 2 pigeons, one for purification and the other for a burnt offering. So one you bleed out and the other one you burn. But then down at 11, there's a Leviticus 5:11. Mm-hmm. It says, but if you cannot afford 2 turtle doves or 2 pigeons, you shall bring as your offering for the sin you have committed 1/10 of an ephah of choice flour for purification offering. Do not put it in oil or lay frankincense on it, for it is a purification offering. You just bring grain.
So what that is so that's a form of tithing, right? So what happens in the Bible,
this is a sin atonement.
I understand there's a sin atonement.
Ephah? How do you say it? Ephah?
I'm not sure which.
Oh, and by the way, The War Within, my YouTube isn't the one that that hosts this thing. It's called Deconstruction Junction. Yeah, you can find it there. And just send a Cash App, like the link's in my bio. You can just send it there for the 100.
But essentially what that is, right? So it's giving away for even the people who are poor and cannot afford the sheep or the doves to be able to still sacrifice something to the Lord, right?
Yeah.
But also you have to remember in this time, the priests, they sacrificed for the entire tribe, the entire nation of Israel, the priests. I think it was a couple of times a year at festivals, they had to sacrifice for the entire people. So even though these poorer people are only providing a tenth of their grain or a tenth of their oils, they are still getting a blood sacrifice done for them by the priests.
Oh, so one sheep can cover a whole tribe?
If it's done in a specific way as it's laid out in Leviticus, but yes, essentially blood pays the price.
Okay, so here's the thing. Why couldn't God make it where one ephah, whatever that is, like it's like a scoop of flour, pays the price for the whole tribe?
Because, so what I would say, I mean, obviously I am not God, you know, I don't know what goes through his mind, but I think what it is.
That's why I think that's what I'm having trouble with too. That's what I'm saying. Like,
what it is in the Old Testament, especially in the Old Testament, even when Jesus was here, people did not have the Holy Spirit, right? So us as Christians, we have the Holy Spirit that lives within us, that enables us to do good things, right? If you do not have the Holy Spirit, it doesn't matter how many sin offerings you do, you are still going to stumble, you are still going to fall. So I think that the sin offering, what it was essentially just pointing the nation of Israel to the ultimate savior, the ultimate sacrifice that was going to be in Jesus. You know,
Robert,
there's not going to be any.
Sorry, Robert, you're I don't know why people keep like doing this. Like, I go to church. I know this stuff. The stuff I'm asking, they don't give answers to at church. So like if I ask you a question and you just like say the church stuff I heard on Sunday, you're not really like addressing the thing I'm stuck at. You know what I mean?
I get what you're saying. I mean, what can you repeat your question? I try to answer it again.
Okay. God could make it, because he can do everything. He could make it where flour, only flour, no sheep at all, atone for the sins of the whole tribe. Heck, the whole world. One bag of flour, poof, the whole world's sins are cured. Why not? Why all the blood? Like, not just Jesus's, which is like, you know, sad, obviously, and painful, but like all the sheep throughout all the time, like in the Old Testament, like just make it one bag of flour. This is for the whole world. Flour's out. Everyone's fine. Why not?
Okay. I understand what you're asking now, and I have an answer for you, right? So, I am going to go back to Adam and Eve, just so you know, but it is an answer to your question. When we first committed the sin, right, of eating from the tree of knowledge and good and evil, that invited death into this world, and blood is a symbol for life. It symbolizes life. So that's why there needs to be a blood.
Oh, it's just like symbolic?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I think that we should have like done, because there's other stuff that symbolizes, like it could have been hair, right? Or something like that. Like you have to cut your hair off and then you're good. And then no one has to die. Because I think like the big problem with it is like, for Christians now and for like people back then who were, you know, keeping up on their.
I'm still here.
Oh, okay. Your thing like went on teacup or something like that. So, and people back then who were like keeping up on their sheep sacrifices, when they died, they go to heaven, right? But most people don't, and they still have blood, right? And they like eat for whatever thing, like they still should be covered by Jesus, whether they believe or not. It should just be covered, and like it's just not. So like I don't understand why. Like I don't get like what sacrifice does. If it's just symbolic, like it's just theater, it's just a show, then that's like crazy that so many people are going to hell over this show. You know what I mean? That's like dangerous to me.
I get what you're saying, but one thing you have to consider, right? So blood is the ultimate symbol for life. Like, I know you said you could do hair, that's a symbol for life, but blood is the essence of your life. So that's why he requires blood as a sacrifice to wash away the death that you were supposed to pay for your sins.
But
And
why do we have to pay death for sins? Because of the tree? The tree brought death into the world. Why not something else? Why didn't the tree bring butterflies into the world? Like, I think you're not quite like, the whole thing of what I'm saying is that God can do anything. He determines whether it's blood or butterflies. You know what I mean?
So
like,
I think that that's where a lot of people conflate, like they get things wrong in a sense. So God can do anything, but he cannot do anything that contradicts his nature. So because God is 100% holy,
wait, say that
there is
one more
nobody.
time? Sorry.
So God cannot do anything that contradicts his nature, right? And God's nature is
he's
holy.
omnipotent, though.
Yeah, but that isn't, so by that, in the Christian stance, it does not mean that he can just, like, he can't create a square circle, for instance.
No, like,
right?
that's a logical for sure, but like,
Yeah. But he also can't do
omnipotent
that.
means that like nothing's outside of your nature.
Yes. So in that, if that's the definition, then I would argue that he's not omnipotent because he cannot do things that contradict his nature.
You said that, not me. I'm not going to hell with you, man. Like the whole thing is like it says in oh God, whereas like in Matthew, like God, humans, mortals can't do it, but for God, like, he's
everything
omnipotent.
is possible that is good. Right? So God is not the, like, in a sense, because God created us and he created the angels, therefore evil was created, but he did not create evil in a sense. He created only good, but he created every being on the planet and the worlds that he made with free will. So we all decided to sin against the Lord, which is why there is good and evil. He did not create evil.
Yeah, the last guy was saying he created evil, but I had never seen that verse before, so I don't know.
So what like, in a sense, he created evil, but ultimately we are the creators of evil, if you get what I'm saying.
No. Who made evil?
So God created us. He created us with a free will, knowing that we would commit evil. So in a sense,
here's a problem then. Okay, and I heard someone else say this in another live, so I might say it wrong, but like the idea is before humans or the universe or anything exists, it's just God, and it's perfect, right? God is good. Even alone, he's perfect. He's complete. He's omnipotent, omnibenevolent. That means like all good, right? He is everywhere. There's nowhere to be yet, but literally is everything. So he is everywhere. And then he makes a universe knowing evil will come out of it. So he goes from the state of perfection, that's just him, to the next state, which is him and the universe, which has some evil in it. And so he, like, being perfect, how do you go from being perfect to making the universe less perfect? Like, I feel like a perfect being would just continue on perfectly.
so my answer to that question will first of all be, one, God was not alone, right? So we believe in one being, God, that exists in three persons. So the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit have been together forever, loving each other. You know what I'm saying? And they created us. So God chose to create us not as robots, because he could have created us as robots, all good, all loving robots that just will only serve him, you know? But he gave us the free will to be able to choose whether or not we want to go down the path of worshiping him or following Satan. And I know a lot of people say that there's so many people that are going to be damned to hell, right? But we do not know what's going to happen at Judgment Day. We don't know how many people are going to enter the gates of heaven or how many people are going to enter the gates of hell. And God,
it's more that go to hell, though. Like, that's what it says.
Many people go to hell. The path to hell is very wide, and the path to heaven is very narrow.
Yeah.
But God gives you that choice, which to me is, the greatest thing that he could have done, because ultimately he could have just created us.
wouldn't it be better if like more people were in heaven?
I think that what's better is that every single person that is living and breathing has a choice. If they want to be with God, they can. If they don't want to be with God, they don't have to be. So many people can listen to evidence.
I mean, I disagree, but okay.
What I'm saying is, I mean, many people will listen to evidence for God. They will hear, like, I can't say proof because you can't prove anything, but they will hear claims about Jesus that, I mean, have not been disproven to this day. And they still will not believe in Jesus because of their presuppositions to the supernatural.
Robert, as someone who's on the brink of being an agnostic, me, I think that, you know, look, there's a lot of good arguments on both sides. I'm willing to admit that. Like when I hear some Christians will just be like, atheists don't know anything, this and that, and then some atheists will be like, Christians don't know anything. Like, I think they're wrong. Like, there's a lot of really good arguments and a lot of good evidence for God, and there's a lot of stuff that is like good arguments against it. So for someone who's kind of like here going, yeah, I don't know if I'm convinced of this or not anymore. I don't know what I'm feeling. I'm kind of like not sure. If I get hit by a truck today, the like idea of hell is not worth it. Like this, it's not this choice where I'm like, oh, I want to go to heaven for sure. If it's there, that's like what I've been wanting. It's what I've been counting on my whole life. But what I'm saying is like, if it's not real and I stop believing in it, I don't know if I can even help that. It's just because there's like this evidence and stuff that's presented to me. I'm like, that's a good argument. That's got me questioning. And then I get hit by a truck, and like just because I was questioning, I go to eternal torture. Like that sounds like it's not worth it. I would have, for someone who's on the fence, I would have rather just been born in heaven and be like, hey, you're in heaven. It's fine. I didn't choose to be born on earth. Like, since I didn't get the choice of where I'm born or when I'm born anyways, I would have rather just been like, hey, you're born, your new soul just formed in heaven. From heaven, maybe like, hey, do you want to go down to earth and maybe end up in hell? No, I'm good here. Thanks for the choice. I'll stay here. Why start us in a risky spot where we might go to hell? Start us in the good spot.
See, but what I will say is we were started in the good spot. So Adam and Eve were created.
No, I mean you and me, not Adam and Eve. I mean, like, every person. Look, Adam and Eve got what they deserved. They disobeyed God. They got kicked out. Like, sucks to be them. But I didn't get that option. I didn't get the tree test. I didn't get the, like, you know what I mean? Let me try.
Yes.
It's not fair.
I get what you're saying. But if we're being realistic, I would argue that every single person would do the exact same thing that Adam and Eve did.
Then let them do it. Then let everyone do it so that we know that it's like, you know, actually going to happen. Because that's like, it's just like unreal to be like, oh yeah, it's so worth it for like, in order to have free will that like most people go to hell. That doesn't seem worth it to me. I would totally give up my free will right now so that you could go to heaven. You know what I mean? I would give it up so everyone could go to heaven like in a second. Wouldn't you? Would you give up your free will if it meant that everybody could go to heaven?
I mean, I definitely would. Well, I mean,
you would go to heaven too. You also get to go.
Yes, but I that's a tough question for me, honestly, because
really,
if you don't, yeah, because you don't have free will, you're a slave at that point.
In heaven?
Yes, right. So right now, right, if you believe in God,
once we get to heaven, once we get to heaven, can we sin? Is there sin in heaven? Okay.
No.
So we're going to be a slave to God's will up there. Anyways.
No, because in heaven he provides help for you, essentially, to not ever have to sin. You know what I'm saying?
Does that help take our free will away?
No, it doesn't.
Then that's what I'm.
And he provides.
That's what I'm saying. Just do that. Just start us there. We still have free will, but he helps us. Like we don't. No one loses free will. Like what? What are you doing? By the way, it's like super loud.
Sorry, my power went out. I'm trying to figure out how to turn this shit back on.
Oh man. sounds like you should deal with that, but it's also like really loud. All right, I got the cash out from the War Within that's saying he wants full licensing rights to use the recording. I guess that's okay. I don't know if like there's rules about TikTok or YouTube as far as if you're allowed to use, like it kind of belongs to them. I mean, it's fine with me though. Go ahead. I don't know the rules. Like you might have to. Do you have to pay TikTok or YouTube or something? I don't know. He sent me $100, but I think like should I send it to YouTube? Maybe it's fine. No, he sent me a Cash App. Yeah, I just don't know the rules of it, but it's fine with me. You have my permission. You can use this part. It's fine. Anyways, Robert, it sounds like you should save your battery power, so I'm gonna talk to someone else. Oh, hold on a second, Pat. I'm gonna talk to you, but hold on real quick. I gotta say hi to this person. Hey, like chorus, that whole thing I swear was like not on purpose. It was just like I was getting so many like notifications. I was like, I when you turn off notifications, it turns off other stuff that I don't want to lose. So I was like, I want to turn these off. And I didn't figure out how to do it, and I've done that before. When it's like the 60th one, I'm like, I just got to kill this thing. Like you guys can go talk on something else, but I wasn't trying to censor you or anything. Okay.
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 I see.
Yeah. Sorry about that. But if you want to come up and chat, you can. I'm just going to talk to Pat first.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm Pat.
Like Chorus was having a whole conversation on one of my videos, and then like it was just like so many like notifications, like brrr, and so I like deleted the top comment.
SNL.
Pat, hold on, I'm talking to them. And so I just like deleted the top comment to be like, just don't do this anymore. Do this somewhere else, because it was like getting annoying every time I logged on. And like I'm happy, like that video's viral, it's doing great, all that stuff, it's cool. But like I'm not like viral, but like it's cool, it's doing good. And but I was just like delete, and then like Horace, or sorry, I don't remember what your name was like, why are you censoring me? It's like I didn't even read it. It's just honestly, I just like I have a like weird notification thing. Maybe it's I'm not the type of person that would like willy-nilly throw around the word OCD, because I know that people really have it. And I've never been diagnosed with it, but I am very suspicious of it. I find myself, I'm constantly like organizing things. I wish I could show you like the way that my desk is laid out. Everything is like, that square is perfectly angled with equal distances between each like other object around it. And so I do things like that, and I'm very like hyper symmetrical. So if I touch my left hand to something, I have to touch my right hand to something. Like I'm just very there's things that like if I don't do that, I like get dizzy. And one of them is those notifications. When like I get like a thing, I have to look at it and I have to get rid of that thing. And so when I start to get too many, I'm like, I gotta, yeah. It sounds like I was just like, oh, everyone has this. And then I watched Monk, and I was like, oh, I think I have that thing, you know? So I don't know. I gotta, maybe it's what Tahir's saying it is. Maybe I have that. Yeah. I have anal. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. So I don't know. Maybe I should get, how do you get checked for that?
For autism?
I don't think it'd be autism. I think it'd be OCD though. Olivia has it. Like, do you think does that sound familiar to you? That's interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not like debilitated by it though, so it's okay. Like, I don't think. I think
my wife's a psychiatrist, and
bring her up. Let's do this. I'm just kidding.
No, she hates TikTok. She like I have to hide.
Mine too.
If I'm doing this, I have to like. She can't. Yeah.
Oh, I'm in the garage. Yeah. Anyways,
yeah, exactly.
Sorry about that. How old are you though? You have a wife, so I assume you're
33. Yeah, 33.
Yeah, my wife and I were 11.
I'm 14.
Okay. Yeah,
I'm 14.
That's funny. All right, well, welcome in, and yeah, what do you think? I mean, have you ever had like struggles with your faith or stuff like that you want to talk about? Mm-hmm. What gets you? What gets you caught up?
Yeah, I had I had, so just background, I'm Catholic. I had about 10 seconds in my life where I was like, oh shit, is this even real?
10
Now,
seconds?
I've had lots of thought. No, well, I've had lots of thoughts about that, right? Like, is this real? Is this something I, should cling to? But I had 10 seconds where I felt it. You know what I mean? Like deep down, like, oh, is this, am I true? You know what I'm saying? Like when it got really real for a second or 10 seconds, I guess.
Real quick, everyone
that was
coming in with the raid. What's up? Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Glad you're here. We're hanging out, just having like really trying to have kind of relaxed conversations here about some of like I said this like a while ago, but I should say this again, that especially with the raid coming in, that we're like a lot of people do posturing with their faith online. I think I see them like kind of acting like they know everything, they have it all figured out, they never struggle with their faith and stuff. And I think that that's like dishonest a little bit. I think that we all have times where we're like, what's going on here? Especially on TikTok, when we listen to other people's arguments and stuff and read things in the Bible that I've never seen, like that verse where God made evil, never saw that. So that's in there. Cool. So we're just being honest about our feelings, I guess, here. So sorry, Pat. I just wanted to let the like new audience know that. But what happened with your 10 seconds of of like drama?
I got scared. I was like it made me like, you know how kind of like PTSD symptoms, like panicky, you know what I mean? And I couldn't handle it. And I clung to what I had experienced and what
just randomly, like it just started going, or like what did you like? I mean, if it's personal, you don't have to say. But
I don't remember exact. I mean, it was literally I was sitting at my kitchen table. I was in college. I was back at home at my parents' house, and I just remember and like those type of moments typically you don't remember them, right? And this was like, that's why somebody said like 10 seconds, he had a stopwatch, LOL. Like it felt like like it was a very significant moment in my life. And just sitting at a table. And I don't know what brought it on, maybe just thinking about it and getting intellectual, and then thinking and then embodying and feeling it. And it just was bleak, and there's the whole Pascal's wager and kind of all that stuff about like, but the real thing that I think a lot of people miss about Christianity is that it's not just about like, oh, what happens when you die? It's like Jesus one of his main sayings was like, repent, the kingdom of God is at hand. And if you do a translation of the Greek, it's like the kingdom of the eternity of the skies of the heavens is near within your heart. It's here is basically what it's saying.
Yeah,
and that's,
I mean,
and
like,
and so what it's saying is that like if I found out, or I guess if I were to think, maybe there's not like an experience of heaven afterwards. I'm not saying that, to be clear, but if I were to think that, I would still want to believe in the kingdom of God here on earth, because the moments that I've had where I've, tapped into that level of spirituality have been the moments that will define my life, the moments that are, just make it all worth it.
So
because it's a gift. It wasn't something I did.
I also want to, like, that's why I'm doing this, right? I'm here saying like,
can tell.
let's get back into this. Let's do this kind of stuff. But I also like part of like Pascal's wager and stuff is like, if I'm not actually into it and I'm acting like I am, guess who's gonna know?
Right, but that's the
Right.
and you know the whole like Catholics versus Protestants, faith versus works, right? It's a large part of why I'm Catholic. Faith isn't your feeling. Faith isn't what it is that you think or what it is you believe internally. It's what you do. It's how you live. It's how you. It's how you
wouldn't
choose to
living
live
like
your life.
dishonestly. Like the thing is like if you.
It's not dishonest. You have an illusion. That's the
sorry, Pat.
dishonesty.
If you're like in right now, if you're like in this moment, I don't believe in God, but I'm gonna act like I'm gonna pray to Him anyways and stuff. Like you're lying to God. You know what I mean?
I see what you're saying. But
That's what scares me
like,
too, because what happens when you lie to God? Remember Ananias and Sapphira?
But God knows. He knows what you truly believe. He knows what you don't believe, and He knows it better than you. By the way, like there's that verse, and I'm not like one of those.
What?
I'm Catholic, so I don't know the numbers of all the verses, but He knows the counts of, like, He knows how many hairs you have on your head, right? Like that was the verse that I'm talking about. He knows if you believe in Him better than you do. And ultimately, it's how you live your life that doesn't earn you into heaven. That's the thing that Protestants think Catholics believe. They think we believe you have to work your way and you get into heaven. No, it's all God. God loves us so much that he knows that the way you live your life is going to be your truth. You know what I'm saying? Like in a sense.
So Pat, let me just like ask it this way, because like I'm not totally sure what you're like implying here, but
Yeah.
if I don't believe in God, but I pretend to, like Pascal's wager, right? You're saying that He will still let me into heaven?
Well, what
You don't
doing
have
when
to
you're
actually
pretending-
believe. You just are like, oh, I'm just doing this because I don't want to, like, I don't think any of this stuff is real, but I just want to go to heaven just in case. You think that He's going to go,
Sure.
good job.
So-
yeah, it's good enough. Like, you think that counts?
So the precepts, and this is a Catholic concept, the precepts of the church are faith, hope, and love, right? Love, if you love with all your heart, right, and you love those around you, and you do the things that you know are good, and I just speaking with you, I know I can, and having listened to you over several lives, like I know you know what's right and wrong, and like giving to the poor is good. I think you believe that that's good. I think that you think that loving others is good. So that's one thing. If you don't have the belief, if you don't have the gift of faith, but you have hope, God can work with that. He can work with your hope. And if you,
That's
if
amazing.
You don't,
That is
and
not
if
what
you
I
don't-
was taught. That is not the way that I read it. Whereas it was like, if you don't, like, the only way to get to heaven is if you believe and you declare not just with your mouth, but with your heart that Jesus is Lord. Like, that's the way.
But
that we,
hope is.
Where does it say that though? Does it say in the Bible that if as long as you hope God is real, you can go to heaven?
That's why I'm not sola scriptura, man. I'm a Catholic, and the precepts of the Catholic Church, which is the church that Jesus established, they tell me they're the ones who were there at the beginning, the fathers of the church who got their authority from the people who got their authority from the people who got their authority from the apostles.
It's kind of
And
like,
I believe that
that's a
he
kind of
actually
chain
resurrected.
reaction that makes me nervous, though. You know what I mean? Like, if it was like, there's the people who know the people who know the people who know the people say this thing, and it's like you can
Not who know.
you can
Like,
win
if-
$10 on a scratch ticket. That's one thing, but for heaven and hell, it's like, are we sure?
If
Are we sure they got it right?
If the guy who said he was God got shot in the head or whatever, and then he told you the next day, hey, I just got shot in the head yesterday and I was dead. Look, there's no, like, I'm alive. Are you going to believe that guy? Yeah, like I would. I'd be like, oh yeah, I believe you. And that's
Wait,
really what I
so-
believe is just that happened, right?
I don't know what you're like, why you said that. I feel like there's a lot of things where, we're talking about something, and then right when I have like a like more specific question, you just like completely change to a whole different thing.
I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry. We can go back. I'm kind of
we can talk about that, but yeah, I'm just trying to like track the conversation. I'm having a little bit of a hard time.
Yeah.
But also like
Sorry.
not necessarily, like, just to be clear, like maybe but not necessarily. Like if somebody came back to life, I would probably be like, did you have a twin? Like, or something. Like, I don't know, maybe I believe him, maybe I wouldn't. Depends on like if I knew the guy, like if I thought he was trustworthy or something. Like a lot of people throughout history have like, I mean, not a lot, but like more than just Jesus have like come back to life. You know what I mean? So,
but you know the guy. Like let's say
that's what you're saying. So like if it was like my buddy Joel, and I like went to his funeral, and the next day he's there, and I'd be like, I know Joel didn't have a twin, and you're saying then Joel says he's God, would I believe him?
Well, it's more like if Joel told you that he was gonna die and that he would be raised, and then you saw him die, you watched it, you watched him get put in a tomb, and then he came back and he was like, whatever. And then you're like, are you a twin or whatever? But you know in your heart, like Joel is Joel. You know the guy. You know?
And I watched him come back to life. Like, just like...
You saw him again, right? Like, I mean, that's really what the attestation is that they were like, oh, we watched him, we all saw that he got crucified, and now he's back. And we're like, oh, what happened?
Oh, they don't see him come back to life. Or I don't see Joel come back to life in this, like, hypothetical.
Well, like, in the Bible, what happens? Like, the women find the tomb empty, right? That's
yeah, well, there's like an angel there.
Yeah. Also, there was, I don't know if you know this about Mark at the end. I think this is hilarious, by the way, and I don't hear this anywhere. But at the end of Mark, like, have you heard about like how it ends weirdly, and then they added some stuff on later?
Oh, I have heard. What is that? Hold on.
So where all of the like really old historical records end is like, and then they ran away and they didn't say anything to anyone, and like that's it, right? And then later somebody added, but then they, and it sort of corroborated the other gospels.
Yeah, but Mark was written first.
That's what they think. Yeah. And here's the funny thing.
That's kind of sketchy, dude. You know what I mean? This is what I'm talking about. So just to be clear, like back to, I know, but just like to Pascal's wager, like this is the kind of thing that you see this and go like, that's a little suspicious. And like, you can't help, like, I can't help but be like, why would it be that the first book that was written just doesn't mention the resurrection part? And they just end it right there. And then later they added a part. And then later they added these other books that matched the added part. Like, that's so sketchy. The way that it was put together, the Nicene Creed, like all this stuff is so sketchy. The leaving out of Apocrypha and stuff like that. It's so like, I can't help but like cast a doubt on me the way that it was like assembled.
Right. So I read, I recently, like within the last year and a half or so, I can't remember what, I read it very skeptically. I read Mark because I was like, this is the earliest one. I tried to read it like a historian. And then I got to that end. And I saw the little asterisks, and I went, oh, okay, it ended here, right? And then they added some stuff later. And I believe in the stuff later. But I was reading it as if I were reading it, where it ends there. Well, think about it for a second. They went away and they didn't tell anybody. How is this writer that's writing about it if they didn't tell anybody?
Let's see what it says.
It's a joke.
Do not be alarmed. You are looking for the Jesus of Nazareth who's crucified. This is the angel. Look here in the place they laid him. But go, tell his disciples and Peter that he is going ahead of you to Galilee. There you will see him just as he told you. So they went out and fled from the tomb, for terror and amazement had seized them, and they said nothing to anyone, for they were afraid.
The end.
Well,
right?
I mean, they could have that just said nothing to anyone.
No,
that could be that day. They might have
Okay,
a year later been like, Mark, we got to tell you what happened over there.
But remember you're a reader and the author is the author, right? We're looking at this from a literary perspective. They didn't tell anybody anything. You are a smart reader. You know.
I see what you mean now. Wait, so how?
Right? It's a joke.
How would
it's a joke?
That just makes this whole thing seem more suspicious. Now it's like, how did Mark find out?
It's ironic. It's ironic.
That just makes the rest of this seems. By the way, I had a thing about this with in Matthew, where it was like, he's telling the nativity scene, or not like nativity, but just like the birth of Jesus stuff. It's like, and an angel spoke to Mary and all stuff, and then like someone pointed this out to me. It was like, how did Matthew know that? Like, he wasn't even probably alive yet. You know what I mean? It's like, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the way he writes it is like as if it's like a first person eyewitness view of Jesus being born.
Right.
And I always like just thought of it that way. And then someone brought that up and I was like, oh, Matthew and Mark are just kind of like hearing what people are saying and like putting a story together that just becomes suspicious.
Exactly. Well, the thing is, that the writer of Matthew, which we think is Matthew, which is one of Jesus' apostles, we think he believed it, right? So you got to put yourself in the shoes of the person writing it. So
yeah,
like,
I guess, all I'm saying is that it's
Jesus,
like, the way that it was written is like different than we were taught it, I guess.
I hear you. And like, I've struggled with all the same things. And the thing is, and like, I try to read these intellectually, and I try to read them skeptically, and I try to read them from a historical perspective and how I would look at it. But it's tough to do so in an unbiased nature because I've just had an experience and what the only way I could describe it is spiritual ecstasy, which is like an LSD level experience. But
I don't know what you're talking about again. But like,
sorry. I'm all over the place.
I'm just looking at Luke to see what that one says. Because this one is different. He is not here. He's risen. Remember how he told you he was still in Galilee? This is the angel talking to the women. That the Son of Man must be handed over
and they were like,
to the hands of the sinners. Then they remembered his words, and returning from the tomb, they told all this to the 11 and to all the rest. Now it was Mary Magdalene, Joanna, Mary, Mother James. But these words seemed... so wait, like, which one
Which
is
I think...
it?
That's why I think Mark was joking. I think it was a joke, man.
You think
I think he was going...
You think God let a joke get in the Bible?
Where do you think humor comes from? If you believe in God, humor would have to come from God. You think
of all the times to do a joke, God was like, I'll do a joke about my son's resurrection? Pat, I
think it's hilarious. I thought it was so funny.
That's so funny, but meanwhile, people are getting cast into hell because they read that and go, oh, this isn't true. This turns out to not be true because these stories don't line up. So people are burning in hell for some joke God did? That can't be it. That's not the right answer. I don't think
that people are burning in hell. I trust in the mercy of God, which is another Catholic thing. Like you talk about Catholic guilt.
Whether we're burning in hell or not, like just like suffering anxiety this entire time on earth, like wondering which way we're going to go when we die. Like that's insane.
Not from God. Would you believe that? Would you agree that humor is good? Oh, you're gone.
Hold
He's
on.
gone.
I'm getting there he is. A thing. Do I have to do something? Lilith is sending me something. I don't know how to do it. Oh, I have to do this? If you feature restricting the live contents to 18 and older. Oh, yeah. Yeah, mine is 18
Am I not
and older.
18?
No, you are.
Okay.
It's just that
Okay.
there's some yeah, I want to keep it that way though. So for people who aren't getting like my alerts, just like what I would suggest if you're not getting the alerts is to just like refresh your like on TikTok. When you hit the inbox, it shows you who's live. Just refresh that like every 6 minutes. Also, I'm live pretty much like Wednesday night, Friday night, and then Sunday morning. So like you can just set an alarm or something. Okay, so anyways, Pat, calling this a joke I think is insane. I think you're nuts. That was like a really nuts thing to say.
Have you ever heard that before or no?
That the Bible has jokes in it? No. I don't think so.
Why wouldn't it though? Why not?
Because eternal life is at stake and that would be immoral.
But that's the problem that I think a lot of people have about Protestantism, so there's sola scriptura, and if it's only the Bible,
what's the joke?
God's mercy is very abundant.
What's the joke though? Like, what is it actually? Just like it's funny that they were too scared to tell anybody.
The joke is that like, hey, they didn't tell anybody, but like, hey, the story's in here, so if you're a smart reader, you get it.
Is that what you think of like all the contradictions in the Bible? You just think they're jokes? Like people die in some of the stories.
Sure. But I'm not saying that it's a contradiction. I'm saying that it's like, you got to look at it like you're reading, like read it the same way you read something when you were in English class. Read it the same way you read something if you are a literary scholar. Don't read it like it's like just open your mind a little bit.
No Holy Spirit, no like spiritual eyes, just read it word for word.
Yeah. I'm saying read it with like, if there's truth out there, and if there's humor, and if there's anything that has to do with like what is in humanity, like the level of sarcasm and all the irony and all that stuff, that all comes from God. That stuff is good. That's not bad stuff.
Jesus,
and that's what I don't like about War Within and those guys, is like, because they're just.
I know that guy was a disaster for sure, but like Jesus killed people. Like I get that there's like a time for jokes and stuff, but like there's a lot at stake here. This is like the most important thing, right? So like it's
right. No,
if it was like in the middle of Psalms or Song of Solomon, it was like, and here's a little funny thing, like that one that talks about like how big donkey penises are or something like that. Like that's kind of funny.
And there's one about like men pissing on walls and stuff. Like there's no reason to think that humor wouldn't be in the Bible. Like it's in there. Like
say peen the word's gross. But like,
sorry.
Meanwhile, it also says Jesus killed people. Like we have to take some of this seriously, and it's really intense, and it says that like whether or not they told people or not puts all of Mark in question as an eyewitness account. And if Mark's in question, the rest are. Like, it's a big problem. It's not just think brushing it off as a joke, I think, is really weird.
I don't see how, like, clearly they weren't like the person who, or the group of people that got together and wrote Mark, like they put it together. It's a work of art. It's a work of literature. They put it together. Clearly they were smart enough and dedicated enough to do this, right? It's not nothing. It took a lot of effort to write all that stuff down. And
I guess
how could that, if that were the ending? The other explanation is, well, like some stuff got burned off, or like it just they forgot, like a page fell into, whatever, like some puddle, or like there's other explanations. But like my inclination is to believe that They did it on purpose, and it was just like a nod and a wink. You know what I'm saying? Not like a, hey, this is all a joke, but like a nod and a wink to the author, because they were also living in a society where it was like, if you tell people about this stuff, you're going to get put to death. And they're like, oh, they didn't do that. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not also not written as a joke to us. It's written as a joke to the people back then.
Then why did God let it go into the Bible? He could have left that out.
He also let the rest of it get put in the Bible and get accepted
I
by
know
his church.
it's a weird thing that I have like been thinking about, where it's like,
but now we're sitting here talking about it, right? And if you're an intellectual scholar,
Pat,
you can be like, so maybe that message is for you, right?
What I'm saying is, when there's stuff that's like gruesome, I'm not talking about like peeing on walls. I mean like infanticide, right? Like infanticide, slavery, misogyny, like really problematic stuff. He could have been like, nah, leave that out. There is stuff out. Like all the stuff that was written about Jesus back then isn't in the Bible. They left some out. Right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
They like the whole infancy gospel of Thomas is out.
But it was like they were like, oh, this clearly was written by somebody else, and like they couldn't.
So was the
and it wasn't in line.
That's what I'm saying.
Not really. It's not. It's
we
not.
We don't know who wrote Mark though. Like, anyways, like that's just not a known.
Right. I understand, and they know that it came from a previous source called Q, and by the way, if you read like Paul, there's actually earlier sources of information that show, like Paul's letters are from much earlier than the Gospels, and those show the resurrection. So like
Paul is from before the Gospels?
The letters of Paul? Yes. They're from the 30s. And they know that he said the creed of Jesus was dead and he was raised on the third day.
Like what's the earliest
in the 30s. I gotta get my computer out.
Like Romans? Did he do Romans or is that Luke?
It was so if you look up
57 AD.
The creed that what?
It says 57 AD.
In Romans?
Yeah, that's what it says for Romans.
But he references a creed that he already taught people 20 years ago when he was in Greece. That's we know it's before the Gospels were written that they were already talking about how Jesus was raised from the dead, and he would like I'm not your guy. I'm not the source on this. The internet is
kind of weird. I mean, that's what I was looking up. So it's like, anyways, like whatever, like the dating and all the stuff. I don't know. Like that's not, honestly, doesn't matter to me. Like I think that these like errors in the things are not jokes. That is not convincing to me. But we can move on from it. Like that's
I just don't see how you could write that down as an intelligent writer and not put that together, that they didn't tell you, but you're still writing it down.
That's why it's suspicious, Pat. Instead of a joke,
they're
the other
smart.
explanation,
they're just as smart as you and me.
The other explanation is that it might be that they just wrote this and it didn't really happen. That's what we have to like actually face.
But they're smart people. They're not the random person who's fishing.
Smart?
They're people who are discussing stuff.
Who?
The people who are writing down a long book, and they know that it's for posterity.
Did they get everything
they clearly
right?
know. What?
I don't know. They got some stuff wrong. It's not that big a deal. It just makes it seem like humans.
What did they get wrong?
That part that we were talking about.
No, not if it's ironic.
What is there any?
Right?
Is there name one other point where in the Gospels there's irony? One other spot. If that's the only spot, that's a little bit suspicious, Pat.
There's certainly like dramatic irony. There's foreshadowing.
Go ahead.
There's like when Jesus says, "Oh, hey, I'm going to die on the cross." And all of the apostles go, "What? We don't know what he's talking about." And it literally says they didn't know what he was talking about.
That's irony.
We, as the reader, That's called dramatic irony. Yes.
That is not the same
That's
thing as a joke about the women. What do you? That's not like equivalent in any way.
So, all right. So, what's the definition of irony? It's the opposite of what you would expect in a literary fashion, right? And so, if the women did not tell anybody about the gospel or Jesus, like they ran away, they didn't say anything. It's the opposite of what you would expect if we were reading about it 2,000 years later.
The most pivotal moment of the Bible, the climax. Jesus is coming back to life.
It's so funny, man.
And they go.
That's why I think it's
and
hilarious.
They didn't tell anybody. JK, of course, they told everybody. That's what you're saying that it is.
Wink.
Pat,
It must
no,
have been
no.
if they're writing it down. Do you think
Pat,
that the people
stop.
writing that book
No,
didn't
stop,
understand?
Stop. I can't hear that anymore. Like I can't. I just like that's too much for me. That's like just the worst apologetic I've ever heard in my life. That the Bible has a joke in it. Like you got to just stop. That's crazy.
I'm sorry. I'm not like trying to preach to you or whatever. I genuinely find it very compelling. Genuinely, I'm trying to be genuine with you.
I will never find that compelling. That does not help
I just
me.
don't know how. If you believe that the people who wrote it down had any idea what they were doing, which I do, because it's like
wait, you were
kind of a
saying
well
that when
put together document.
Jesus said, "I'm going to die on a cross," and they didn't know that was irony. They didn't know.
Are you? It's not that Jesus said he was going to die on a cross. It's that you have to zoom out on everything you read, and you have to look at author's intent, and you have to remember you're reading something that somebody wrote down, a human being wrote down. So you have to zoom out on everything that you're reading, and you have to go, oh, a human being wrote down that Jesus said that this. Okay, what was that human being thinking, right? And so then you go, okay, a human being wrote down that Jesus said he was going to die on a cross, and then that same human being wrote down that none of the people who understood him, right? And if you look up the definition of what dramatic irony is, it's textbook. That's what that is.
Okay, define.
That's a literary term.
Dramatic irony.
It's when the audience of a
Pat,
of a
you have got to stop
play
talking.
or a novel
like
or
you
whatever.
talk so much. Like you have to just
Okay,
like
I'm sorry.
slow down and like let me like breathe and
I'm
find
sorry,
this
I'm
stuff.
sorry, I'm
It's
sorry.
like it's going to be okay. We're not in a hurry. Everything's fine.
You're right.
The audience knows something the characters don't.
Yes.
That's not the same thing that happened with the women.
Correct. It's a different form of irony.
And if we were reading Matthew or whatever for the first time, we wouldn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason
If
the
you're
audience, Pat, stop interrupting me, dude. I'm so sick of you.
Sorry.
The only reason,
I'm sorry.
the only reason that we know it is because we've already read it. The first time reading it, we wouldn't know that. You would read along and be like, "Oh, Jesus, the character Jesus is saying this. The characters of this are saying they don't know what will happen." Okay, moving on. It's not like dramatic irony until you read it a second time. Every book, the second time you read it, the whole book is dramatic irony. That doesn't mean that that's what this is.
So, is it okay if I talk now? I'm not trying to interrupt you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Have you watched Arrested Development?
Yeah.
It's a great show. And it's better the second time around. Wouldn't you agree?
No.
Okay, well, there's a lot of jokes that are meant for the second read through or watch through because there's foreshadowing in there. And you
Dramatic
don't get it
irony
until
isn't a joke. That's not what dramatic irony is. It'd be called comedic irony if it was. Dramatic irony is not a joke. This is, even if I just say, yes, that's dramatic irony, it's not. But even if I give you that 100%, that isn't another example of what you're saying happened with the women. What you're saying happened with the women is one time in the gospel, maybe the whole Bible, where the authors who are eyewitness accounts of Jesus returning back to life just did a joke, an absolute like joke, and it never happens again. Like if there was like a bunch of times where it was like, oh yeah, here and here and here that happened, that would be like interesting. But to say that this one error is a joke, like, Pat, you got to come up with a better thing. This is a like glaring contradiction that needs to be addressed in a more intelligent way.
It's not a contradiction. It's not a contradiction.
Yes, it is, because one verse says they told people and the other one says they didn't. They both told people and didn't. That's what a contradiction is.
One verse says they didn't, and one verse says they didn't. In what book is that the case?
In Luke, it says they did. In Mark, it says
That's
they
a different
didn't.
book than Mark. Different writer.
So
different
right,
author.
so they can't both be true. Right?
You don't have to read them both the same way. That's the problem. If you read them the same exact way and you think,
oh my God,
this
there's
is all
other people
one
here.
author, it's
It's like one of the worst explanations for a Bible contradiction I've ever heard. There's some stuff in the Bible that doesn't line up. We have to deal with it. That's not the right way to do it. Sorry that was on for so long. I just like was blown away by that. Jordan, hey, how old are you? Jordan, are you here? Jordan, I can't hear you if you're talking. Okay. There's a bunch of other people in here. Rabome? Yes. How do I say it? Rabome. I thought you might say the May. What's your age?
I'm 39.
You a Christian?
I was a Christian. I'm kind of standing on the fence right now.
That's what I'm doing. That's why I'm doing this. Maybe we can help each other.
Yeah, I was born and raised in a Christian home, so it wasn't like by choice. From like a child, my parents just took me to church. So
yeah, same.
That was how I became a Christian.
So what's the like reason you're on the fence? Like what's keeping you from going one way or the other?
What actually keeping me on the fence right now is reading the Bible, actually, because growing up as a child, I didn't really read the Bible. I just went to church, listening to sermons, we give offering, we sing, clap, pray. So it was just section by section, the preacher would preach a certain sermon today, next week Sunday is another one. But growing up, I began to spend time to just read the Bible and read the Old Testament.
And like you guys were talking about. In church, right? They just like, and now go to this, and they jump around, and you're like, oh, they know where all the good stuff is. This is great, and you think it's all good, and that like they're basically just like randomly flipping. But then when you look at it yourself, you're like, ugh, this verse is scary.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. That is so true. So, especially in the Old Testament, there were so many atrocities that were committed. And in my spirit, I began to doubt, like, is this a righteous God? Like, is this a holy God that is actually commanding all these things to happen? Like, sometimes I'll read the Bible, I'll just drop it down and I'll start thinking. And it didn't really sit well with me. I'm beginning not to believe it again. Like, I think the Bible has been manipulated because there's no way that a holy, just, righteous God would do all those things in the Bible. And like you guys were talking about, there are contradictions in the Bible. There are many contradictions. Like,
can I show you one?
Yes.
I haven't shown this before, but I like bring out my Bible, and I don't know if you guys can see, but like I have all these sticky notes. These are all like, these aren't like, I have a different Bible where it's like my favorite verses, and I just like don't put sticky note, like I don't like mess with it at all. In this one I write and take notes and stuff, but all these are things where I'm like, this is questionable. I need to figure out why this happened. Almost all of these are like, what the heck is this? Why is that there? and I don't have answers for them. It's a lot. Right. But here's one that's like both. It's both like a contradiction, like you're saying, and a thing where I'm like, this doesn't add up. This is maybe you've heard this is 2 Samuel chapter 24 about the census. Do you know about this one?
Where David numbered is
Yeah.
Israel.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, in one part he said it was God who moved David to number Israel, and in Chronicles, I believe, he said it was Satan.
What's going on?
I was like, and it's the same story because I read the whole thing and I saw that after what David did, God slaughtered. I think it was about 70,000 people.
Well, he gives them like a plague.
Mad.
They get sick. Yeah.
Right. So I was like, so who moved David to number Israel? Is it God? Is it Satan?
Well, Rabome, it sounds like you're with me on this where it's confusing. Let's see. Hang out for a minute. Let me. Hey, Nasty, are you a Christian?
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
How old are you?
I'm 15.
Oh, you're not old enough to be here. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know that. My bad.
That's okay. It's just like the rules of TikTok. Oh man, they've been like waiting for a while. That's why we ask. Lost in thought. I was gonna say lost in the sauce for some reason. Lost in thought. Are you a Christian?
Yeah, I am.
How old are you?
26.
Do you know about this verse that we're talking about, or Bome's talking about with like the census?
I cannot say I'm familiar with it.
I can read it real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
This is like something like I was showing him like all these things where I'm like, I don't know why this. So I put a little note here and I try to do research and get answers. But this is one I do not know. So it says in 2 Samuel chapter 24, verse 1, again, the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he incited David against them, saying, go count the people of Israel and Judah. So he does, basically, right? God comes to David and says, go count all the soldiers. So they do, and God gets mad about it. And right away I was like, wait, but God told him to do it. Why would he be mad that he did it? It's like, that's kind of confusing.
Can you give me a verse and chapter so I can read along with you? Sorry.
Yeah, that's 2 Samuel chapter 24. It starts at verse 1. You see it there? The anger of the Lord? Or what version do you read?
The New International Version.
What does it say there?
Again, the anger of the Lord burned against Israel. Yeah, I'm reading one.
Okay. Mine's a different version, but it's like same thing. And then later in verse 15 is when it's like the Lord sent a pestilence on Israel from that morning, and 70,000 of the people died. So like, not only is he like mad at David, he's really mad. Like this is brutal. And that alone is something to look at and go, what is happening here? Like, how is this okay? What else could David have done? Said no to God? Like, there's no, if God told him to do something, you're supposed to do it. And I think that's what part of what Robome was talking about. But the other thing he brought up was like, when you go, like, are you on a computer?
Yeah, I am on a computer.
Open a new tab, like leave that one and open a new tab and go to 1 Chronicles chapter 21. And while you type it, like, you know, in the New Testament, when you have Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and sometimes, 21? Yeah, 21. Sometimes they like tell the same story, but from their point of view. That's what this is. In Chronicles, it's the same story, but read it. What does it say? I mean, can you read it out louder?
Oh, sorry. My bad. Satan rose up against Israel and incited David to take a census of Israel. So David said to Job and the commanders of the troops, go and count the Israelites from...
Yeah. They do it.
I won't try to pronounce... Yeah. I will
Dan to Beersheba. Well, Dan is easy, but Beersheba is the hard one. Or Beersheba, I don't know. But like, who asked David to do it? Satan. But in the other one, it's God. Like, That's like not only like a contradiction of like, oh, there was one angel or two angels there, or like the women talked or they didn't talk. It's like the biggest contradiction you can make, to mistake God for the devil. Like what? But then like God, like still in 14, God kills everyone with the plague still.
To my knowledge, like the Satan of the Bible and like how modern day Christians view Satan is very, it's like it's messed up. So like Satan in the Old Testament, at least, like he's described as, he's like a tempter, and there's a lot of verses that you read in the Old Testament and even in the New Testament when Satan comes to tempt Jesus when he's in the desert. It seems like very odd, almost like Satan is like working for God as a tempter to test his disciples. That's how I read it most of the time, but I agree with you. It's very odd. And it's also, the verse is also very odd that like when you read the verse in 2 Samuel, it says God asked him to go count the Israelites, and here in Chronicles it says Satan, but it's almost like, as far as like the contradiction of it being like Satan and God, if you read it from the perspective that Satan is a messenger of God and works for God as a tempter to test his people, if you're looking at it from that perspective, you could look at First Chronicles and Second Samuel and say, essentially, they're saying the same thing. There's not really that big of a difference between God telling David to do this and God sending Satan to do it for him. So, in both senses, God is technically asking David to do it. It's just in one case, he's sending Satan to do it for him.
And, Satan obeys God.
This is what I mean. Like, there's a lot of passages in the Bible where it seems like Satan is working for God as a tempter. So, like, my understanding is that modern day Christians, we ascribe Satan as like the ruler, like the classical like ruler of hell, the bad guy, right? But I don't necessarily know if that's like what the Bible says, because like Satan is only mentioned like 3 times in the Bible. I think it's like 3 or 4 times. And I don't think there's anywhere.
True.
Here, we can look it up. I know he's not mentioned a lot.
$56 times.
I got 92 times.
It's probably because like you're including like Beelzebub and things like that. I just like mine was just like the word Satan, but like Lucifer, things like that, or this made the serpent maybe. But like that's plenty of times. And like there's times in the New Testament when they're saying that like he's the evil one, so yeah.
Where in the Bible does it mention Satan as evil? Or like a force against humanity? Yeah, I know it mentions him as a tempter, but like what I'm saying is like, just because Satan is a tempter and he works, like, my position is that Satan can be a tempter and he can like try to misguide and manipulate humanity, but that could be like, he could be doing a service to God by doing that, by testing his followers, right?
Okay,
so he can still be an agent of God.
Here's one where it says the devil. I think that's the same thing. The one who does what is sinful is of the devil, because the devil has been sinning from the beginning. The reason the Son of God appeared was to destroy the devil's work. Well, Jesus didn't come to destroy God's work, so that doesn't, or like someone who's helping God, that doesn't make sense.
Are the devil and Satan the same person? Are those terms synonymous?
Yeah.
obviously the way we use them in like a modern context, they're synonymous.
Yeah,
But like
that's what we're
I'm
talking
questioning.
about. You think there's another guy? So there's like a God, and then Satan who works for God, and then a third devil guy?
I guess I'm saying like what we conceptualize as Satan in modern day Christianity, like we know the story of like there being a fallen angel. What I'm saying is like every time Satan is mentioned in the Bible, or like obviously in this passage, right? When we're talking about that, it uses the word devil. Sometimes he's called Satan. Sometimes we hear Satan. Sometimes we hear Lucifer. There's a lot of different names. So like and like I said, like I'm a
That's the
relatively
same
new
with like
Christian.
God and Jesus and stuff too. There's like the Christ, the Messiah, Son of
And there's
Man,
Yahweh
like,
too. There's lots of
Yahweh, Elohim, all that kind of like. There's a whole lot. God is one, right? The Lord. So like, there's just that there's different names. They're still talking about the same like guy. This one says, "The God of peace will shortly crush Satan under your feet. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ be with you." And that's in Romans. So, I mean, they're talking about how like, why would God crush this person who's helping him?
I guess you're right. I don't know. It's puzzling.
I just never.
Sure. Like I said, I'm like a relatively new Christian. I just wanted to.
Oh,
you know
really?
what I mean?
Yeah.
Like when I saw the live, I was like, let me get on here and talk to them. Can I ask?
Yeah, it's all cool. I've in like a long time. Rabome, I don't know how long were you a Christian?
Like I said, all my life since I was a child. I'm 39 years old, and when I was born, my parents were already Christians, so they've been taking me to church since a child.
Do you still think like you are right now, or would you like say you're agnostic and not currently a Christian, or like what would you say?
Well, I think the Bible has been tempered with a lot. Like that's just one contradiction we looked at. I read an article that had 101 contradictions in the Bible. There are so many. Like if you want to go through them, we can go through them. Like one other example was in Matthew and Mark. This was a fig tree story where Jesus saw a fig tree from afar and he wanted to get some fig to eat. And when he got there, there was no fig in the tree. And he cursed the tree that no man will eat from this tree ever. Now, the two versions in Matthew and Mark, one of them said the tree dried up from the root immediately and died. The next writer said it was the next day when they were coming back. That was when they saw that the tree had died, and they point to it and say, Master, Master, the tree which thou cursed has died. Then Jesus now said, if anybody who can say unto this mountain, be thou removed and cast into the sea, and will not doubt in his heart, it shall happen. Those are two different things entirely, and there's so many.
I get you, Rabomi, and I appreciate that, but like, and like all these little ones, like Lost in Thought, is that what it was? I forgot the end of it. I can't, like on TikTok it turns off. Like those are kind of like intriguing little, like, why is this wrong? This perfect message from God should be more accurate sometimes, but those little things, although they're fun, the stuff that's really messing with me more is when it says Yahweh is good to all in one verse, and then the contradictory verse is, and then he sends people to go cut up toddlers with a sword. That's where I'm like, that is like, that's not a little like, oh, a fig tree contradiction. That's like, what the F word, right? Like I'm kind of like, what? How can you say you're good to all and then command people to do infanticide? I don't get that. That's where I'm like, do you know what I'm talking about? Like with the Amalekites?
Yeah. God also sends the Israelites to slaughter the Canaanites and take their land. So
terrible.
Can I ask you a question
I have a
though?
hard time with it. Yeah.
Are you like, when you say I'm losing faith in God in the Bible, are you using faith in like, are you losing your faith that like a God exists, or are you losing your faith in Christianity? So like, are you not a
Yeah.
Christian?
Well, I mean, that's the God I know. So, like, I'm not the type of person that would be like, because there were some other people earlier that were like, and then I tried Islam, and then I did that. Like, I don't think Islam is it. So, as I like find myself slowly being pulled away from Christianity just by the stuff we're talking about, I find myself being like, maybe there's just not a thing. Maybe there is. I don't know what it would be, but like, it's the way that it's described in this Bible, that it's all good and sends people to kill children. That seems impossible. So if there's something out there, then that thing can't be impossible, right? that's just like, that's the whole thing. It's like, there's this one, who was it? There was some other content creator on here I was listening to, and he was doing like a debate. And he was like, brought up this cat where he's like, imagine an all purple cat that's omni-purple. And I don't know why it's a cat, but like, he was just being silly. So like, its tongue, its eyes, its tail, like hair, its guts, it poops purple, like everything about it is purple. It's omni-purple and it's half yellow. Like, I'm imagining, and then I try to like half yellow this all purple cat, and your brain can't do it. You know what I mean? It's like, that is impossible. So I don't know what kind of cat that guy has, but it's not the cat that he just described. That's impossible. And that's how I feel with, oh, I just got a weird alert. Hold on. That's how I feel with what's happening here, where it's like, oh, God is all good and does bad things. Okay, well, that's an all purple, half yellow cat. That can't be it. Whatever it is not this. And that's where I'm kind of like sitting.
Well, do you believe in objective morality?
Haven't thought about it in a while. I mean, I think so. Like, it just seems like we shouldn't murder each other and steal stuff, right? Like, that all seems good.
Yeah. I believe in objective morality too, but I guess like, so like I think the only way morality can be objective is if it comes from God. Because if you don't have an unchanging standard to compare like any sort of action to like ascribe it some sort of morality, like it becomes subjective, and like morality can like change at a whim.
But
So
that's what I'm saying. It is changing. He says, don't kill. And then he says, kill. Right? Like that's the problem. I think morality is objective. And when I look at what God is saying to do in the Bible, it's like, he's going against it. Right? So like, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't add up.
do you not think that there's a difference between like, do you not think that there's a difference between God commanding us, do not kill, turn that cheek, as a general rule, and then God specifically, and like, I understand like your, like the verse, right? It says like, slaughter the men, women, children, and all the animals, which we can talk about that as well. Like, it seems pretty extreme, but dial it back a little bit for a second. Do you think there's a difference between a general rule of, hey, don't kill people, it's not good to murder people, and God giving a specific command to the Israelites to go kill these certain people that he's deemed it,
Yeah.
he said, you guys have the go ahead on this.
Yeah, I think that doesn't make sense, because God sometimes just strikes people down himself, right? Or he makes people infertile. Totally could have just done that. Like, if it was that kind of a thing where it's like, as God, I need to get rid of the Amalekites, he has other options. But to send in sword-bearing soldiers who, by the way, have to go home that day with PTSD, wiping toddler blood off of their sword, on their shirt. Like they have to deal with that too. That's not that is killing, right? Like if he's all powerful, he can do this another way. He can just snap his fingers and the Amalekites just fully vaporize. Poof, done. Like this method is so grotesque that.
So is your contention with it not that like killing is being done, but more or less like the method God chose to use to eliminate the Amalekites?
Well, I think like for me, like killing children, I think is bad either way. Like I don't think, even if it was like, like there's the one where God sends the bears to kill those boys. You know that what I'm talking about? Like I think so. That's kind of a little bit like bears are sort of like. I mean, I know they're animals and they have brains, but like that's more of like a force of God doing it himself, like dealing with the problem with himself rather than telling people to do it. It's like he let nature kind of take over, or the flood, right? He's doing it himself. And he does earthquakes to kill people and stuff like that, and including children. And that's kind of like one thing, but to send people to do it is way worse. But even then, for God to like kill children, I don't get how to read that and go, oh yeah, he's still good.
Well, let me just say something real quick. One thing I've observed is that a lot of Christians or a lot of people who claims to be Christians have not read the Bible. They might go to church or they might claim they are righteous, holy, but they have not really sat down and read the Bible. So they might not know all these stories you were talking about. To them in their head, they've heard the preaching that God is good and they just accept it. But they have not really gone to the Bible to see all those atrocities there for themselves. And one thing I'm beginning to think now, maybe the Bible is not from God. Maybe it might be some other spiritual force that is trying to deceive mankind that has written those things there. Because if there is a true God, I don't believe that is his nature. Like unaliving babies, even instructing them to cut the babies from the stomach of the moms, like that are pregnant. In Exodus, there was a place he told the Levites to slaughter their brothers. Like 3,000 of them were slaughtered in one day. A lot of Christians don't even know that. They just believe, oh God, prosperity, healing, and all those things. They haven't really seen all these things for themselves. So I'm coming to the conclusion that the Bible is not from God, or it has been adulterated or infiltrated.
Rabome, you're supposed to helping me go back into Christianity. You're making me want to jump over the fence.
I'm sorry, man, but
you're pulling me along with you.
Point as you, I'm on the fence, like you two. I'm telling you, there is nobody who would sincerely read the Bible with a clean, open mind and not have questions. There is nobody.
Yeah. There's this one, like Lost too. Like the other thing about like these one-time commands where it's like it just has to. You have to get these people. Like I still think that's like.
Even crazier stuff than the slaughtering of the Amalekites happens in the Old Testament.
Well,
God,
what I was going to say is
the city of Sodom of Gomorrah.
But that's him doing it, right? Like that's a little bit different. But the one thing I was going to say is there's the rule. Like sometimes there's like, and by the way, the rule is if like the daughter of a priest sleeps around, you burn her alive. That's the rule. It's not like just for this one person you have to do this one time. It's like that's the
sure, but it's not the rule anymore.
Right, but then that's not objectively good. If it like what you're saying about objective morality is unchanging. If it used to be good to do that and now it's not, that's not objective. And if it used to be good to do that, what? No, it didn't. That's nuts. That's not okay. That was wrong to do it, but God says, here's the rule. Like that's a grappler. Is that the way I say it? Like you have to grapple with that. I don't know. Maybe I said that wrong, but like that's a really rough. Do you know which one I'm talking about? In like I think it's in Leviticus.
Yeah,
or
I know what you're talking about. I've seen the verse.
Oh.
There's a lot of crazy stuff in the Old Testament. I guess like when I think about like the crazy stuff that happens in the Old Testament, how do I word it? I
Well,
agree with you. I
I'm
agree with you.
I'm
Oh,
gonna
go
drop
ahead.
to the chat group, so maybe you can bring up someone here who
Oh,
can,
thanks for
because
bumming. Yeah, I appreciate you.
me and
Yeah.
you are on the same place right now. I really like what you're doing, and I have been listening for a long time. I've been listening when you guys were talking about blood sacrifice and all that, but I really like what you're doing. I'm gonna drop into the
Holiness.
chat group and just bring
Holiness.
someone
All right. Thanks for
in
bumming. I
that.
appreciate you. Have a good night.
Thank you so much. Thank you for
Yeah.
having me.
Sorry, Lost. You were saying something.
Oh yeah, I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate it. And I actually like. I don't blame you for
Oh,
reading it
you were
and
saying the
being like,
Old Testament.
well, and, I mean, there's some crazy stuff that happens in the New
Yeah.
Testament too, to be honest. But so
Yeah.
like, but when it does raise questions, and I actually like, I don't blame you for feeling this way about like, oh, like how could this happen? Like, because like it's hard to understand, and like I'm like a newly converted Catholic, so I don't have all the answers either. But like when I read that stuff, like I, I can only evaluate the Bible like through the lens of like my perspective as like a person living in the 21st century in 2025. And like Christians today are not going out and slaughtering people en masse. We don't kill babies.
No.
We don't.
Where we're at now is great, but what I'm saying is it doesn't match what the Bible says. And like you said, even in the New Testament, like after Jesus came and then left, floated away, there's still stuff where it's like, this is still gruesome. He like kills Ananias and Sapphira. And you said you're reading the NIV. Is that right?
Yeah.
So this is going to take a second, but this was the thing. I'm going to show it to you that like, I'm not trying to like.
Have a.
I'm
No,
trying
you're
to
good. Do you have a chapter?
Yeah. So Jude chapter, well, it's one, there's only one chapter, but it's verse 5. And this was a thing that made me go, whoa. Now I read a different version. I'm on NRSV, but it doesn't matter too much, and I'll show you why. It's going to look a little different than mine, but I'll show you why. So can you read Jude 1:5?
Though you already know all this, I want to remind you that the Lord at one time delivered his people out of Egypt, but later destroyed those who did not believe.
Now, by Lord, is there a little, like a footnote?
Some early manuscripts, Jesus.
Some early manuscripts say Jesus. I looked into it, it's the earlier ones. The earlier manuscripts say Jesus. They changed it to Lord. My version says Jesus. And it's also like the Greek, when they use Lord, it's Kyrios, the word Kyrios. It's the same Kyrios they use in Romans 10:9 when they say, if you say out loud with your mouth that Jesus is Lord, then you can go to heaven. I don't remember the end of it, but like that's the pivotal, like you say it out loud. We do that in church when we get baptized. Like we like admit with our mouths, right, that Jesus is Kyrios, Lord. The same Kyrios here. So either way, this verse in Jude, which is deep in the New Testament, you know this, is saying Jesus is the one. The guy who came into all this stuff, Jesus is the one who destroyed the people in the Old Testament. And that broke my heart when I read it. Because I was making the separation. That like now, like looking back, it's like, separation of what? Like, it's the same. Either way, it's weird.
We're not supposed to, right?
Yeah, I know, but
isn't that the core philosophy of the Trinity?
But we kind of do, like that's how.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
That's how I dealt with the Old Testament. Is like that was the old angry Yahweh, but Jesus, and then here it's like no, Jesus did that, and he's all good. That's, to me, that's an all purple, half yellow cat.
Yeah, I understand.
Anyway, I should. There's some other guests. I should probably like talk to some more people. But did you want to say a last like thing or anything?
Oh yeah, like what I was trying to say earlier is like I can only like analyze the Bible from my current perspective, and I guess like my thing why I became a Christian is like because like I came to the conclusion that there was a God first, and then Christianity followed because Christianity to me Christianity is like it's the best out of the major Jew like Abrahamic religions. It's the one I agree with the most out of them. So what I would say to like your objections about God, like the so-called evil God has committed, like I cannot tell you why God commanded the Israelites to go slaughter the Canaanites or the Amorites.
Yeah.
But like I guess that's because I'm not God. You know what I mean? Like I don't think anyone can tell you why God did it other than God if we get to heaven, right? So I guess
I'm gonna ask if I get there. I'm gonna walk in the gate and be like, "Hey, this is great. Couple things.
Why'd you kill all these people?"
Yeah, like I gotta know, or else I'm out.
Yeah, I guess that's what I would say. Like my faith in God like comes from the fact that I believe that there just is a God, and so Christianity follows after that, which is where I'm at. But I understand your
it doesn't
objection
have
to it, and it's been what's that?
It doesn't have to. Like, there's other. It's very possible that it's one of the other 50 religions, or I don't know, 50,000 maybe. I have no idea. It's also very possible that the whatever God it is hasn't been figured out or written down yet. Like it's something that, you know, we hear that's like, oh, we can't know and stuff, but it's like, no, we really don't know it yet. And this isn't it at all. And that like, look, if it's the case that, you know, these like ancient Hebrew goat herder people like got it right, that'd be pretty amazing. But, you know, if they didn't, I wouldn't be so blown away anymore. I'd be kind of like, yeah, of course they did. Like they were guessing and all these other people are guessing. And the thing that it actually is, maybe God's not even the right word for it. It's like the source or the, not like the energy. I hate when people say that, but like the, you know, some other thing like the start and stuff like that. And it's not as like intricately woven in our lives, which is why prayer doesn't work the way that it says it should, or the way that we would expect it to, which is why like sometimes our things are left unanswered. You know, it would like answer a lot of those problems. Anyway, that's just where I'm at with it. But I'll let you go. You've given me some good stuff to think about. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for talking, man.
Yeah, hang out. Come on back some other time. You're talking about a coherence field. Yeah.
Hello?
Never give up. Hey, welcome in. How old are you?
30.
3?
30.
Oh. Are you busy like watching TV right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I turned it off.
Oh, cool. Did you want to you want to talk?
Yes. So, well, first of all, I'm a Christian.
Oh, good.
And upon hearing you guys' discussion, like there are things that I want to clarify and all that one. But is there any question?
What are you doing with your microphone?
Oh, it's my phone, so I'm trying to like find a place for it.
It just sounds like you're calling from inside an empty chip bag.
Oh, I'm in my room, so sorry about that. Like I turned off everything.
Are you a
Can
mouse?
you hear me now? No.
You're not a mouse in a chip bag.
No.
Yeah, it's just like clicking a lot. But okay. So yeah, are you? Have you had like struggles with your faith? Is that what you want to talk about?
No, I want to like help and like answer some question regarding Christianity.
Oh, sure. I mean, we were talking about like why God commanded people to die in the Old Testament and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. So like, do you believe that like God is love and just, right? Or is there like any doubt that if God is just and like God is love, how can that be true at like the same time?
Yeah, that's what, so like I know that the we're taught God is just, and then that's what I'm kind of like questioning, because to me just means that, like, especially in terms of like punishment or consequences, is like it like eye for an eye, right? If you steal $100 from someone, then and you get caught, then you have to give $100 back plus maybe a little extra to make up for the time they didn't have their money and they were stressed out. And then if you do it on repeat, then we would say, hey, you've done this enough times that we know you're going to do it again, so we're going to put you in a jail to keep you from doing it. Like, it's this equal thing. But if you like steal a little bit and then God kills you for it, that's like, whoa, that seems like the scales are, you know what I mean? They've tipped way past just, right?
So you're kind of like questioning about like God's scale of justice then, right?
Yeah.
Because like if we look at human's eye, like the justice is, like you said, it's an eye for an eye, or $100 for $100. That's a human judgment.
No, that's from the Bible. It says that.
Well, that's for God's telling them for human to human.
Right. And that's just. That's fair and even and balanced. He's saying, you guys be fair, even and balanced. That's what just is. Be like me, be just.
Yes, I agree. And that's what the judgment from human to human. But there is this kind of like, I think we need to clarify like about God to human.
I'm sorry, humans aren't supposed to judge each other though. His judgment his judgment is if you take my eye, I take your eye. That's God's God's judgment.
But like I'm trying to say is like this, like for God, like for example, there's a father, right? And telling the son, like his two sons, hey, if your older brother stole from the younger son has to pay it back.
Yeah.
So that's the judgment between the two sons. But there is the father. So the father has his own judgment between him and his sons. Can you like understand that part? Like, am I saying clear? Like,
you're saying it clear. I just disagree with it. Like justice, if it's just, then there's a fair, appropriate consequence for the crime.
Yes.
So whatever the crime is, the consequence matches it, right? Like I have kids myself. I have kids, and if they like, lie to me, they might lose their iPad for an hour or something, an hour of iPad, whatever. I don't know.
Right, that's your judgment for your son.
Yeah, and then sometimes I'll go, you know what, that was a little too harsh. I'm gonna make it half an hour, and I try to find the right thing that they'll learn from it, but not be like hurt by it. I wouldn't go, hey, you lied to me, and then kill them.
Right. Well, I'm kind of like trying to like just explain between the human to human like just, and then God to human justice. Because for us, we believe that if someone
that's not justice, then that's unbalanced. That's what I'm saying. That's the point. If there's two different scales that are weighed differently, it's not fair, even, and just. That's not the right word for it.
Well, because like we see it in our own, like we see it in a human eye. That's the thing. Because for God, like every sin is equal. Like even if you lie, it's the same just.
Right.
Like
that's not justice. Never. That's what I'm saying. It's not fair. It's not even. It's not balanced. That every sin is equal. So telling a lie is equal to genocide. Do you really think that?
Yes.
You're crazy. Yes. You're an insane person.
Well, here's my belief though, because like
you're saying that you are equal to Hitler.
Yes, I'm a sinner.
I can't have you up here. I don't take like Hitler's equals on my live. You have to leave. That's crazy.
Well, it's not like
no. Like step down. Like if you think that you're equal to a genocidal maniac, get out of here.
Because I'm saying is, like, for me, I'm not, because as a human we keep giving us hierarchy, who's better, who's good, who's not, who's the evil, and that's because that's the human like level of judgment.
Are we doing it wrong? Do you think that? So you think that like for people who do genocides, that what's the punishment they should get?
Like for my belief as a human,
yeah, human to human,
like human to human justice is like he needs to die too, because he commit suicide and like he commit genocide. He killed a lot of people. He hurt a lot of people. For my human eye, yes.
What about for lying? Like if I lie to you, then what should
for a human eye?
Yeah,
for
what
human
should you,
eye?
Yeah, I lie to you. What should you do to me for consequence?
Then I'm just not gonna talk to you anymore.
I shouldn't die? I deserve death though, right?
Well, in my human eye, that's the justice I see.
Yeah, and is it wrong? Because God is probably correct on this one, right? That I actually deserve death.
But like the thing is, we have to understand that human being is different than God being.
I know, God, but there's still a right and wrong. Do you not believe in objective morality?
Yes. I believe in objective morality, and that's the reason why I believe.
So, does God think I deserve to die for lying?
No.
Do you? Oh, wait, God doesn't think I deserve to die?
No, that's the reason why he came out to earth to give us a way.
What?
It's Jesus Christ.
If you lie, he kills you. Remember,
without Jesus Christ.
No, I'm saying after Jesus Christ, he killed that couple who was lying. Remember?
What's that called? What's his name?
Ananias and Sapphira.
Ananias and Sapphira.
Yeah. So they lied, and he killed them.
Mm-hmm.
That was after Jesus.
Yes.
Did they deserve it?
See, as a Christian, our punishment is 3 times more than non-believers. Do you believe that? Like, if there's 2 people, right? One is a Christian who knows who Jesus is, and one who's not. And then both of them did the same.
Sorry, just a second. Let's see if this person's here. Chandler's not connecting. Chandler, are you there?
I'm here. How are you?
Hey, sorry, this guy's saying that like that he's equal to Hitler, so I don't really want to talk to him. Would you mind talking to me?
Yeah, I don't think you're equal to Hitler, or any of us are.
No, he said he was.
Yeah, I don't think he is either.
Okay, well, how old are you?
38.
Are you a Christian?
Yeah, I'm Catholic.
Oh, cool. Have you ever like had struggles with your faith?
Yeah, I was not always Catholic. I came to become Catholic later in life. I think it's a complicated thing, and I think you should question your faith. I think that's a very important part of it. I think most traditional Christian faiths would argue that, Catholic and Orthodox, to say always question, always, ask what it means to be a Christian, what it means to follow Christ, what the divine means. And you understand that as much as we try to understand what that is, that everything that's been interpreted in the past in the Bible, and especially in the Old Testament, was the people of that time trying to understand what the divine meant.
So you think that like when, Samuel says, oh, the Lord wants us to go kill the children, that he just like he was improperly hearing. That's interesting. Like
I'm not going to say that he was improperly hearing, but I think that it was the scripture of the time was written by people who were trying to understand what's happening at that time.
No, I mean,
and especially,
so you don't think that happened at all?
Especially in Judaism, it's not that God took a pen to paper and wrote everything down. Especially when you go to the Old Testament, that is very much a historic account of the people, a specific people of that time, trying to make sense of.
Let me ask you this way: Do you think that the Israelites, or the Hebrews, they were called back then, I think, do you think that they did actually slaughter the Amalekites?
Yes.
Do you think that God commanded them to?
I think that they believed God commanded them to.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. So, like, you're saying some parts of the Bible, or at least this part of the Bible, when Samuel says God wants us to go, this is the word of God. The Lord of hosts says, "Go do this." That he actually was just maybe getting that from himself, or like maybe the devil or something like that.
I'm not going to say the devil. I think that it was his understanding of what he thought God wanted him to do. If you look, especially look at the Gospels.
But he was wrong, right?
I'm not going to say that anybody's wrong or right in a specific situation, especially when you're looking back thousands of years. There's context that we're missing, not being there.
Kind of.
Is it wrong to kill children? Absolutely.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it makes a big difference if they thought God wanted them to do that, or if God actually did want them to do that. That's a big smudge on God's.
I don't think there was not a bolt of lightning that came down, and in front of Samuel was standing a guy with a big white beard saying, "Go kill these people."
No, not that time. No.
Right. And if you look, especially if you look at the Gospels, there were many times Christ rebuked the religious authorities, the Sadducees, etc. And he rebuked them many times. Took in people, communicated with people, worked with people, broke bread with people. That even today, a lot of Christians, especially in the United States, would find reprehensible.
How does that solve the thing about we don't? You're just saying we don't know if God actually did this. So, but okay, if he did, that's bad of God, right?
I would say it's bad of God. I do not believe that God ever came down and said, "Murder these people." I think it was people's, at that time, understanding of what God was trying to say. In the Old Testament, the only time God really ever came down and said things was to Noah and Moses.
Yeah, that might be. There's a few other times.
A handful of prophets. But the only time, like God put his, the only time God put his pen to paper in the Old Testament was the Ten Commandments, the tablets, Mount Sinai. That's the only time God put pen to paper, so to speak.
There's that one time he writes on the wall. You know what I'm talking about?
What time we're on the wall?
I don't know, but I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. I don't know if do you mind just waiting a minute?
Yeah, sure.
All right. I'll put on some background music. Sorry, everyone. I'll be right back. We're back. Thank you so much. I really had to take care of that.
Not a problem. You mentioned like God writing on the wall. We were talking about, I think, in the book of Daniel, where it's like you've been waiting, you've been found wanting.
Is that one? Yeah,
like,
there's something where like they say the hand
number the days of the king, and said like essentially this is when your reign is coming to an end.
Well, there's also, by the way, all of Jesus. Like he came, talked.
Okay.
Just like that's a time when like God came.
Yeah. Yeah, no, but I was mentioning the Old Testament when like God there's not a lot of instances where God specifically in the Old Testament had very direct contact. It was a lot of the Old Testament is the history of the Jewish people.
Yeah. Okay. But
and that needs to be taken into context when you read the Old Testament. But yeah, absolutely, when Jesus comes in the Gospels, that's very different.
Do you think the Garden of Eden stuff happened?
I think the Garden of Eden is. I don't think it directly happened the way that necessarily like it is in Genesis.
Yeah,
I think it is.
That's how I was raised too. That like God actually used like the Big Bang and evolution and stuff to like make the universe and where we are right now, but that like some of like early people were maybe like the first civilization, kind of, where that started.
Yeah, it's a history. I mean, it's a history view. Especially, you look at the Old Testament. Especially, you look at the flood, for example. Noah, the Great Flood.
Right.
It's across many cultures.
Yeah.
Right. Like that's almost a universal story of early people.
And it just seems like they like retold that from a different,
Well, I don't think it's a retelling. I think just it's our common ancestry as humanity.
Oh, like even before we like left the cradle of humanity in Africa, that like there was a flood and oral tradition handed that down or something.
Yeah, and if you read the early books of the Old Testament, it's not even monotheistic in a lot of ways. There's very much like he's the prime God. He's the God above all other gods.
Oh, really?
Yes, yeah. If you really
I thought you just meant that there's like, just like in, Greek, you have like Zeus and Hades.
Oh, no, yeah.
They have like Yahweh and Satan and Jesus. Like there's sort of a multiple thing. What do you mean what do you mean the prime? What does that mean?
The God of Israel is greater than the God of X civilization.
Like Molech, or what?
Yeah, I'm not saying that Judaism never really espoused a polytheistic or a pantheon of gods itself.
Yeah, I think it did a little bit. Yeah. There's that. What am I thinking of? Is it in Job when that happens? There's Esther, then Job, right?
Yeah.
Man in the land of Uz, fear God, his sons. One day the heavenly beings came to present themselves before the Lord, and the accuser also came along with them. There's like these times like this where it's like there's a bunch of guys in heaven. Like maybe I guess it's just angels. There's a few times I've seen. When was that? Someone pointed that out. Does anyone chat know? Like, there's like a verse where it says something about how like there's a whole divine council. Is that the word? Psalms. God has taken his place in the divine council. In the midst of the gods, he holds judgment. Yeah, it's kind of like. They were sort of like, it seemed like they were kind of like, battling with the idea of like, are we going to be monotheistic or polytheistic? And they kind of like narrowed it down and decided to go mono, right? Kind of. I mean, they have Jesus and the Holy Spirit and stuff. So.
I would need to pull up the original Hebrew in that. I don't know the exact translation, but oftentimes there's a lot of things that get lost translation, so you got to be very careful also reading.
Yeah, no, I mean that's just like where, like, you've heard like Elohim and is it Adonai? I don't remember how to say them all, but like these are like, they kind of said, oh yeah, that's all Yahweh, but then when they look back, they're kind of like, these are actually like different beings that later got like merged. They used to be separate, and then they're like, let's just all call this the same guy. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. It kind of like that the Old Testament isn't accurate throws doubt, I think, on the stories in the New Testament. Because when Jesus came, his whole thing that Jesus was doing was like, hey, the Old Testament, they didn't call it back, but like the scriptures, that's my dad. That's me.
The Torah.
Yeah, that's the God that they're talking about. That's us. That's who we are. And that's what Jude, I was just reading was that to him? I was reading Jude to. It's like, it confirms it. It's like, don't forget, Jesus is the God from the Old Testament. So that's what the whole point of the New Testament was to confirm that the Old Testament is true.
Right. But you also have to also understand it in context. After centuries, millennia of persecution, of expulsion, that it's not just the Old Testament. If you look at historical records throughout, again, you look at Noah, these stories that permeate throughout history. There are these elements that across cultures are repeated. And of course, at that time, before even written history, these are oral traditions. We've all played the game of telephone in kindergarten. Like, things get lost in translation. But all these elements continue after centuries, millennia, and generations. Like, that's important. And I think that's relevant, that there's to say, like, these themes, these stories, these narratives are not unique to just the people in Jerusalem, just the people in Babylon and Persia. These are a unifying theme throughout human history and human cultures.
But does that make it true?
Well, that's something that we need to discern as people looking through history and the historical records. Does that make it true? Not in and of itself. Absolutely not. And absolutely, there is faith that is needed. That's why religion is not science. Religion is faith. You have to have faith.
No. I get that. But and that's the part that I'm, as it says, right?
And you can never prove that. There's nothing that's going to be able to 100% prove your faith. There's like you can't prove. You're never going to be able to prove religion 100% because that's the essence of it. It goes beyond science. It goes beyond that. Faith is an act of faith. Religion is an act of faith, and it's always going to be that. And so you need to judge for yourself whether that's something that you can accept or not.
I mean, not right now. Like that. That's what I'm saying. Like, right now, it's feeling, and like, honestly, my mind has shifted significantly even during this live. Like, just talking to people and stuff, and like contemplating both sides and things like that. But like, if the Bible is remotely close to what God is like, and we're to believe that he's all good, then this is a glaring, contradictory, logical impossibility. This is like a hard thing to wrap my head around. So until I can like go, oh, that's why they said women can't talk in church, or whatever, like whatever the thing is, like that. Now that that's answered, I can go back to doing it. But until then, I feel like my faith is like dishonest. You know what I mean? Like, I feel it would be like me saying like, yeah, I believe, but I'm like crossing my fingers behind my back.
Yeah, and, I understand. Like, and the concept of blind faith, that's not a good thing. Like, they say, right? Blind faith, that's not good. Blind faith is ignorance.
That's like cult stuff. Yeah.
You should always question it. And I'm not disagreeing with anybody. Like, anybody that's challenging Christianity or challenging any religion in this chat, like that, good, challenge it. Like have that conversation within yourself with other people. That is healthy. You should.
We got a raid from a person who's an atheist earlier, so the chat's kind of like half and half right now. So I don't know where they're at, to be honest.
Well, atheism is also a faith in and of itself, because you're also declaring that there is absolutely no opportunity for the divine. I can understand agnosticism. That makes sense to me. Atheism is just the same as any other religion, because you are declaring something definitively without proof.
Well, I think with atheism, they just say they don't believe. Do I have it wrong? What is it?
They believe in nothing. They believe there's no God. But again, you can't but they haven't proven that. They just believe it, and that's the point. They believe there's no God. They have no empirical evidence. They believe.
I get like what you mean, but the definition just says there's a lack of belief. That's just how the like Webster's. So maybe, I don't know, maybe that's not true. The core of atheism is the absence of belief. Does that mean they believe there isn't? I'm trying to think think about, I'm just thinking of unicorns, right? Like, do I not believe in unicorns, or do I believe unicorns don't exist? That's what you mean, right? Like, that's it's semantics, but like,
yeah. I'm trying to draw the logical line between the difference.
I guess I'm just saying that's like, I don't I guess I should ask you: do you believe in unicorns?
I don't believe personally in unicorns. Okay. Maybe they exist, but I don't believe they exist.
Okay, so you lack a belief in unicorns. They might, but you don't believe them. So you're not saying I have definitive proof that there's not unicorns, but you still don't believe in unicorns. So you'd be like a atheist towards, or like not an atheist.
I would say I'd be agnostic towards unicorns, because I don't.
What does agnostic
I don't personally believe, but I have no empirical evidence that they do or do not exist.
An agnostic is a person who believes that nothing is known or can be known of the existence or nature of God or of unicorns. So are you saying with unicorns that nothing is known about unicorns or can be known, or are you just saying that you don't believe in them?
I would say that the former. It's I have no empirical evidence, so I say nothing can or cannot be known, and therefore I don't have any belief in it. But
yeah, but you don't have any proof that unicorns don't exist. You just lack the belief in.
Right, and that's why I would say I would be agnostic towards them.
So, do you have faith that unicorns don't exist?
I have no convictions on unicorns.
Right. That's why I'm saying with atheists, they don't have faith God doesn't exist. They just are like, I have no convictions on God. I don't believe in God. That's just a semantics thing. I've heard that before, and I heard both sides of it. But
maybe there's been different degrees of atheists then, because there are atheists that are very adamant that in their very adamant belief that God does not exist and promote that.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways you are, because you're saying like it's not like you have some certainty. I think that it's not the way that God is described in the Old Testament. You have some atheistic views on that particular description of God because, like me, you know that He's all good, although that's in the Old Testament too. So who knows? But like you know that He's all good and that these things aren't good. So it must be that they got something wrong. So for that particular, like that one description of God from the Old Testament, we can be atheist about that one.
Yeah, I believe with the Old Testament, you need to understand the time and the people that came from those traditions. Right, you're talking about thousands of years history.
I know, but I'm just talking about like the definition of things. So like we know it's not that God, the one that said to kill children. It can't be the all good God that said to kill children. That one's not real. It's it's some other version of it that they weren't quite perfect on.
I mean, I would be careful with saying it that way. I think it is that God. It's just not, but the way that they understood God was not complete.
Yeah, they got that part wrong. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like now it's like the unicorn analogy would be like, Oh yeah, unicorns do exist. They just don't have horns. Those are horses, dude. Like you're talking about, you know what I mean? Like
somebody saw a deer with a misshapen,
Yeah, it's not a unicorn. So we still don't believe in unicorns. It's some other thing. So we still don't like believe in the way that they describe Yahweh. Like I'm now, thanks to you, atheist to Yahweh in the Old Testament. But I don't know if there's some other thing that they got wrong, and there is some other real thing. So I'm still like agnostic overall. I mean, with Jesus, like I'm still technically Christian too, but like just with Old Testament stuff, like I'm agnostic overall. But the one that they described, we can narrow it down and be like, well, it can't be that one. That's a contradiction. That's
right. Well, and it's not that it's a contradiction. It's they saw something and they didn't have the full understanding. They saw a deer in the field with a horn sticking out of its head that was misshapen.
You're not hearing me. The way they described it was a contradiction. They got it wrong. They saw something and they described it in a way that is contradictory. So we know that they described it wrong. That's how we know it's wrong, because it's impossible.
And that's why, as Christians, we believe that Christ came to the fulfillment to complete the understanding and provide that context.
Yeah, he was like, you guys, that wasn't wrong. That's the wrong God. It's this one. Like that was his.
Yeah, and that's not to say moving forward as Christians after the resurrection, all that there weren't times where we got it wrong. Understanding Christ and understand what he would like the Crusades and things.
Yeah, I guess I'd be interested in like what happened during the Transfiguration. Then that's kind of like a strange thing to have happen if Jesus was. I don't know, but we can talk about that another night. I think. Let me see if I have. Maybe everyone left. Oh, yeah, everyone left. You can say this guy Never Give Up is still here. He's probably still talking. He's been muted for like an hour. He just probably doesn't know.
He might know now.
I don't remember what he was on about, but he was. Oh, come off mute.
My question for you, because we have got into what was what is the faith tradition that you're coming from where it has you questioning?
Oh yeah, so I mean, I was Never Go Up. You can unmute yourself, can't you? Or is that a new feature in TikTok where you can't unmute yourself? That would be great if that's the case. That's like a big flaw that they've had in the what's it, in the UI? Is that the way to call it? The user interface?
The platform. I don't know.
Yeah, like when you mute someone, they can just come off mute. If you can't come off mute, that's fantastic. Hold on, Chin. I'm gonna try to mute you. Try to come off mute.
That worked?
Yeah, you came right off. What are you doing? Never give up. I'll tell you what. Never give up. Keep trying.
Computers are hard.
Follow your namesake. Yeah, so I was like raised Baptist when I was like with my family, and then I kind of like jumped around a bit after I was more concerned about finding a church that was like I kind of liked the people, I guess. So I jumped around and also just moved a lot, so there was kind of like a lot of different varieties. But I never got to like one where we were speaking in tongues or anything like that. I never did Catholicism. It was always just like kind of like evangelical, different type of things like that.
Yeah, I understand. That's kind of where I was raised, where I grew up in. And not to influence.
Are you popping a bubbly?
I'm Catholic. Not Baptist. I can do that. But no, I would say that not to influence your decisions or anything, but it just if you haven't dug into like the early church fathers, the early church, the Augustinians, the Thomistic kind of theology, that gives a lot of different context that you don't get from a lot of the American churches.
That makes me very nervous, to be honest. The whole thing of like, Samuel got a little bit wrong here makes me very nervous about taking stuff that's like non-biblical, like non-directly from Jesus stuff. Like there's some that makes me a little bit like wary, just to be like, yeah, I'm just going to trust these guys figured it out. Paul didn't know quite right, but these guys figured it out. How did they decide what's like true or not true?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, I mean, when you look at the early church, when you look at especially the compilation of the Bible, there was no Bible for the first 300 to 400 years of Christianity. There was no New Testament. There was no defined canon of Scripture. It was an oral tradition that was passed down from the apostles to their disciples.
Not just oral. There was manuscripts. Oh, you mean from the original Gospels?
The Gospels and just the early church in general. There was no defined canon of Scripture. There were manuscripts, there were writings, there were letters. There were things that didn't make it in the Bible that we have today. There was the Gospel of Judas, the Gospel of Mary, that were rejected.
Yeah. How did they decide which ones were like true and which ones weren't?
And that's why I'm encouraging you to read the Desert Fathers, the early church, because that's what explains it. The early councils of the church go through all of how they defined what those gospels were. There was a consensus based off of the oral tradition.
So there's an oral tradition that lets them know that like the Gospel of Thomas is no good.
Because it conflicted with the unified body of the church. It conflicted with what had been passed down, what had been taught.
But
across
Chandler,
not just
the Old Testament conflicts with the New Testament, and they put those in. They thought the Old Testament was true. That's why they put it in.
The Old Testament is true, and it is important. But like it's not just the historical parts of the Old Testament are some of the things that are challenging. And they were
is that what they say? Are the church fathers like this stuff isn't? They didn't quite get it right, but we're going to put it in anyway.
That's what Jesus said. Jesus said that this stuff isn't quite the whole truth. He says, "I am the fullness of the truth."
Why are we putting it in? Why would a perfect being with perfect communication skills put errors in his perfect book? What are you talking about? Like that? It's either true or it's not, and either God helped to design it or he didn't. Right?
He did help to design it, but he helped to design it with the help of flawed beings, imperfect beings.
And the thing is, to add to that though, is like if
I'm muted, you figured it out.
No, I was doing dishes, but like from my belief, the reason why the Bible is what it is right now is because if we got something so perfect, so like unified, we would definitely doubt it, because there's no way something is so perfect.
You're saying they messed it up on purpose to like?
It's not messed it up on purpose. It's more like God let people like has their own perspective on it. There's their own understanding on it, but he guide them to write it.
I think that's a mistake. I think it would be better if we knew exactly what happened and exactly what God wanted at all times. Why would you prefer a flawed message from our Lord?
That's a really good question, and it goes back to freedom. God gave us freedom of will, freedom of choice, and it's not about your own interpretation, and it's not that the Bible in and of itself is supposed to be the end-all, be-all. Before the New Testament was codified, there was the church. So from a Catholic or an Orthodox perspective, it's scripture and tradition go hand in hand. And you need both of those to really have the fullness and understanding of the faith. And it's not something that there are certain elements of the faith that are always codified, but we are always striving to better understand God and the divine. So said, if he could have given us the perfect word and still give us freedom, if he gave us everything perfectly and said this is exactly what you're supposed to do, there would be no freedom.
What do you think about Calvinism?
I'm Catholic. What do you mean I think about Calvinism? I don't believe in Calvinism. That's predestination. That is, in my mind, that's a flawed theology. There is
Never give up. Why are you giggling?
Well, it's just like the thought that like having different Christianity, like denomination and all that one. Well, because if you read the Revelation, it's bound to happen. The difference between churches is bound to happen. Like
Yeah,
Jesus
it's almost
already
like it
know.
was determined, right?
Well, it's
Like,
not determined. Like
if it's bound
we
to
know
happen.
the human. Because
Does-
we have
doesn't
free
that
will.
mean-
Well, we have like, imagine you're watching a football game. You watch it, you record it, you already know what happened, and then you rewatch it. It's not like you can change everything since you already know that someone is gonna win. Like guys like that one, like he knows what's
you can't
gonna happen
change
at the end.
anything. Once the future's known,
Uh-huh.
it's settled.
But because of our free will, like God knows that even though Jesus already like came down to earth to do all this, he knows that people with humans will, greedy, humans like sin and all that one, he knows that he's gonna use, like people will use Jesus' teaching on their own, like their own like a belief and all that. That's the reason why we got Catholicism, we got Calvinism, Lutheran, we got Protestant and all that one, because of the humans like sinful nature. Basically, we have that free will. So it's not like
Let me draw you
God.
something.
God. Okay.
Wait 1 second. This will be quick. This is easy. I have this to help my kids do like homework. Yeah, 1 second. Let me get this thing off so we can actually see it. Okay. Can you see this like P and arrow? Okay. Oh, it's all backwards. Just pretend it's not backwards.
I'll be dyslexic for a few minutes.
This is a person, and they can choose either 1 or 5. It's supposed to be a 2. They can choose 1 or 2. They have perfect free will to make the choice between 1 or 2, right? Never give up. Why don't you just pick one of them, either one?
I would say 2.
Okay. You pick 2. Check. Oh, the check's backwards here. There you go. Check. Now, in this other universe, this was a universe just like this. This other universe, I'm going to add. We're going to do it one more time, but I'm going to add something, and I'll even write it backwards. Watch this.
Very good.
Okay. In this universe, God knows with 100% certainty that in the future you will choose 1. So, you see 2 options before you. You can see 1 and you can see 2. In this one, you could see 1 and see 2, and there was a path to both of them. Either one could happen. In this one, you can see 1 or you can see 2. Can you pick 2 and surprise God? Is that going to happen?
It's depend.
You might
like what's gonna be the outcome of that choice.
That God was incorrect about something. You make God not all knowing.
Well, if God wants you to choose 1 because it's gonna make you prosperous, it's gonna make you good choices.
Never give up. You're
instead of
missing the
2.
point so hard. God knows you're going to pick 1. Can you surprise God and pick 2? Can you make God wrong?
Like I said, it's gonna be depend on what's gonna be the outcome.
You don't think God is all knowing?
Well, he knows. Like for example, see, there's small choices and there's big choices, right?
Yeah,
you know
this,
that.
This is apples and oranges. You could have an apple or an orange. You picked an orange. In this other universe, God knows with 100. Listen to the words: 100% certainty that you're going to pick 1. Can you prove God wrong?
Oh boy.
See, that's kind of like a really like
There's no
like a straw man. But
no,
it's a straw
this
man.
isn't even the end of it. You're messing up on the wrong part. No, you can't prove God wrong. He knows the future. The entailment of an omniscient being is that once you know the future, it means the future is settled with 100% certainty. This doesn't have to be God. This could be a really 100% accurate psychic who just has future knowledge, right? Like it could be anything, right?
Or it could be science and string theory that knows all potential outcomes and all things.
Of all of them, it knows which one you're going to do, which one this version of you is going to do in this version of the universe.
Well, see, but that's again going back to string theory. String theory says that there are a multitude of choices, and there is at any given time on a temporal chart, all of those timelines coexist.
Yeah. So in this timeline
with an omniscient God, all of those timelines possibly exist.
Yeah, and he knows each version of you in different timelines. He knows which one each one of your timelines is going to pick, right? Because he knows all.
He knows every possible outcome.
Yeah. So he doesn't know which one you're going to do, though. He's like, I can see all the options, but I have no idea what he's going to do.
No, you're looking at it from a perspective that is linear.
Right. So I know there's infinite string theory timelines. I know that. In this
God's
one of
outside
them,
time. God is outside of.
He's outside of time.
Yes.
Does God exist right now?
Yes.
Yes.
Now is a time. Now is a time.
God exists outside of time.
Yeah, so you would say no, not right now, because that's a time. What does that mean to be outside time?
That's not contradictory.
Cool. It also doesn't matter to what we're talking about. Try to focus up here for a second.
Does.
There's an infinite number of possibilities. There's an infinite numbers of you. Of all of them, this one version of you in this one timeline is going to pick one. God knows that with 100% certainty. Hear the word 100% certainty. Can you do the other thing? Is that you can see the option ahead of you, but is this path available?
Yes.
You're terrible at math. 100% certainty. There's a 0% possibility for this. What are you not getting?
See, here's the thing. We have to put context on that choice.
Are you a dunce? What are you talking about? The answer is no. He knows you won't pick it. You're making God not know everything. You're gonna go to hell. What are you doing? This is the easy part of this question. I'm not even at the part that is about free will. This isn't even the part yet.
Your question about predestination assumes a linear singular timeline. It's there's all these possibilities, but it's just this one possibility. Yeah. Because God knows this one thing in a specific timeline. God is outside of all time and our concept of what space, time, and reality is.
So he doesn't know. He doesn't know what this version of you is going to pick. He does not. Sure.
He absolutely does know, but it's not a predefined thing for that version.
Right.
He knows of all possible versions.
He knows all the possible ones, but he doesn't know which one you're actually going to actualize.
That you're thinking in a linear fashion.
No, I'm doing that because we're only talking about one person and one option.
But God is not linear.
So he's unable to think of it in a linear way. He has to constantly think of every possible option. He can't just zero in on one person and one timeline and know what they're going to pick. Impossible for him.
No, he could actually zero in on one person and see that person say this person is going to do this, but he's not predefining saying this person needs to do this. He goes, in this situation, in this instance, this person will do this.
With 100% certainty, he knows that?
In a specific situation, a specific time, I'm not sure. But
in that specific situation, in that specific timeline, can the person pick the other one or not? I'm blown away by this, guys.
Can the person pick the other one? God knows all possible realities at all possible times. So absolutely, yeah. In any situation, a person can pick a specific
prove God
situation.
wrong. Okay, so God can be proved wrong. We can surprise God. He doesn't know everything. You're insane.
It's not
you worship a different God than me. You worship a different God than me.
It's not a surprising God. It's not surprising God. He's omniscient, so he knows all possibilities at any given time. He's not dictating.
What verse is that? What Bible verse says that?
Oh, so again, this goes back to why I'm Catholic and not a Protestant, because I don't believe in sola scriptura. You have to read the entire church.
Yeah, what church father says that he knows all possible string theories? I'll look it up.
They don't call it string theory, but read St. Thomas.
Okay, St. Thomas.
Thomas Aquinas. Yeah.
Aquinas on God knowing all possible outcomes. Now let's look it up. Through his omniscient and eternal nature, by not by observing a sequence of events like a creature would, God's knowledge is not limited by time, but is a single eternal unchanging act. He distinguishes between two ways God knows things: the knowledge of simple intelligence and the knowledge of vision. I don't know what that means to you. Knowledge of non-existent possibilities. God's essence is infinite. Okay, so this is a good point. Like, he knows you have an infinite number of options. You're choosing between apples and oranges, but you might say bananas, right? But he knows that you won't choose unicorns or a square circle. You won't choose those. You won't be able to go eat that. You won't eat like a car. There's some things that he knows it won't be, right? Or in every moment, do you have infinite choices?
You have near infinite choices.
Okay. But there's some things you can't do, but there's an infinite number of things you can do.
I'm not going to sprout wings, fly away, and turn into a giraffe.
You might if God gives you wings. That's actually a possibility, right? But he could do a miracle. So maybe you'll pray for a miracle and he'll make it come true. Maybe you'll pray for a miracle and he won't. So that's a possibility too. But what I'm seeing is it says God sees all of time at once. Because God exists in eternity, he sees all moments of time simultaneously, not sequentially, right?
Isn't that what I said?
This is Aquinas stuff. I'm making sure.
Yeah, I mean, in much more eloquent terms, that is what I was trying to.
Yeah, God's knowledge does not coerce our actions. God knows what we will choose to do because our action is present to him in eternity. This knowledge is not a cause that forces us to act. An analogy of a person on a mountain seeing two travelers about to cross a pass in a valley. It's basically what we did. Their knowledge the travelers will meet does not cause the travelers to meet. I'm not saying God is picking for them. I'm saying he knows what you're going to pick.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And he knows that you're not going to pick two.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. So with 100% certainty, you will not pick two. Can you pick two?
But I don't know that, and you don't know that until that choice is made.
I know you don't know that, but will you pick two? Is it possible that you might pick two and make God wrong?
There is no way that I will make God wrong because he's not defining my choice, but he knows what my choice will be.
I'm not saying he's going, and you shall pick one. I'm going to make him pick one. I'm saying that he knows the future. He's watching the football game on tape, right? He knows that in the end of the football tape, you're going to pick one. He just knows that.
Sure.
Yeah. Once you know it, it's just settled in. This little path, although it seems like is there, is not there. Now, that took fucking forever to do, but here's the thing. Ready? I'm going to change it a little. I'm my eraser. You're going to hate this. Go with me to the very beginning of time. The beginning of the universe. God is alone. Right? It's just God, and he thinks, I'm going to make myself a universe. Mm-hmm. Whether it's string theory universe or B theory time or whatever, at some point he goes, I'm going to breathe the universe into existence, and he shouts about, and it makes this universe. And he knows before he makes it, he can, as you say, see all possible possibilities.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
He can see a universe where everything is exactly like this one, except when I got on this live, I was wearing a clown nose. for some reason. I just like got a clown nose and put on. Everything else is exactly the same, and then that one thing is different, right?
You're not wearing a clown nose?
Is it? Are you doing? Is this like a joke thing?
Yeah, it's a joke.
Can you tell me before you do a joke? I'll play some music and stuff for it.
I appreciate it.
Okay. Okay. So he knows that there's a universe where everything is completely different than this. And he knows a universe where everything is exactly this. And he's thinking of all of these universes at once. And he knows that the way he starts the universe, some series of events will happen. Either the clown nose will happen or not. Either apples will happen or oranges will happen. Person doesn't exist yet. And he knows that when he starts the universe with 100% certainty that 14 billion years later, person is going to pick oranges and not apples. And he starts this universe. He chooses the universe. Right?
He chooses the universe?
Who chooses to make the universe?
Like,
so I'm gonna
the universe.
I'm gonna take this back away from the religion, away from faith, and you're under the assumption that there is one universe, one timeline, and string theory doesn't exist. If string theory exists, if string theory could be proven, that would mean, if you would agree, I mean, if you were also someone of faith, is that there are multiple realities that God allowed to happen simultaneously.
Right.
So, and that's sufficient.
I don't know string theory well enough, but if there's like multiple versions of us, does one version of us like go to heaven and the other one go to hell maybe? Or is it like they all unify in heaven or in hell when they die?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Very good question. Yeah.
Because if like one of me is an atheist and the other one is a Christian, then like it seems like we have two different souls, right?
I would say for me, I would believe that every choices that we make, because like I said earlier, it's depend on the outcome of your choice. If the outcome of choice is either eat apple or banana, it's because you're hungry. Then like there's gonna be multiple of you. But if the choice is you either believe him or not, go to hell or not, that's like what God wants you to be with him, right? Yeah. And like all these choices that we can do in between, like I believe that God would try to like interfere on it so that it can lead those choices to be with him. So if the choice 1 is to be with him and choice 2 is not to be with him, and like God knows, like for example, God knows that my choice is gonna be number 2, not to be with him. So God would do everything he could to like call other Christians to talk to me, call other people to talk to me.
Not everything. Not everything.
I've seen like in my personal experience.
He could just sweep you up and take you to heaven. You mean everything without like infringing on your free will?
In the middle choices. But if I'm in the middle choices, like I'm doing wrong things, I'm being mean to my parents, I'm doing all this, but God like he knows that I'm choosing number 2.
Right,
that I don't want to be with him.
All I'm saying, hold on, just before you move too far past, I'm just saying he doesn't do everything in his power because he has all power, right? Church, he could just like break your car down right there and in front of the church, and you would have to go into church.
And that means he doesn't respect my free will.
So he doesn't. So how far can he go before he interferes on your free will?
Like for my experience.
You don't think that he's ever like seen a car crash about to happen and he like interferes and stops it from happening?
I met people who says that God did a lot of like big things for them to turn around. Like one example is in the Bible, Paul. He was struck.
So did Paul still have free will even though he got this vision of Jesus?
Like he could have said no, yes.
Right. He still had free will. So he should do that to everyone. He's not doing everything for you because he didn't do that for you. Or at least he didn't do that
that's the
for me.
thing. The God that I believe, he will meet whoever you are. Like, for example, if you're on the second floor, he will meet you in that way. If you're on the third floor, he will meet you on the third floor. If
I don't know
like,
what that means.
Lowest,
that doesn't mean anything.
Like,
you're being poetic, and I'm asking you to be specific, and it doesn't make sense.
Okay. All right, sorry. Like, every human being has their own personal experience, personal situation, right? Like, your life is different than my life.
Never
right?
give up. All I'm contending with you here is that God doesn't do every single thing within his power to get you to heaven. That's not true.
No, he doesn't. I would agree with that.
Yeah, it's just not. It was just an incorrect thing to say.
No,
I just want you to take that back. Yeah.
What he does is give you the free will to analyze your life and try to give you the opportunities to make choices that would guide you there, and and some people make certain choices that do lead them there, and at the end of the day, we don't know who does or does not get into heaven, or who does or does not get into hell, and we don't know what either one of those scenarios looks like as human beings. It's not Dante's Inferno.
No,
right? Like that's
one example of big interruption is Paul, though.
It's talk about that's poetic, but it's.
Do you think that the disciples had their free will interfered with when Jesus resurrected and showed himself to them?
No,
they slaughtered for fear, and then they believed.
Yeah, they believed because they saw Jesus firsthand.
They believed before that. They followed him.
But they scattered.
Thomas didn't.
They scattered. They doubt. Yeah.
Yeah, and then after he came, he was like, "I am real. Look here, touch my hands." So like he could do that to everyone. He could come down here, reveal himself. We could touch his hands, and we'd still have free will. Brandon, you are so right. Oh my God, that's funny. I feel like I don't know. This doesn't seem true. Hold on, I gotta let my cat in. Oh, my cat's
Brandon, I hope I'm not Jar Jar. No, God, we can't assume to know God's reasons for what he does in certain situations. You know, that's a lot of hubris, right? Like you can't assume to know what anybody's intentions are with any interaction they have with anybody, let alone God.
Yeah, no, I agree. It was just like a weird comment that he said. I probably should just let it go. But it was
I understand. I do understand. I understand where you're coming from. I understand that that thought process.
Okay, well, I think like the whole point of this though was like whatever string theories are happening, there's different versions of us. God knows which versions are going to do which thing ahead of time. I have to burp. Hold on. I muted my mic because it was going to be a gross one. I'm having LaCroix. Is that how you say it? LaCroix. I think in French you say it. LaCroix. It just seems like either way, he started the universe knowing everything and started it anyways. Knowing some people are going to go to hell. Knowing some people are going to pick oranges instead of apples, right? Like small choices.
But isn't like that's the reason why Jesus came down, though, is to change that, like trying to intervene that part, because he wants everyone to be in heaven, and that's the reason why he died.
I just think he could like. I was saying this to someone earlier, like he could just start us all in heaven. There's no reason to really do all, like we just be in heaven.
Then that means there's no relationship if he just do that.
Yeah, there is. Wait, what do you mean?
Like how can you have a relationship? In heaven,
we'd have a better relationship because we could be with him face to face. Down here, we're like confused and lost. This is like this is a blind date. We could be at the move-in stage. Right, of the couple.
But how can you love someone who you never know, who never chose you, who you never had that like?
Oh, he would just give us a choice there. He would say, "Hey, welcome to existence. You're in heaven. You can see down there is earth. A little further down is hell. Take your pick. You want to hang out here? You want to go down there? You want to go all the way to the bottom?" And we'd be like, "This is great. I'm going to stay here."
Yeah, that's not much of a choice.
So would you love someone?
What do you mean that's
like, for
not a
example,
choice? It's literally, instead of like just forcing us into earth where we have to like blindly figure out our way to know what's true, he could just say, here's all the truth. You choose now. That's how this isn't the choice. This is us
And
trying
that's
to like,
what
this is
Jesus
us trying to
said.
figure out what's real. The choice would be if he told us the truth, right?
And that's the reason why Jesus came down. He told us the truth.
Okay, I'll tell. Here's how I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna give you guys a choice. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'll write this down. Okay, what do you pick? All right, what's your pick?
Wait, where's the choice?
Yeah, I gave you the choice. What do you pick? Just between these two.
To what? I don't see what your options are.
Does it not feel like a choice because you don't know the options?
But Jesus gave the option.
See the demonstration I just did? Do you feel that?
No.
It doesn't feel like a choice yet because you haven't been clearly told all of the options.
I feel like if you
God gave them the choice. What do you mean?
Yeah, there's very clear choice with Christianity.
Uh-huh. Like even in the Adam and
It's
Eve
very
story.
clear. There's so many different denominations. You guys don't agree with each other on stuff, right? Like I don't agree with you. Like it's not super clear. You don't
See,
believe in the Old
denomination
Testament.
is-
Like there's stuff where it's like we're struggling to find our way. And be like, well, what's the way? How do we get to there? How do we make sure that we're for sure choosing heaven and not accidentally choosing hell, which we read about in this Bible that has some things that aren't true in it?
Okay. Yeah.
We don't exactly know. We don't know exactly what hell is. Like you said, we don't know what it's like. We don't know who's going. We're blindly trying to figure out what the choices are. Or let's do this one more time. I'm going to start you guys in heaven. We're all in heaven together. Pretend I'm God, and I say, "Do you want just a giant butterfly to carry you around for fun, or do you want to be like just mauled by bears that have spikes, like spiked gloves? Which choice do you want? Now you know the choices. Does it feel like more of a choice?
I don't know. I think I saw that trend on TikTok already between the women picking the bear versus the men. But
I told you if you're gonna do a joke, you have to like say, "Hold on, I'm about to do a joke."
I'm sorry.
Like just say that before, because I'll get it ready just like in case. So okay. Just tell me when you're gonna do it. Okay. So if you're gonna pick, and you really need to know the options clearly. By the way, in my version, there was 3 choices. There could be 1,000,000. He could be like, do you want to be in this heaven or do you want to be in a different heaven that's over there? There's different versions. Take your choice. You have free will. You know all the options. Also, make up your own heaven. I give you the power. That's free will. If it's free will that he wants, give us the power to make our own heaven and just live in it. What are we doing down here blindly, like fumbling our way around trying to figure out like what's real and what to do? That's not free will. That's confusion. That's a riddle.
But isn't like that's what's happening though? Because in the beginning, God gave them a choice. You either eat that fruit or die. Right?
Did you say eat dog poop or die?
Eat that fruit on the tree.
Oh.
If you're gonna make a joke, you need to let me know.
You don't know how to do the music. Oh, were you doing a joke about that? Were you like doing a joke about how
I'm not making a joke. I'm just saying
no, but
there's already a choice.
Yeah.
But isn't like there's already a choice that if you eat that fruit, you will die, or you just follow God's commandment.
Did you make that choice?
And then Adam and Eve make that choice.
Are you Adam or Eve?
We're part of Adam and Eve
So
as a humanity.
we have free will because they had a choice? That's our free will, is our parents had a choice? That sounds more like free will to you than, hey, welcome to heaven, do whatever you want. Like this is like so obvious, guys. This is so obvious. I can't believe that you're like arguing with this even. I'm not even saying God this isn't even like God is real or isn't real. This is just like so clear that it would have been better if we were like, hey, we get more free will in heaven. You can do whatever you want.
Well,
it's like that's what happened in the Garden of Eden, though. Like he says, you can do whatever you want. So that's a joke then, the choice that God made.
You weren't in the Garden of Eden. It doesn't count as your free will.
But because of that one, now we have this free will that we can do whatever we want. Like I can be.
It's not home improvement. Who said it's home improvement? Get the fuck out of here.
Seinfeld.
Who, somebody banned that person that said it's home improvement.
Jeez.
Tim Allen.
Finally, something we can all agree on.
Jeez, wait, hold on. Never give up. Do you like Tim Allen?
I don't know that guy.
That's good enough. Okay. He was the guy.
It's not even whether you liked Tim Allen. So clearly that was Seinfeld.
Tim the Tool Man Taylor. Does that sound familiar?
That guy. Yeah,
you like that guy?
Putin.
I like the show.
All right. Well, I'm gonna drop you. That's no good. And this person, Net, are you there?
I like Santa Claus.
All right, Chandler. I think we've talked long enough. Thanks for giving me some stuff to think about.
No, I appreciate it. I enjoy the conversation.
All right. See you later.
Have a good night.
And Net, you're not connecting, so I'm gonna disconnect you. And then Jupua.
What's up?
How do I say your name?
JP.
Oh, just the letters. How old are you?
39.
Are you Christian?
Yeah.
Okay. We got like off on a bit of a tangent there. Sorry, those guys didn't think
Dude,
God was
no,
on
no. I was I was listening to that whole thing. It was just cracking me up. Oh, because like here you are, the guys who's saying that you don't believe, and then they start talking about these ridiculous nonsensical beliefs, and then you're like, no, let me explain to you the way that it got, like the way that the Bible works, and they were like, what? So
yeah,
anyways,
I wouldn't like
evangelizing to them.
I'm not calling myself a non-believer yet.
Yeah.
My cat's being lonely. There she goes. That's what she needs. All right. Well, what have you ever struggled with your faith? Do you want to kind of like share something that you?
I would say less about struggling with my faith and more about going from a family faith to then finding my faith. Makes sense to you?
Yeah, like going from your parents kind of just making you go to church, and dress up, and you don't like it, and and then like, yeah.
I spent a lot of time traveling the world.
I did that too. Like
exploring different religions.
Yeah, I did that too. I mean, just so you know, like I also like was raised in it, and then kind of had to like find my own thing. So.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time like just traveling and exploring different religions and kind of visiting different countries and learning different ways of life, and inevitably I settled into Christianity, and it's just I think it answers all the biggest questions in the most succinct way.
Like,
and I think the thing that I'm
like what's one of the, what do you mean like the big questions like
the big struggle that you clearly have is the definition of goodness.
Me?
Yeah, that like tonight I'm saying I've been listening to you for a couple hours, and not in a bad way, but I'm saying that's clearly the thing that's on your heart about like what is good. Because if God is good, then what is good? Because if we're just going to accept, okay, well, God is good, it doesn't seem good. So if he's saying he's good, and I don't think that looks good, then either I'm wrong or he's wrong.
Okay.
That make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, so like there's verses where it says he's good, and then there's verses where it says he smashes up children, right?
Yes.
So how do I reconcile those?
And recently I read through 1st and 2nd Samuel again, and it has just pissed me off at God, because it takes me right back to that question of it's like I have to admit, if I believe that God is omnipotent and omniscient, and I see the things that he clearly signed off on, to accept that he is not what I assume that he is within my sensibilities.
I get
And that's
that,
a really
like,
hard thing to accept.
I mean, obviously Samuel, and not just the Amalekites, but there's lots of stuff in both Samuels that are like, well,
Just David himself, the way that David acted. David was the man after God's own heart, yet he'd get bored on a Thursday and he would go up and clear a whole town out.
The way God acted, though, like that's what I'm talking about. Like the commanding the slaughters and then being mad that you didn't like do enough slaughters, commanding the census and then being mad that you did the census. Like he's all over the place. It's a hard read for sure.
It is,
but I would like, I even would say like now today, like we know that there are people like somewhere right now, a child is in the middle of like getting raped and God's there present, watching and not stopping. That's like really hard to wrestle with. I don't see how to reconcile
it is that. And that's, I'd say, the hardest thing for me right now in terms of not my belief, feeling like it's easy to have that belief and speak it to people without sounding like a monster, like it's like, how do you
I did that recently. I was like talking to someone who is an atheist, and so I was defending a bit of that, and as I'm doing it, I'm like, I sound insane. Like I sound like a absolute psychopath right now. Like what is happening? And afterward I couldn't even sleep. I'm just like running it through my head and my mind, and I'm like, am I, that GIF that's like, are we the baddies? I don't know what it's from, but there's some like old British show where it's like, are we, is this, are we the bad guys in this? Because it feels like, and then I'm also just going like, do I really believe that though? Like, do I really think that it is okay because God is the, like, I said sort of like, he gives life, he can take it away, like that kind of thing. Because I've heard that before, but I was like, I don't know if that's true. If you make life and you make sentient life, then like, I don't think it is okay to just wipe it back out. That seems bad.
Yeah, I agree. It seems bad. I think that's the thing that if we're just honest with ourselves, that we have to come to terms with is God did not make all of this for us. He does not care if we appreciate the choices and the experiences that we have. What he wants is his own glory, and he has created all things to be a drama that plays out, which results in him having people experience his glory and praise him. And that's extremely selfish.
Yeah.
And
abusive.
I think we have to accept, and that's the thing that I think what you have to come to terms with. I was talking about the monster, like the feeling like a monster, is to really believe that in the end, if God is the greatest thing, like I can totally understand why people feel like that sounds like a monstrous thing to say, because it sounds monstrous to me.
It is.
But if I really believe in the end, nothing had to exist. God is the greatest thing, is the most wonderful thing, is the greatest possible experience.
Yeah.
And he chose to allow some to experience him. Just that is enough.
But JP, I was talking about that earlier. I'm sorry to interrupt, but like you're also talking like 2 words at a time, and it's just really boring. But like I was just saying like earlier, like God is existing in his own.
Sorry, what?
He's existing in his own, like, not like there's nothing else and just only God. And then he's like perfect. Like the universe is at one. It doesn't even exist, but like reality is at 100% perfectly good. And then he makes universe knowing that it's going to go down. The perfect being created a reality that became imperfect, knowing it would. No, not only knowing it would, but knowing that it would like result in most people, the majority of people, suffering eternal torment.
Yes.
So it didn't even just get like a little bit worse. It got way fucking worse, because before there was no eternal torment for anybody. And this perfect being made an imperfect world that led to disastrous outcomes just so some of us could enjoy it. Why not just make the one, like knowing the ones who were going to do it, just make only those in heaven and don't make the rest of them. Done.
Because that's not actually worshipful. There's no
we can't
contrast
worship in
for
heaven?
us to. No, I'm saying it's like if you're born into a world as nothing but light, it's nothing but pure light.
Great.
You have no concept of darkness.
Awesome.
No,
Sounds
that's what I'm
great.
trying to say is
You're saying
sounds great.
You're saying that like
but
when
it's
you
not great.
if you had been started in heaven, you would be bored. It's not that
No,
it's like it's not good enough that
we would not.
you need to know
we would
someone
be
is
robotic.
suffering in order to really enjoy it. You need to know that there's another.
In some ways.
That's
in some
crazy.
ways. I know that.
That's fucking like you
that's
are
what
a
I
monster.
No, that's what I just. No, that's what I just said. It sounds monstrous.
It
but
is.
It's like,
that is. So like, I can't enjoy heaven unless I know someone's burning in hell. Then it's going to be great.
no. That's no. That's not what I'm saying. Sorry,
It is.
you heard me
That's
the wrong
what
way
that
there.
means.
No. It's not that you can't enjoy it if you don't know that somebody is. It's that like if you've only ever. I think the U.S. is a great analogy of it. Like so many of us just only experience the kind of like comfort and peace of the modern world. We don't really have much context for what suffering really is. We don't really have much context for what it means to not have plenty, to actually have want.
Okay.
And so our sufferings become these minute, small things that to us feel huge, but to the
we wouldn't
vast
have
majority
those.
of
We wouldn't have those minute sufferings. Those wouldn't in heaven. Those wouldn't exist.
But I'm saying to us, we have become very anesthetized and very complacent in our comfort, because when you don't have contrast, when you don't actually know what pain is, not that it's good that you're excited that people experience that, but there's no context for what pain is. If there's not pain, like there has to be something that.
Do you think that?
Like
Do you believe in angels?
In what? Yeah, but like in what context or what?
That
sense?
there's like angels that live in heaven.
I think that there's like in terms of like the biblical account of them, that there is some kind of creatures that exist.
Right. So they never experience. So they're just like kind of in heaven.
Yeah,
like this is fine.
example.
This is
Yeah.
fine. I don't know. Heaven's okay.
It's not their choice. Yeah.
They're just bored.
It's not that they're bored. It's that it's not.
They can't worship God
in the way that He wants to be worshipped.
Oh, okay. So our suffering is for His pleasure.
Yes.
Okay.
Which is the monstrous part.
Yeah, that's bad. Yeah.
I
he's
agree.
like,
And that's the thing.
I know everything is perfect, but I need to feel better than perfect. So I'm going to make some people suffer in order to have some other people like appreciate me more.
Yeah. That's the thing right now. You're right at the crux of
I don't believe in that.
What makes me walk. But that's what I'm saying.
That makes you walk away.
Makes me walk around.
Yeah. Well, for sure.
It makes you walk around and say, okay,
is this true?
What do I not understand about this?
Yeah. I see what you're saying. Like, I thought you were saying like, and isn't this great? I was like, this is the bad part. Yeah. Okay. I'm with you. I get you.
No.
Yeah. I see that. Like that does seem like one of the possible conclusions. If, the story is true, then that's one of the possible conclusions. And that is hard to grapple with. And that would make me want to like walk away. For sure.
I understand that. And that's where I think that's where like the conclusion of God, like that question of God, of like goodness, because if we really only evaluate goodness based on our like the experience of life that we have, what feels good, what feels not good, it just, to me, that's like, just, we're never going to arrive at an understanding that like satisfies the question of like, who is God, what is his goodness, and how does he view goodness?
Do you believe in like the Bible though? Like the like, do you think when it says "and God spoke" that's like true?
Are you talking about like creation story?
No, I just mean like throughout, like when a prophet is like, "Oh, God just told me this, and I'm telling you, the Lord says this thing," that is actually the Lord saying that. Because the last guy was saying like, "Oh, he thought that Samuel got it all wrong and stuff like that."
And no, I think that God is speaking through people.
Yeah. So like, because there's verses where God is like, I'm going to harm these people, and like in a bad way. I'm going to do not good to them. It will not be for good. It will be for harm. And like that specificity isn't like, what's wrong, Zena? That specificity isn't like, oh, he's doing something that looks bad to us, but it's actually good. He's been like, it's not. This is going to be not good. I'm just to be clear.
That's what I'm trying to say is that like I agree that it is not good.
Okay.
But if I am going to believe that God is, like it says, "Can the potter not say to his vessels, I created a vessel for righteous, or a vessel for, I forget the word right now, works, or a vessel of wrath." Like if I get onto a clay wheel and I throw a pot, I'm just dissatisfied with it. I'm well within my right to just smash it, turn it back into clay, and start over.
Totally. Yeah. But
And
if you threw a pot and you made if you made the pot sentient, like if you like brought it to life in any way that it was like aware of its existence, I would say you are not justified in smashing it at that point.
And that's where I'm saying I agree with your sensibilities there, but I still believe in God, and it seems like he doesn't feel that way. And that's what, to me, I have to go,
maybe it's just not this one though. Like that's kind of what I've been saying earlier. Like, were you here when I was talking about the purple cat?
Yeah, but even if it wasn't God, the one that we're talking about,
yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Even if it wasn't this one, God, whatever God it is, still is allowing these things.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. Is so like the description of God in the Bible is that he's all good and bad, right? That's a contradiction. That is impossible. And I don't think impossible things can exist. But if the God
that's what I'm trying
isn't
to say, bad from our sensibility.
And he says, I'm going to do this for not good. He declares that in the book of Amos, chapter 9, verse 4. So if we're to believe the Bible is true, they've described an impossible God. So we know it's not that one.
Say that. Read that verse, because I can't leave the app right now.
And though they go into captivity in front of their enemies, there I will command the sword, and it shall kill them, and I will fix my eyes on them for harm and not for good. So, and as you know, there's stuff that he's saying that like...
I don't understand the contradiction there, personally.
That he's doing not good. And then there's verses that say he's good to all, and then he's saying I'm not good to them. So one of them's wrong.
I see what you're saying. So because he's good to all.
So the entirety of the Bible describes one God that it can't be, because it has to be either one way or the other, right? It has to either be that he is all good or he isn't all good. It can't be both. That's a contradiction. So there's some description
to see what
error.
The word was there for good.
It might be. I mean, sure, look it up.
No,
Go
like
ahead.
in the original. That's what I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. But I was thinking, like, I'm wondering what the original word for good was there, to see if it's the same word or different words.
I don't know. Amos 9:4, blue letter.
that might seem like semantic to you, but if English is a horrible language to
They go into
speak about.
captivity before their enemies. I command the sword that slay them. I'll set my eyes for evil and not for good. So it's actually in the original. It's comparing it more with evil and good. The word here for good is Tobe. Okay. Good, pleasant, agreeable, a good thing, a benefit, a welfare, benefit, good things. All the ways that we use the word good. Actually, what we'll do, let's look at the other one. So God is good. And let's look at like Psalm 145:9. Let's try that. I've never done this. This is interesting. Okay.
Good to all you were talking about.
Yeah. Let's do this. This is cool. Blue letter. Sometimes it's like, it's not the same thing. Cool. Okay, the Lord is good to all. I got to click on one of these. Okay, the Lord is good to all. Here's the word.
H 28:26.
Tobe. Same word.
And how about to all? What is all?
It says to all. Let's see. It means coal. The translation is all, the whole, to each, everything, everyone. Yeah. So look, we got one. Yeah. Great. Actually, thanks for walking me through that's a good thing to like make sure. Okay. So we have Yahweh being good to all, and then him in his own words saying, I'm not going to be good to these specific people. Right. Mm-hmm. So there's some error in the description here. We got a 404, right? Right. So it might be the case that he's not good to all, and that one was wrong, and he is going to do bad to them, in which case we have a God who's not all good. It might be the case that he is good to all, and he isn't doing this other thing. That would be better, right? It just means that the Bible God isn't perfectly described, and that his perfect self helped distribute the word of him imperfectly. It also might be the case that neither of them are true, and people made it up, and they didn't check with each other ahead of time in order to make sure that we're saying he's good, or are we saying he's not good? Like they weren't doing having a meeting, right? That's what I think is happening now.
Yeah, the two things you're using, I believe, were hundreds of years apart, also when they were written. So, which is interesting.
Yeah, but they use the same words. Yeah.
No, yeah, that's why I like to look at that.
Amos and Psalms. Yeah, who knows? Book of Amos.
I have a question about that. So, do you think that you are good to the people around you?
But yeah,
would you describe yourself as
just
being
real
good?
quick? Yeah, Psalms is hard to nail down. It was written a really it's a long conglomeration, but they could have overlapped. They could have been several hundred years apart. We don't know. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So what are you saying? Am I good?
I'm saying are you good to those around you?
Yeah. I try to be.
Yeah. I think it's that to me, I totally do see where there could be a contradiction there. And I really am thankful that you're bringing that up, because it's something that I'd love to dig into for myself. But I think that if we describe somebody as good, I think we walk around, you're good to all. Like if God is being good to all, it doesn't.
Oh, not to everyone.
It's not saying that he's no, but I'm saying to those that you experience or whatever. I'm just thinking of analogies in my mind. If he's good to all, but he's not a fool. Like if you had somebody coming in that was going to harm you or yours, you would not be good to that person. So to me, it's a question of
absolutely. I would put my eyes on them for harm, and I would protect my family, my children. Yeah, absolutely. But I'm not all powerful, and I'm not all good. So that makes perfect sense for me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for God, it's weird. That's the issue.
But then I'm just like, then my question would be, since this is describing an omnipotent being outside of our ability to comprehend, they have to use language that we understand in order to explain concepts. And so it's like like this verse about we see through a mirror dimly, right?
Yeah.
Like
Well,
we kind of have.
Then good isn't the right word to describe him. Yeah.
Yes, and good, and like it's maybe the word good there. The closest we can get to is that word. Maybe maybe it's a much deeper thing that we can't even comprehend, really. And that's where the question I was asking earlier about, like, it seems like the struggle here is about what is goodness, because we have an understanding of goodness from our limited, very temporal, like very within our own experience, our brain's perception of the world, and you know how the brain is funky.
But
I'm saying
JP,
that is goodness to us.
I get what you mean, but like,
is that goodness?
There's like, maybe we don't know what the ultimate supreme perfect goodness is. You know, we don't know exactly that, but there's some things that we know it isn't. It isn't hurting a bunch of people, right? Like there's some things that really, I've talked about this before with something else, but like, you know, what's the oldest a dog can live? It's got, like, we probably don't know. Like, I guess we could look at like what the oldest a dog has ever been that we've recorded. Maybe there's been one older that we didn't know about, and also maybe if we had like fed that dog differently, it could live a little longer. We just like didn't quite like. So we don't know the exact like the oldest a dog can be, but we know it's not 100. Right? Yeah. Like we can be like, yeah, but obviously it's like not 100. It's less than that. Like, so there are
maybe once we start to get into like these RNA damaging drugs that they're trying out, but
maybe, okay, well we know
like
it's not 6,000, right?
Yeah.
Okay, like whatever. Like there's something where it's like we know it's not that, and I feel like to
Futurama.
me, yeah. Like I know that for me, it's like I may not know exactly what the best form of good is, or I may not have like a full grasp of morality, but like sending soldiers to do toddler slaughter is a 6,000-year-old dog. It ain't that. That's not it. I know for sure that's not it.
No, totally.
Like that's too far. Yeah. So that's. Anyways, we've been talking for a while, and I have someone else. But
if I have one more thought.
Yeah. Go ahead.
One more thought is, what do you think is the worst thing that can happen to somebody?
Probably it's probably going to be like a grape form of torture.
Mm. Yeah, and do you think that is worse than death?
Yeah, probably. I guess
the question I'm struggling with right now.
Yeah, I guess it depends on how long. If you're going to be tortured for like 4 seconds, you're fine. You're going to be okay. But but not with grape though. Getting graped for 4 seconds is going to ruin your like. You're going to have to go to therapy for that, even for that short. So I guess it depends too. If they pull your fingernail off, that's going to hurt for long. But yeah, it's a good question. But I think that sometimes death is a sweet, sweet release for sure.
That's kind of why. So I was molested when I was a child, by my grandmother.
Yeah, bad, right?
And so, yeah. Sorry, I don't know which words I can and can't use. I'll be more careful. Sorry.
We'll find out. I don't know.
And I don't know what the word is for that. What the side word is for full start or something. I don't know. But and I am so glad that I'm alive. And so the where I'm landing on it is that I think that death is worse. And
but
that's from a lived experience.
But don't you wish it hadn't happened? If there's an all-powerful God watching that could have protected it, he should have done that. Yeah.
So then but then what it's leading me to think is, if death itself, I believe, is the worst result, if death is the worst thing, all life ends in death. And so even the creation of life at all is an act of, almost an act of
immediate
evil.
failure. Yeah.
But that
yeah.
to me is what satisfies a little bit of that question for me, is that like, it's still worth it, even if these things exist. And it's because of that, I believe that, like if we all just see light only, we don't actually know what darkness is. If you're born in the ocean, you don't know what water is. You only ever experience good, you don't know what evil is. And that's why angels can't truly worship God. That's why he needs us to have that contrast so that we can worship.
I'm shaking my head no. I like believe in the power of storytelling. Like we are able to describe things really well. We can describe, like, I've never experienced war. I've never been in one, but I know enough about it to be like, not for me, right? Just from reading and movies and stuff.
But if those didn't
God,
exist, you couldn't describe it.
Yeah, but God could put on a movie in heaven. We don't have to actually do it. Watching movies of stuff isn't immoral. Doing stuff just so other people can feel good about themselves is. That's bad. It's like I gotta let my cat out. But listen, JP, thanks for coming by.
Yeah.
Come by some other time. Yeah.
Oh yeah, hey.
Hopefully Abe was cool. Look at Zena. What's going on with you? Do you need some food? Oh, what's going on? Ava, are you there?
Hi.
Hey, how old are you?
I'm 20.
Are you a Christian?
I am.
Here, give me 1 second. I'm gonna try to feed my cat.
You're good.
Just tell the people your like testimony.
Okay. So I grew up Catholic my entire life. I was born and raised into it. It was forced down my throat. As I grew older, I wanted nothing to do with it. Until I went to college, and I was on TikTok one day, and it was just a video about Jesus, and it all just kind of clicked to me. And all of a sudden, I just kind of felt a presence of peace that I've never felt before in my entire life. And then I just started looking more into the Bible and everything, to come to find out that I actually understand the whole meaning of what it is to believe in Jesus, and it's not just a religion. So that's my testimony.
Okay, sorry about that.
Oh, you're good.
All right, so have you ever? What's going on with that? That's weird. I put my headphones on and messed my hair up. So have you ever like struggled with your faith and stuff? Is that what you want to talk about?
Yeah, no, I grew up Catholic my entire life. I went to a Catholic high school. I hated every single bit of it. It felt like the religion was just getting pushed down my throat. I didn't understand anything. Like, I did believe in a God, but I didn't know if it was Jesus. I didn't understand anything about my religion.
Quick
It felt
test.
like just
Bless us, the Lord, for these thy gifts.
we are about to receive from thy body through Christ our Lord. Amen.
from thy body, or is it bounty? Is it from the
Maybe
body?
it's bounty.
I love my body, baby. Sorry.
Now you got me thinking. I don't know. That's
It
just
can't
so
be from
ingrained
the
in my
body.
brain.
That's too sexual. Hold on.
Maybe it is.
From the it's bounty. It's bounty.
Bounty.
They change it
Ugh.
sometimes. That's funny. From your body. Okay, sorry. Yeah. So Catholic school was bad. Probably.
Yeah.
Did they hit? Did they hit you?
No. They were just
really?
they were strict. I wasn't allowed to have my phone. Like, dress code. You'd get a detention for like every little thing. It was just very strict. But my whole life, I just felt like it was just getting pushed down my throat. I didn't understand anything. Like I said, I believed in a higher power, but I just didn't know what that was. I was still trying to figure it out. And then till college, I was, living life, doing everything that I want to do, partying it up, whatever. Thought I was living my best life, but there was just some emptiness in me and I couldn't figure it out until I started looking into like God and Jesus and all of that again. And then I was on TikTok and like I just saw a random TikTok pop up. It was, I don't know if you know Cliff. He's just like a guy that talks about Christianity a lot, but he came up on my For You page and whatever that he said in that video, it just made sense to me. And I just felt an overwhelming presence of peace that I can like literally cannot describe. I started crying, but it was tears of joy. It was like a euphoric feeling and it just felt like peace and everything started clicking to me that day. So I started doing more research. I started reading my Bible more and I started to understand that it's just I need to have a relationship with Jesus. It's not about a religion. It's not about a book of rules. It's not about, oh, if you do this, that, if you follow all the 10 commandments, if you go to church every
Jesus
Sunday,
is from
that's
the
how
book.
you get into it.
That's where we get the idea from.
Yeah, I believe in having a relationship with Jesus.
I mean,
I don't.
do you like just to be like? Do you think the Bible is like true, or are you kind of like, oh, they didn't quite get it right, but Jesus is true?
Well, Jesus is like the Bible is the Word of God, so I do believe that the Bible is the truth.
Yeah, that's a big
but the
problem.
Bible is complicated because it's, especially with stuff in the Old Testament, it's hard to really interpret the meaning and a lot of people can take some things out of context. But I also believe that in a way you do kind of have to have some sort of relationship. You do have to have some of the Holy Spirit in you to fully interpret some parts of the Bible and to really understand the message.
Just too, like just because it's like a bit of a run on too, just like I've had experiences too. I've broken down in tears as well, and that held me in for a very long time. But I actually had a conversation with a couple different people of other religions, and at first it was like a Mormon, and I was like, that's still close enough. And then I heard a similar experience from someone who was Muslim. And I was like, that's different. And so like they had a kind of similar, like not the exact same thing, like everyone's thing is a little bit different, but the same kind of thing where they're like a rush of emotions, recalling them back to Allah in their case. And it was like very similar. And Hindus have had it too. And Buddhist monks have had it too. And so, like, it kind of made mine feel a little bit like, oh, this just might be a thing that humans do. Sometimes this happens to humans, and we're like attributing it to whatever religion we grew up with, or whatever one we're thinking about or learning about at the time, you know. So that kind of like made me go, I don't know if that counts, right?
I completely like understand that, but like something that the other religions don't have though is how many miracles that have happened, and also there's so much evidence of.
Yeah, they do.
They do, but like compared to like Jesus and Christianity, there's
Muhammad
so many
rode a donkey that had a human face to the moon and cut it in half. That's a big one.
I've never heard of that actually.
Look it up. He rode a Barak to the moon and cut the moon in half. They think that really happened.
Is there like any like pure evidence of that?
No, it's not true, but they believe it really happened. They believe that's what I'm saying. Like every religion says they have miracles, and every religion says they have personal experiences. These like are hard things to like. If it was only Christianity, if there was only the Bible and no other book had that kind of stuff, it'd be like, whoa. But I just don't think that saying that happened is evidence enough, because all these other ones say shit happened too. And I'm like, I don't believe those. So that's not what holds me in, you know?
There's I don't know if it's still on Netflix. There's a show with Zac Efron and he like goes around the world and stuff. There's an episode about, I think it's called
I did
The
look at
Fountain of Youth or something. There's an episode where he visits this fountain that I guess is like holy, and he goes into looking at the evidence of this guy. He broke his back, and he solely believed that this fountain that came from Jesus, it's holy, it's righteous, would heal his back. He touched the water and his back was completely fixed, and literally Zach he interviews like the doctors or something. They have like the paperwork and the evidence of his back before and after. So
I mean, maybe I don't remember that one.
it, but
Yeah, I'll watch it. But Ava, just like, this is gonna be a bummer. I used to work in TV. That's where my career was for about 15 years. And they fake stuff. That's what we do. We fake things. We ham up stories. We will hire fake doctors. Like,
yeah, but I've heard about this fountain before.
I mean, maybe like totally, maybe for sure. But just so you know, like, TV is fake.
Oh, I know TV is definitely fake, but this isn't the first time I've heard something about like that fountain or whatever.
What's the name of it?
See, I don't remember.
I'll look it up. Fountain of Youth, Zac Efron.
Yeah, I know it's with Zach. I think it's on Netflix. I watched it like 3 years ago, so I don't exactly remember the name of it. And then, I mean, have you heard of The Shroud?
It's called Down to Earth. Down to Earth with Zac Efron. Okay. Here's the like actual Netflix page. I don't know if I'm not like logged in. I'm seeing if it'll show me the episodes though. Episodes. Regenerative agriculture. Waste, wildfire, voices. Yeah, I don't see that one.
I would look it up, but I think if I like leave my phone, it might disconnect me.
Yeah, I don't.
Like if
I'm not seeing it, but I'll look up for you. It's fake. Like that's that one. And by the way, you're gonna not like this either. Sorry. Like I'm not trying to poke holes in everything.
No, you're good. Let it all. Like I'm just here to tell you what I believe in. Maybe.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm here to listen to you. So
the Shroud is a known fraud.
But how?
They made it like in the 1300s. It's like a known fraud, and they have debunked it multiple times. They've done different datings, and also just like the way it's wrapped in the face imprint. It's like obviously an artistic rendering. So like that was something that I used to think was cool too when I was like in high, like maybe middle school. But like that's a really even like when I was still like deep in the church, it was like, yeah, I know that thing is like they've just known that for a long time. But that's not the thing. That's like these little bits of like evidence that people make up, because like there's a lot of fake ones, a lot of Catholic fake ones. By the way, you went to a Catholic school. I've looked up like some of these ones people have talked to me about, like, oh, there's this thing where the Eucharist started bleeding, and you look it up and it's like they're debunked. Every one of them is like, this isn't true, this is a lie. This guy, the same, like there's this one church where, and I know you didn't ask about this, but just like there's this guy who like found blood on the Eucharist, and then they debunked it, and then they ended up kicking him out, and he went to a different church, worked at a different cathedral, and wouldn't you know it, they found one there too pretty soon after he started working there. And so like the fact that they're like willing to like fake this means all of those little things you have to look. We got to just look at them with a grain of salt, because I don't want to get tricked into thinking like Catholicism is true or Mormonism is true if they're not. Right. So I'm really like skeptical about that like stuff where a person is like, I found it, I've got the thing. I'm like, no, you don't. People have been saying that for 6,000 years. It never is the thing. So except for like the Dead Sea Scrolls, that was like a pretty dope actual find. At first I was like, no, they didn't. And I was like, oh shit, that's cool. But like what I'm more concerned with is the stuff where it's like, yeah, like God is all good, and there's bad stuff. You know what I mean? Like, do you know about the omnis? Like omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, these like words. Like,
I've heard of them, but I don't know what they mean.
I'll tell you, it's super easy. So potency is like power. So omnipotent means, omni means all. So omnipotent means he's all powerful. Omnibenevolent means he's all good. He has benevolence, all just completely good. Omnipresent means he's like everywhere. God is everywhere and everything. And which one am I missing? Oh, omniscient. Like shint is almost like science, omniscience. So his omniscience means he knows everything, right? So this is what we've been told. The Bible says this stuff. The church fathers are like, he's all-knowing, all-powerful, all good, and he's everywhere. And here's like my main issue with this. One of the descriptions is not that he's omni-cabbage. That's not in there. That he's all cabbage. That would be weird if it was, but it's not. It's not one of them. But imagine for a second it is. Imagine if it was like, yeah, it got like the church fathers were like, we read the Bible and it says here in Psalms, God is all cabbage and he's everywhere. Okay, well, if God was all cabbage and everywhere, when we looked out in the world, which is part of everywhere, what would we see?
Cabbage?
A bunch of fucking cabbage, right? Like everything would be like our cabbage eyes would be seeing cabbage cars with little Cabbage Patch dolls, kids, you know, like riding around. Like the stop sign would be made of cabbage, streets of cabbage, the planet's cabbage. Like he's all cabbage and he's everywhere. So that's what, like totally, we would be like, we would just live in a cabbage universe. But he's not all cabbage, so fine. But he is described as all good. And we look around, we don't see all goodness. We see some goodness, and then we see some real fucked up shit.
Yes.
And that's why it doesn't make sense. We would see all cabbage. We should see all, he's everywhere and he's all good, and this stuff is happening. It doesn't make sense.
So that's because God, we right now in this world, we are separated from God. So that's why we don't see all good, all of that, because
but he's everywhere,
like,
so we can't be separated from him.
In the spiritual realm, he's looking down on the world. He knows everything that's going on. He can see everything that's going on, but he's not physically in the world with us. We're not in his presence right now. We're separated from him. If we were with him right now, then everything would be good. We would literally be in the Garden of Eden. It would be heaven because we are in the presence of God.
Yeah, that's what we would expect
that was
to
like
see, for sure.
And that was like the original purpose of why he created humans, is because he wanted a family. He wanted to have a relationship with us, a loving relationship. That's when he created Adam and Eve. But
we didn't get to choose, Ava.
I know we didn't get to choose that because Adam and Eve, they chose to sin, which kind of shows that human chose to not follow God. And but listen,
you weren't there for that.
I was not there, but I'm
are we being punished for what someone else did?
No, but because we are human, it's part of our human nature, because the first humans that we come from did that. But also, let me tell you,
the animals are cursed too. The animals aren't descendants of Adam and Eve. They die, they get sick, they get cancer.
Yeah, they do, but that doesn't mean like that's coming from God. Because after Adam and Eve ate the apple,
who made cancer?
Well, that's what I'm trying to get to, is that God gave us free will, so we don't have to choose him. That's why we live in a world where you don't have to choose him, you don't have to have anything involved with him, or you can choose to follow him. But we have our own free will, and that's why bad things happen, is because us humans, we're born into that nature. It's just a natural tendency for us to but yeah, some people are more evil than other people.
I know the story.
Can
I
I add on to this?
Yeah, hold on, just one second. How
no, let her.
You're good.
Don't
she can
tell, you guys.
on.
Hold on. I'm going to let everyone talk. I want to just make sure everyone's old enough. Framework. How old are you?
No, I'm well above 23.
Like 24. Or...
I'm 23.
Oh, okay. And Zach, how old are you? Or Zach, are you here?
Oh, sorry. I don't know if this is allowed, but I'm 16.
Oh no, sorry, you got to be 18 and up. That's just TikTok rules. I set my thing to 18 and up, and that's the second underage person I had come up here.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. So let me just respond to that. And then you okay.
Yeah, you're good.
I know the story. I know the thing that like they sinned, so we have consequences about that. But that doesn't make sense. That is
It's
like
not a consequence, though.
yes, it is. We struggle with free will. We struggle with with cancer. We struggle with things like this was passed down to us. We woke up in this world. We didn't choose it. If we all could wake up in the Garden of Eden or wake up in heaven, and then he could tell all of us, hey, don't eat the tree. Eventually one of us would be like, maybe don't put the tree in here, right? Obviously that'd be smarter, but he could do that and we could all be tested. That'd be different. But this thing where it's just like, we are all just like cast into the world and we have to figure out what religion is true. And we're dealing with cancer and like violence and war and stuff and like that. It's like, this doesn't make sense that he would like put us right in the middle of this and not give us the choice.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying, and you are correct that as a consequence of sin, as we see in Genesis, is death has entered into the world, and that's the consequence, and that's why people die till now. That's why there's illnesses, but we have to always go back to the idea that what made this enter into the world is man's choice. It's not God's choice that made Satan
it was an
fall.
individual's choice.
Yeah,
right?
but
you weren't there,
say,
right?
No,
but it was the human choice.
But
yeah.
but animals have to deal with this too, right? It's not just like
it's
our
the
species.
Nature that fell. Look, it's the nature that fell down. We were not. We did not
Why?
directly receive. Wait, so we did not directly receive the punishment that they're receiving, and
Yeah, we did. Have you not read the book? It says he curses us. He says, and now for future generations, you're all going to have this curse. It says it in the Bible.
He cursed the grounds of the earth. He didn't curse man.
He cursed women.
He didn't curse man.
He cursed women.
Where?
Oh, let's read it.
Yeah, pull it up, please.
Am I wrong?
No, it's okay.
Because you have done this, cursed are you among all animals. So the animal gets cursed. Hold on.
Okay, so not
stop
the women.
interrupting the Bible. Hold on. I'm going to read a few words of it before you talk.
Go ahead.
Okay. This is for the serpent.
By the way, I'm not coming. Sorry to cut you off again, but I'm not here to debate. I'm just having.
I'll just mute you up. Okay. Then the Lord God said to the woman, "What have you done?" And she said, "The serpent tricked me." The Lord said to the serpent, "Because you've done this, cursed are you among all animals." So the serpent did something, so the serpent is cursed. And we do see this, that for some reason snakes still don't have feet, right?
Well,
they crawl upon their
devil.
belly. The devil doesn't have feet?
No, I'm saying that the serpent is a representation of the devil.
So do you think that the devil got cursed here, and that's why the devil... Or snakes are cursed?
Well,
snakes all don't have feet.
Well, yeah. Well, what he meant is like the devil will be cursed by Jesus Christ because Jesus will overpower him. That's what he's trying to say in that verse.
And dust you shall eat all the days of your life. So Satan eats dust. I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your offspring and hers. He will strike your head, and you will strike his heel. To the woman he said, I will make your pangs in childbirth exceedingly great. In pain you shall bring forth children. Yet your desire shall be for your husband, and he shall rule over you. And to the man he said, because you have listened to the voice of your wife, and have eaten of the tree about which I commanded you, you shall not eat of it. Cursed is the ground because of you. In toil you shall eat of it all the days of your life, thorns and thistles. Okay, so he's listing out all the different curses here. Among them, he said to the woman, I will make your pangs in childbirth exceedingly great. I will make it. Do women today still have painful childbirth?
Yes.
Yeah. Is that because of this?
Yeah, it's because...
So my mom, my sweet, sweet mother, had to have painful childbirth as a punishment, a curse handed down generationally from Eve's decision. Right?
Yes, unfortunately.
Okay. Unfortunately, it also says sin and the consequence of sin do not get passed down generationally. This is a contradiction. In the Bible, it says we don't do that. Here that it says we do that. Later, it says we don't do that. This is a contradiction. It's when it both does get passed down and it doesn't get passed down. That's a problem.
Wait, sorry, I'm a little bit confused. Can you repeat the
Yeah,
part?
I'm a
What
little
gets passed
confused
down?
too.
What doesn't get passed down?
The curse of the pangs of childbirth gets passed down generationally. Right?
Mm-hmm.
The punishment for sin gets passed down. That's why we all still experience pain and stuff, because it was passed down. The consequence has been passed down. Right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's just look over here at Ezekiel. When it says very clearly, why should not the son suffer for the iniquity of the father? When the son has done what is lawful and right and has been careful to observe my statutes, he shall surely live. The person who sins shall die. A child shall not suffer for the iniquity of a parent, nor a parent suffer for the iniquity of a child. The righteousness of the righteous shall be their own, and the wickedness of the wicked shall be their own. We don't punish children for what their parents did. So, here's the contradiction. Sin, the consequence of sin gets passed down generationally, and the consequence of sin doesn't get passed down generationally. Only one of those can be true. There's a third option where neither is true, sin isn't real, and this was all made up. That's the easier option. But if you want to hang on to the Christianity, it has to be one or the other. The Bible can't be true completely. Only part of it.
Well, the Christian belief is that, to be honest, maybe I'm not knowledgeable enough. May God enlighten my mind, but the verse that you're saying in Ezekiel may be a little bit taken out of context, because as Christians, or as a Christian, I would say, as an Orthodox Christian, I would like to say that we did inherit two things from Adam's fall. Okay. Our nature was corrupted, which it was not corrupt before, because God made man to be good. Okay. And the second thing is death has entered into the world. Okay. So death doesn't leave the world, but when we die, we have eternal life. That's because this is Christ's work of salvation. Does that make sense so far?
No, and it doesn't seem like you're responding to anything I brought up. Luke, how old are you?
I am.
I am 17 years old.
Okay. Don't ever come back. Did someone change my settings? What is happening? So weird.
No. The point that I was responding to is, what do Christians believe about sin and the fall of man and all that stuff? So I'm explaining to you that we do inherit death. We do inherit, or we did inherit this corrupt nature, but
right.
because of Christ's salvation.
That's the contradiction part, that it says we don't do that, and then it says we do that. But it also doesn't say we do that. It only says we don't do that. The Christian philosophy said that was like our answer for why there's like cancer and tornadoes in the world, is because Eve sinned. But it doesn't actually say that in the Bible.
No.
It doesn't say
okay, so
the reason people die from tsunamis is because of Eve. It never says anything like that.
Okay. Yeah. No, but some of the points, or some points.
Just say, host, your live is restricted, by the way. You should know that. That's why no one can send gifts or anything. I don't know why. So I think it's been reported. But
I just don't have gifts on.
Oh, okay. I thought it was restricted. Yeah, go ahead. My apologies.
No, this isn't like a money grab. That's all.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
So
I got $100 on my Cash App today for someone who wanted the copy of this, though. If you guys want to send, if you guys want to post this on your own page, you can send $100 to my Cash App, and then I'll I don't know. I guess you can download it. I don't know why he did that. It was weird.
I mean,
that.
like God like died to save us from Himself. That makes a lot of sense, right, Mezzo?
Huh? Wait,
I mean, God died to save us from Himself, right? That makes a lot of sense.
Are you a Christian?
Right? Of course I'm not. You think I'm crazy?
This is just for Christians.
Right. So what?
So
God died to save us
drop
from Himself.
down.
No. God died to save us from Himself.
I'm not giving you permission to be here. I'm requesting that you leave.
Well, tough. I'm taking the permission, like the Zionist Israelis. I'm taking over your life.
Like without consent, so remember, you're going to stay up here? That's so creepy.
Without consent, exactly. Just how the Zionists do, right? Without consent, just taking over.
Why don't you just leave though? We don't like you.
So you go have a coffee, right? So me and the guest here will speak, right? So you go and make a coffee or whatever, and do whatever. So yeah, go make another coffee. So yeah, Fram, go ahead, and Ava, go ahead. Let's engage, guys. So like, explain to us how like God died to save.
This guy's a creep, right?
Why mute me? Don't mute me.
I'll just drop.
Why mute me? Relax. Don't run. I'm here to speak with the guests, right? So look, this is my live now. I've taken over. So look.
I don't know what that guy was on about. I just blocked him.
Sorry. So what was your question?
I don't know.
Okay, can I ask, like, honestly, what caught my attention is what you had on the, like, behind you. I'm losing faith in God. What makes you, like, what doubts do you have?
Yeah, so like I mean, this is kind of in line with it. So like, even if it was true, the fall and all the stuff, and like right now, somewhere there's like a husband who is about to do a DV. You know what that means?
Yeah.
Domestic thing, to his wife, and it's like in a garage somewhere hidden. No one else knows about it. No one can stop it, but God's there because He's omnipresent. He knows what's about to happen because He's omniscient. He has the power to stop it because He's omnipotent, and He's morally required to stop it because He's omnibenevolent. He's all good. But He doesn't stop it. Right? He doesn't stop it. He gets her. So why, if God were real, he would stop this, right? Like that we wouldn't see these things happening.
You're saying why is there like suffering in the world?
Yeah, I mean there's all kinds of different ones, but like let's just talk about this one scenario first. Like what's going on with why people can be violent to each other, you know?
Yes. Okay, can I bring up to you a point that I was reading before, and it brought me like to this thought before. Like for example, like Noah and the ark. Like a lot of people have a hard time understanding why would God wipe out a whole land of people
and the animals.
Families and
he drowned like tons of puppies and kittens.
Sure. So
it's, God, I mean, it says like it lists it. It's bad. Yeah, it says so.
Do you know what this nation has been doing? Do you know what their sin was, or how did they live?
The puppies?
So, no. The people that lived in this age.
Oh, I don't know, but I whatever they were doing, their children were innocent and their kittens were innocent.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah. Their children
were. So he took a bunch of innocent life. Yeah.
No. I'm gonna explain to you what these people had used to do. The time where they were living, they lived in such idolatry that they would do child sacrifices.
So
and also they were meeting with demons.
Just to be clear, in order to stop them from killing their children,
there is bestiality.
Framework, I know, but like what you're saying is, in order to protect their children, God killed them.
No. In order to protect this from them bringing more kids into the world and killing them and abusing them and doing all that stuff, he basically this wasn't even God's punishment to them. this is like a waiver. This is God's mercy
How does this
for this
fix
sin
the
not to
problem of the DV thing I was talking? Like, why are you talking about this?
because you're talking about suffering. So you're saying, why does God allow suffering? Why does
So
God allow evil into
God
the
stopped
world?
evil, right? And then in the DV situation, he doesn't, right?
So in the DV situation, for example, do you want him to kill the man? Do you want the man to die?
No, just stop it.
What's the scenario?
He's gonna, let's say he's gonna grape his like partner who she doesn't want to anymore. She's trying to leave, and he's graping her. He has this desire, this natural desire that he's gonna like grape her, and God could stop it and doesn't. She gets graped.
So let's say something like that happens.
It does.
This would yeah, for sure. But I'm saying, like, let's say in the scenario that you're saying, that means God, if he controls what the man is doing, that means he doesn't give you free will.
No,
free will's a big play in this.
He can stop this without taking the free will. That's not a problem.
He can, but also, like, again, he's fully separated from us. We run the world. Like, us humans, we live freely. He doesn't interfere with us unless we ask him to. That's the only time he will interfere is when you seek him and you ask him to interfere.
Okay, so
if you blow him off, then
the
he's
woman is
never
going,
gonna
oh God, please help me make it stop, and he still does it. You don't think that's ever happened? You don't think that's happened to every single grape situation?
I'm sure that happened, and that has happened.
It's happened to me. I can confirm it's happened to me. Yes.
And can I ask you something, Ava? Is it Ava?
Yes.
So do you see that when God puts you in a certain tribulation like this,
I don't blame him. No, and it's a horrible thing. It's a horrible thing that I had to go through that. And sometimes I want to understand why that had to happen to me. I still don't. But I'm not going to blame God for that, because
I'm not saying it's God's
me going
fault.
through that experience has grown me as a person, because now every time I get in a situation like that, I'm more strong enough to get myself out of the situation.
Yes.
Do you think that more women should be graped so they can be strong like you?
No, that's not my
Don't
argument.
say
I'm
that
just talking
then.
about my experience.
I know,
I'm allowed
but
to say this because I've
think
been
about
through
this.
But all I'm trying to
Ava.
say is I took something bad, a bad situation, and I turned it into a blessing for myself.
I
sometimes
agree.
God can take
If you could go back and change it, would you?
Into something beneficial.
If you could go back and change
I
it,
wish
would you?
it never happened.
Yeah,
But
okay.
at the same time, I accepted it. And you know what? I'm not happy it happened to me, but I wouldn't say I wish it never did happen to me, because I grew from it.
I wish
and
it
also
never
I grew
happened
my
to you.
faith.
By the way,
Just so you
by
know,
the way,
I wish it never happened to you.
Christ,
I really
Christ,
Framework, hold on a second. I'm talking to Ava. I wish it never happened to you. I think that nobody deserves that. And if I had been there, I would have stopped it.
But
God was there and
turned
didn't
my
stop
perspective
it.
around it.
Listen though, God was there and didn't stop it. Isn't that a problem?
No, not for me, because I prayed to God and he's helped me strengthen my mentality from it. And also I kind of got myself in that situation.
No, that's not your fault. That is not your fault.
I know it's not my fault.
Don't blame yourself for that. You are not all powerful. You are not all knowing. You're not the one responsible here.
Right.
Who is? God. He's the one who had the power to stop it.
He has the power to stop it.
He's an accomplice. Yeah, he's an accomplice. He's there. He's present. He didn't stop it from happening. He's in on it.
If he were to stop all evil in this world, then he would be here with us, and we
would be puppets.
Wouldn't that
we'd be puppets.
Wouldn't it? Why are we puppets? What do you mean?
Because a puppet, you tell them, hey, do this, or you move their arm and they move their arm. You move their leg and they move their leg. That's exactly
I'm not saying that. No, I'm not saying he should be here doing every single thing for us. Just when we start to do something,
with DV.
I can choose apples, oranges, coffee, tea. I can choose to like drive a car. I can choose to ride a bike. I have a million different options, infinite options. But when I try to do something horrendous, he goes, "That's too far." Framework, Ava, can either of you right now use the power of electricity to electrocute somebody with your hand? You know, like electric eels have that ability. If you touch them, they shock you. Can either of you do that?
No.
Can anyone do that?
No.
This is a way we could harm people that God didn't give us. He stops us from having electricity powers. Do we still have free will? Hell yeah, we do. Just because we can't do evil things doesn't mean we can't do anything.
No, that's not what I'm saying. But evil, the root of evil is not picking what's godly. It's not doing what's righteous. Okay.
Right.
So it for
so
you,
he would
for
just
example,
block those things. Yeah.
Like what I'm trying to explain is that anything that I do that's out of God's line or out of me pursuing God or out of pride, that's not even good. That's evil. That's evil in itself. Maybe I'm not doing evil to the world, but I'm doing evil to myself. Does that make sense? But he still gives me that free will because he's not going to force me to love him. Imagine like you have a wife and
I'm not sure what you're talking about now.
Imagine you have a family member that's forcing you to be with them, forcing you to love them. Imagine you have a kid.
I didn't choose my family. That is the case. I woke up alert with my mom and dad, and I didn't choose them, and I love them.
Okay, so
perfect example.
You choose. Okay, but you choose to love them. You're not forced to love them.
Right. And even though I like woke up in their like house, I can still choose to love them or not. Meaning we could wake up in heaven, the beginning of our existence. Hello, heaven. What's this? And God's there saying, "Hey, my name's God. If you want, you can choose to love me, or you can go over there, or you could go down there. Like there's some other options for you. Do whatever you want. This is heaven. It's cool. My name's God." What's the problem with this? We still choose. In fact, we get a better choice, and no one has to suffer terrible consequences. No one has to like get shot at. No one has to get raped. No one has to like deal with just like depression, anxiety, and other disorders. No one has to like get hit by tsunamis.
Okay, so for example, okay, you're saying why? Like, I'm gonna go back to the question that you were saying. Why would God leave so many religions and so many things like that? Why wouldn't he just prove that, okay, like this religion is true or this is the true God or whatever, right?
You're just, this is a new topic or?
I'm asking you, was this one of your points? You brought this up.
No,
saying,
my point is that he should make us in heaven.
Okay, so he
that's
should
what
make you
he
in heaven.
originally did with Adam and Eve.
No, he should make us in heaven. Yeah. Everybody.
Yeah, well, he tried doing that with the first breed of us.
One try and then he's over it? Let me have a go at it.
Well, no, he tried, but then Adam and Eve chose not him.
Great. Then the next people can choose him or not him too. Everyone can choose. We don't get free will here. We don't get the choice. I thought he wants us to have free will. Give us the choice like he gave them. They had free will. They could either obey God or not, but he was right there saying, here's the options.
Yeah, so that's
not how it works.
This earth. We're born into this earth with the free will. We can choose God or we don't.
Start us in heaven. Why would you say you can choose, but I'm starting you in a place that has...
Us in heaven.
He did start us
That's
in
what
heaven,
paradise is.
Were you guys born in heaven? I'm so sorry. I'm very confused. Were you born in heaven?
No, Adam was.
You keep confusing yourself with Adam and Eve. We are different people. Like,
we are different people.
Lock that into your mind. We are not Adam and Eve.
We're of the same nature.
Do people of the same nature, like, is it unable to have them start in different situations? Is that beyond God's control? Or people of the same
same nature?
once one nature starts that we don't get a shot? What's that rule?
What do you want to be, like 5 different types of the same human nature?
I want to be able to start with my own human nature. Why do I have to start based off of theirs? That doesn't make sense. What are you guys talking about?
So if you were in their spot, you would be a lot stronger and not eat from the tree. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know. I never got the chance to try. That's what I'm saying. We should all get a chance.
Try what? Try to be in paradise?
Yeah, kick out Adam and Eve. They fucked up. Get rid of them. Get out of here. Next people, start them here again. Let them try.
Okay, but it's not a trial. It's not a lab. It's not a lab where rats sit in. It's a choice that humanity has made. God didn't even intend for Adam and Eve to die. Did you know that? God intended for them to live eternally.
Obviously, the whole story's made up, but I know that that's the story. Yeah.
Sure. Well,
you think this really
you could be
happened?
thinking that we came from animals.
Do you think it's real? Like
this
actually,
happened.
honestly, for real, the case that there was like a secret garden that was magical where every animal lived, including dinosaurs, and then humans messed it up. And by the way, why are lions? Why did their nature change? Did they fuck up?
Why did their nature change? I don't understand.
Lions die now. Are they descendants from Adam and Eve?
No, because they're animals.
No, they were not meant to live.
Then why did? Oh, they were never meant to live. God made them to die.
I'm saying. They were not.
That's confusing, right?
When death entered into the world, it entered to the whole world.
Oh, so it's not about human nature. It's about the whole earth nature.
No, human nature, I told you this in the beginning when you asked me. I told you death entered into the world, and I told you corruption has entered into human nature.
Can God just make turn that off? Like, sorry.
No, because he doesn't work with puppets.
Yeah,
like I said.
Were Adam and Eve puppets?
No, they were not, because they clearly
so
had
we can
be with God or not
absolutely.
be with God.
So we can not have death in the world and not be puppets. Perfect example. Just do that.
I don't understand this. I don't understand your logic.
I know. I know you don't.
It's okay. I know you don't understand either. But,
I understand exactly what you're saying. It's just psychotic. You're saying that the only possible option for God was to just let everyone die forever. God's hands are not God's choice. God's hands aren't tied. He can give us free will and life.
You know, I'll explain this to you.
Well, that's what he did, but all the evil in this world literally comes from humans.
You're not Adam and Eve. Stop!
No, I'm talking about
stop
the
pretending.
world now. I'm talking about the world now, like life, like all the evil that happens in this world is kind of caused by humans.
Tsunamis and hurricanes are all man-made.
This is
cancer.
Okay.
That we invented that.
No. All of these are consequences, as we said, to death.
Yeah.
Man chose
consequences
this
from who?
From God.
God gave us Harlequin's disease.
So if I don't know what Harley Quinn's disease
and
is.
also the devil also has a lot to do with evil.
The devil doesn't have legs.
Yes.
He can't do anything. Let's talk about let's try.
The devil came in the form of a serpent.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he's not actually
but when he was a serpent, he had feet, and then he got cursed and didn't have legs, and that's why Satan crawls around on his belly. We know the story. Now, when a baby is born with Harlequin syndrome, they live about a year. Their skin is hard. They're in pain the whole time that they're alive. They look inside out. Their skin cracks open. They bleed out of their cracks. They look like hard rocks. And they're in pain, and then they die. Could God does he know the cure to Harlequin syndrome?
Of course he does. He's God.
Could he give the cure to Harlequin syndrome to some doctor so that we could fix it?
Yeah, do you think the world is this nice and rosy
No,
to
it
let
should
this
be.
happen?
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well,
So God, yes,
ideally it
God
should
is
be, but
all
you're not
nice.
gonna
God
force
is
me to
omni
do it.
rosy. Absolutely. If you had the cure to Harlequin syndrome, would you like release it to the world, or would you keep it a secret?
Yes, personally, yes, but not all the world. The world is this sweet and nice,
No,
like you're
you would
saying,
do it, but
because
you would give the cure, but God doesn't. Why?
it that's not the point. That's not the point that
This is my point. We're talking about this is
no.
my this is like an
Okay.
argument that I'm making, and the
Okay.
point is that
Okay. I'm
you should
gonna
give the
explain.
cure. Yeah.
I'm gonna explain to you whatever you're saying in another scenario.
Don't
Have you
change
heard of?
scenarios.
No. I'm gonna give
Framework.
you the
I
same.
gave you a problem. If you don't deal with it, I'm going to drop you. Every time I tell you a thing, you like change topics. You're pivoting.
No, I'm not changing topics.
How old
I'm
did
just
you
gonna
say
give
you
you
are?
another example.
How old did you say you are?
I'm above legal age. I'm 23.
When's your birthday?
No, I'm not saying that on live. I'm sorry.
No, just the year. What's your birth year?
2002.
Okay.
Do the math.
I'm just making sure because like
No.
you have some questionable thoughts. I thought maybe for a second you were like
Thank God, thank the
4.
Lord, godly thoughts, and thank God I'm not confused. So what I just wanna bring
And let
to
me
your
just get there,
attention
just real
is,
quick. Hey James, how old are you?
I'm 19.
And New Lamp, how old are you?
I'm in my 30s.
Okay. All right. Can you guys explain to her that like God could cure Harlequin syndrome and that's the problem we're dealing with?
Like what's the
Not of
context?
See, just
okay. So look, hold on.
So
Like
here's
what's
the
the
thing.
context?
So when we see like youths being born with like without an arm or without a leg, we're like, where is God, right? I guess that's where you're going with your thing. But here's the
Yeah,
thing.
so we're talking about Harlequin syndrome. So it's the one where when the baby's born, they're like kind of hard and they only live for a year and then they die. It's like a suffering, few months of life, and then they just they just cry and cry and cry and then they die.
Yeah,
and there's
bro,
no
that's so
there's no cure
unfortunate. Like
for
I
it.
don't even want. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And that's the thing, bro. Here's what the Bible has
I'm
to
sorry.
say
Are you
about that.
Christian?
Yes, I am.
James, are you a Christian?
Yeah, I'm Catholic.
Oh, okay. Framework.
Can I
I'm gonna put
answer
you in the
this?
hot seat. You guys go ahead.
Can I explain my? Okay, so the
Can
Bible
I?
talks about like
Oh my God.
God's gonna put His
Don't
sins
let him
on the
interrupt you. It's your
third,
turn.
the third and fourth generation. So let's say my grandfather, great grandfather sinned, and then he repented or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Now God can actually put that sin that his grandfather did. Let's say he killed someone, or you know what I mean, unalived someone. I mean, and then he can put it on his child, or God can skip that child and put it on his grandson.
Wait, what?
Or he could skip that one and put it on the other child, and so he could go to four
Why would he put it on anybody?
And this explains why.
New Lamp, calm down. You're yelling. You have an echo.
No, I'm just trying to get my point across because you.
Yeah, but you have an echo. You have an echo.
I do still. I'm even using the earpiece, bro. Like.
Let me.
All right, some setting on my phone.
James, can you talk? I think maybe it's me.
Yeah, no, it's not you. It's this guy above me. But so wait, Newland, you like completely just butchered like the concept or the doctrine of ancestral sin back here.
No, but that's what it says. Like we're supposed to we're gonna get what our parents did, right? That's why I'm trying to fix up my life so my youths don't get it down the road, right?
No, that's not what ancestral.
Because I know to the third and fourth generation, God's not gonna let it go. He's gonna bring the judgment because He's a just God. He has to, right?
Yeah, I don't understand what this music is.
Framework, can you turn that music on?
Yeah, what's up with the music, man? That just makes it harder.
It's coming from
So he's
framework.
making it louder.
Bro, am I like freaking like? Am I about to start floating right now? Framework, are you playing music?
I can't hear you, bro. The music's kind of loud. Can you turn the music lower a little bit?
Can you guys turn it down?
Framework, can you mute your mic?
No, that's not.
Let me mute up. Hold on.